One thing I will say, please, if that's okay, the community has reached out to so many of us at Larian and said they were seen and they were represented by this game when they lost hope, they felt isolated, they felt alone, and this game brought them together and gave them something to push through to help them all. And to you, I want to say thank you so much for seeing us. I appreciate it.
Abuse hurts. It hurts a lot. The way we react to it, how we survive it, how we move on, or how we don't, are incredibly important stories to tell. And it's a really difficult thing to portray, especially in the medium of a video game which has to be reactive towards player choice. But there is one game whose writing pulls it off incredibly well. I'm talking, of course, about Baldur's Gate 3. Hi, I'm Solmatil, and this is an essay about Baldur's Gate 3. Or, well, it's about a dozen essays stitched together with some overarching themes, specifically looking at trauma and abuse. So the video, I know, is incredibly long, and it's going to be split up into chapters, which are detailed in the timestamps in the description below. This video is not designed to be watched all in one sitting, it's more designed to be something like a mini-series. If you're more interested in a particular character or a specific subplot, you can just skip directly to that one, and you don't have to watch all of the video if you just want to jump straight ahead to those parts, or if you just want to jump straight ahead to the main thematic discussion right at the end. You don't have to have played the game to watch this video, and it's designed to be friendly to all audience members, even those who've never picked up the game, but it's also designed to be friendly to long-term players as well. Still, be warned, we'll be heavy with spoilers throughout. There's a lot of frank discussions of abuse here, and for some of the more serious iterations of this, I will put trigger warnings in. My fellow Bhaalbabes and I made this video just for you, so I really hope you enjoy it. So, adventurers, let's gather our party and venture forth. Baldur's Gate 3 is truly a masterpiece of a game, and I don't say that lightly. From its writing, to its gameplay, to its art direction, to its fantastic voice acting and motion capture, it is, without a doubt, deserving of all its high praise. It was developed by Larian Studios, who were given intellectual property rights after the incredible successes of their other games, Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2. The DNA of these CRPGs has clearly carried through into Baldur's Gate. It rewards players for coming up with wild strategies and shenanigans-based spellcasting, and features that all-important immersive sim quality of being able to stack up crates to solve all your problems. It was officially released in August 2023, though the first act of its story was playable in an early access alpha from October of 2020. Over these 3 years, the developers listened extensively to player feedback, implementing changes in both mechanics and storytelling to allow for the most immersive experience possible. Even if only a tiny proportion of players may see a particular outcome to an obscure choice in a questline, or end up with some highly improbable scenario of who lives, who dies, and how the story ends, the developers wanted to make sure that these were all emphasized as valid choices, all fully voice acted and written to accommodate. Based in the ever-famous Sword Coast of Faerun, the game operates on a moderately tweaked version of Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. For those of you who are tabletop nerds, it specifically occurs just after the events of Descent into Avernus, and 120 years after the events of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. While you don't need to have played the previous games in the series, and don't need to know much D&D lore to enjoy the game, it is a game that takes many hours to complete. Many of you will probably have already completed it, many of you will be midway through, most of you will only have experienced some of the fantastic content that the game has to offer. I am Solmatil, and I want to talk to you about Baldur's Gate 3, specifically the way it portrays abuse, victimhood, and cycles of suffering. To begin the tale, we will briefly recap the major plot events in the most general way possible. This will help us situate our characters in their story arcs and where our cast may diverge in their storylines. They may become heroes or villains, victims or conquerors, but every tale must begin somewhere. Ours begins in the city of Baldur's Gate. The opening cinematic establishes the player's role as the hero and establishes the villains that will haunt our steps throughout the game. We are one of many victims captured by a giant tentacled ship, a Nautiloid. This ship is owned by mind flayers, Cthulhu-appearing beings that seek to infect the innocent by a xenomorph-like tadpole, slowly transforming them from a regular mortal into a squid-headed monster. Gruesome stuff. The ship is attacked by dragon riders, green-skinned Githyanki that seek to kill these mind flayers by any means necessary. Their history in the D&D universe is long and complicated, but all that we need to know for now is that they hate mind flayers and view the infection with a tadpole as the worst kind of taint imaginable. This attack prompts the ship to flee, opening a portal to Hell, and Hell's infernal denizens also launch an attack. The game begins. The player must seek to escape this doomed ship, though they are already infected with the mind flayer's tadpole. If we fail to stop this tadpole curse, we shall surely be transformed against our will. Here we meet the first of our companions, a Githyanki warrior woman named Lae'zel.
Skvar, you are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
And can rescue a second companion, a half-elf cleric named Shadowheart.
I thought that damn thing was going to be my coffin. Thank you.
Your mind lurches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is mixed with wariness, because you have a Gith with you.
You keep dangerous company.
Lae'zel appears stern and abrasive, though direct. Shadowheart appears secretive and avoidant, and carries a strange artifact with her, though is reluctant to discuss its significance. After some tense battles along the bridge of the ship between the Gith and the Mind Flayers and the denizens of Hell alike, we pilot the ship out of Hell to crash land on the shores of Faerun. We are saved from a fatal fall by an unknown guardian, someone that seems to want to protect us. Act 1. The Grove. The wilderness of Faerun is a classical high fantasy setting. Even in this random patch of coastline, there are plenty of dungeons, adventuring parties, bandits, and magical creatures to encounter. Many players spend hundreds of hours just in this area alone, trying to figure out different characters, playstyles, and solutions to quests. It is here that we meet the rest of our party. In no particular order, they include a rogue named Astarion, who claims to be a magistrate from the city of Baldur's Gate, but is in fact a sneaky vampire.
My name's Astarion. I was in Baldur's Gate when those beasts snatched me.
A wizard named Gale, who we rescue from halfway out of a rock.
Hello. I'm Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies. Usually better at this.
A warlock named Wyll, who we find posing as a heroic duelist defending the innocent, though he is in fact bound under an infernal contract to a devil named Minthara.
I can't do it. I'm not like you.
Umi, I don't need you to be like me. You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on. I believe in you. You can do this.
And finally, we have a barbarian with a heart of gold named Karlach.
I never wanted to serve Zariel. I was enlisted in her army against my will. Forced to fight, and fight I did. When I saw an opportunity to get away, I took it. Finally home. Or near it, anyway.
There are more party members that we can recruit later, of course, and we don't even have to recruit any of these original 6. We can even let them die, should we so choose. All of the party have been infected with Mind Flayer tadpoles. They, and you, the player, are all in danger of undergoing that horrific transformation that we witnessed in the Nautiloid. The main quest begins, to try to rid oneself of the disease, or, should you so wish, to claim the power that such eldritch abominations bring. Through the course of the first act, the party finds multiple potential avenues to treat this tadpole problem. They may approach a grove of druids and beseech them for help. However, these druids are under attack from an organized group of goblins and spiders and other Tolkien-esque monsters. It leans heavily, of course, into its cliches, but it handles them with panache and undeniable style. The druids of the grove are harboring a group of refugees, outcasts called tieflings, who have been touched by the hells. They are a group of good people, but due to the events that occurred just before the game, they were left without a home, and are therefore on the run. The Druid Grove is the only safe place that they can hide until the goblin threat is handled. They are heavily discriminated for their race throughout. Through the party's adventures, they may side with the Grove against the goblins and beseech the Grove's healers for help. They may side with the goblins and slaughter the Grove and beseech the goblin healers for assistance. They may save the tieflings or damn them. Some players decide to slaughter them wholesale. Some may try to ignore them altogether and attempt to get help from other various denizens of the wilds. Regardless of player choice, it is apparent that no one in this place truly has the ability to heal the player or extract the tadpole. The player is prompted to move onwards to look for assistance from others that may in fact have greater skills at healing. For those that sided with the Grove, they are prompted to find an old druid named Halsin, and while he will become a party member, he is also unable to cure the party. For those that sided with the goblins, they meet a dark elf woman named Minthara, though she also is infected and is also unable to remove the tadpole. The player is prompted to move onwards into the next areas of the game, either in search of a cure or in search of power. In their explorations, the player may also encounter an old corpse-like creature named Withers. He will join the player's camp and act as an informal dungeon master, allowing the players to change their class or character statistics or resurrect a dead party member. We'll explore Withers' story in the next section alongside that of our other party members. As we move forward, we are given several options of travel, one to an area known as the Underdark, the other being a Githyanki creche, or a captured abbey converted into a fortification of sorts. Players may do one or the other, or both. To explore the Underdark means delving into a realm of caves and fungi and glowing spores, and to eventually find a nest of cultists, goblins, Dwaegar, and drow. The player may side with the villainous cultists, worshipping a god called the Absolute, a deity that appears to come from the psychic influence of these mind flayer tadpoles. Or they may fight back against these villains and free the oppressed. At the end of the road is treasure and loot, and a path to a cursed land, the place where the cure to our infection may apparently be found. To explore the Githyanki creche is to encounter a very different culture. Lae'zel, our Githyanki companion, will bid us go to them and their Zaithisk, a device that she assures us will cure us of our plague. It does not. The quote-unquote cure appears to be deadly. After all, to kill the victim is the ultimate quarantine, according to the Githyanki. The Githyanki of the creche tell us more of their culture. They are a proud warrior race, dedicated to an immortal queen called Vlaakith.
Vlaakith herself. She is both the sun that blinds us and the void that contains us. Praise be.
Their regimen of training appears strict and brutal and encourages a culture of abuse, though this is something that they justify as necessary to be strong enough to stop the mind flayers.
This is how we deal with a weakened enemy.
As we get to the end point of this dungeon, the Githyanki demand us to hand over the strange artifact that Shadowheart was once carrying. Throughout the first act, we have heard the voice of our guardian, someone that seems to be offering us protection and slowing our horrific transformation into mind flayers. Handing over the artifact seems to be a terrible idea. Yet, even if we choose to do so, we are unable to. The artifact seems banned to us. We meet Vlaakith, the Githyanki's god queen, who bid us find this guardian in the artifact. Convinced that it is a mind flayer trick, she prompts us to kill this guardian. Regardless of our choices, the guardian ultimately lives and promises to protect us more. Vlaakith's followers will attack us for failing to carry out her will. There is no cure here, and we must move on to where we can find a cure, Moonrise Towers. Before we move on, we are followed by a rogue group of Githyanki who bid us side against Vlaakith, identifying her as a tyrant and bidding us support a revolutionary Gith prince named Orpheus instead. Act 2 begins in a cursed land beset with shadow and plague. Where once this may have been a vibrant place filled with life and community, now there is only death and loss. We explore the cursed wilderness, but we find we die quickly without a source of light. Shar, a goddess of shadows and grief, has brought about this damnation, and Shar is a goddess that our companion Shadowheart just so happens to worship. Shar, however, may not be entirely benign, despite Shadowheart's assurances. We find a small refuge of light amongst the darkness in an abandoned inn, protected by the ever-famous secret society, the Harpers. Yes, the phrase famous secret society is an oxymoron, but they're still a fun faction and they are portrayed with style. Here we meet another character named Jaheira. She was once a companion in the previous Baldur's Gate games, and she will eventually be a potential companion again, should we ally with her Harpers. We also meet a woman named Isabel, a cleric of the goddess of the moon named Selune, who is acting to protect the inn. We are given free rein to explore the land and find the remnants of the Thorm family, the once proud nobles that used to rule. We may defeat these remnants, or we may venture to the Moonrise Towers and join up with Ketheric Thorm, a fallen paladin of sorts that has, in his grief for the loss of his family, turned to worshipping various malign gods. Ketheric appears to be invulnerable, and is stealing the immortality of an angel, or in D&D terms, a celestial or Aasimar. We may choose an evil path and side with Ketheric and join the absolute cult against the Harpers, or we may side with the Harpers and try to break Ketheric's hold on the land. Most playthroughs will eventually also lead to a large temple to the goddess Shar, where this angel is being kept prisoner. Shadowheart will meet a significant juncture in her story at this point, whether she chooses to continue following the malign goddess Shar, which necessitates killing this angel, or whether she abandons Shar altogether. All playthroughs will eventually lead to confrontation against Ketheric Thorm, who reveals himself as a worshipper of an evil god of death, Myrkul. Once the party has defeated him and navigated a colony of mind flayers in the dungeons beneath the castle, it is apparent that there was no cure nor solution for the tadpoles in Moonrise Towers. What is shown, however, is that Ketheric was part of a triad of villains, all of whom worship different evil death gods, all of whom have cooperated to command the cult of the Absolute, all of whom are responsible for allowing the Mind Flayer tadpoles to spread to hundreds of people. With the lands around Moonrise Towers either cured or doomed to eternal blight, the party move onwards to where these remaining two opponents are located, the city of Baldur's Gate. Act 3. As the party approach Baldur's Gate, they are ambushed by another group of Githyanki and eventually find themselves in a place known as the Astral Plane, a place that appears to be filled with the corpses of long-dead gods and nebulas and stars. Here they meet Orpheus, the fabled revolutionary Githyanki prince, trapped in a prison. They also meet an independent rogue mind flayer calling himself the Emperor. The Emperor reveals himself to the party as the guardian in the artifact all along, and acts to both protect and manipulate the player. A deal of power is offered. The Absolute cult are being manipulated via the tadpole infection into worshipping a giant evil creature called a Netherbrain. In order to stop it, the Emperor attempts to push us into becoming a nine-player as well. As he tells it, such a thing could only be stopped with powers like his. The party may take or reject his offer of power. As the party approaches the city, we find that the Absolute cult have formed an army and intend to attack. We find a myriad of refugees fleeing the violence. We find a city full of hostile guards and fascist talking points, denying sanctuary to these refugees. The party may attempt to enter the city, but will be stopped by a man named Gortash. He is the newly crowned ruler of the city and also a conspirator involved in the Absolute cult. He, along with Ketheric Thorm and a shapeshifter woman named Orin, collectively held 3 strange crystals called Netherstones, which allowed them to control this Nether brain. They collectively engineered a crisis, invented the Absolute cult, played both sides, all in order to gain power. They managed to pull this off, as each were the chosen ones of the 3 evil gods of death, murder, and tyranny. Should a player have played a Dark Urge character we find out a lot more about the origins of this conspiracy, but we will talk about that later. Through the course of the third act, the player may act to dismantle the cult or become its new sole champion. They may also help their companions. Astarion may meet his former vampiric master and either defeat him or usurp him. Shadowheart may meet the master of her Sharan cult and may either defeat her and turn to worshipping Selune, the goddess of light, or usurp her and become a leader of darkness. They may attempt to fix Karlach's heart engine and wreak bloody vengeance on Gortash, the man that once sold her to hellish slavery, though vengeance does not ward off her mortality. Gale may learn of a powerful yet dangerous magical object called the Crown of Karsus and may be encouraged to claim its power or surrender it to his goddess. Wyll will be confronted by the devil that haunts him and may be encouraged to renew his hellish contract or release it, though at a very, very heavy cost. Lae'zel can be encouraged to be loyal to Vlaakith, retaining her zealotry, or to betray Vlaakith and take up the mantle of Orpheus. Other companions can be helped or betrayed, and a few familiar faces appear both from previous acts and from previous games. The party may make a deal with the devil, or rob him blind. They may dismantle the tools of fascism in the city, or they may take power for themselves. They may find more information about the Emperor and how he was once an adventurer like you, until he took a tadpole to the eye. Ultimately, the party will defeat both Gortash and Orin and claim the Netherstones. We assume this will allow us to either defeat or control the Nether Brain, but there are a few final twists to this tale. The Nether Brain was never truly under the thrall of these petty mortals. It was merely playing 4D chess with you all, and, by your collective actions, it has been made both free and stronger than ever.
By eliminating Ketheric, Orin, and Gortash, you have simply unbound me. Exactly as I intended.
For the finale, we have a few choices to make. We may side with the Emperor and defeat the Netherbrain, though at the expense of Orpheus's life. If we have acquired a certain special artifact, we may side with Orpheus, paving the way for the Githyanki Revolution, and fight the Emperor instead. Though doing so, someone will have to sacrifice their body and become a mind flayer in order to stand a chance against the Brain, the player, or Orpheus, or a certain companion. A Dark Urge player may have certain extra moments in dealing with the God of Murder's influence in these events too. Ultimately, the Netherbrain will attack the city, and the party will gather all the allies they've made throughout the game and launch their defense. After a tense final battle, the Brain is either defeated and destroyed or brought under your personal control. The final conclusion is either bittersweet, saving the world at heavy cost, or an evil power fantasy. The curtains close, and after a small epilogue in which you can have a party with all your friends and companions, the story is over. While I love the story a lot, and I love the way it pulls off its story beats with panache and style, this is still ultimately more escapist power fantasy than not. It is filled with cliches and fanciful tropes, and it leans into that good old Tolkien-esque sword and sorcery pulp. The plot alone isn't what interests me about Baldur's Gate 3. What interests me is how it portrays its cast, your companions, your antagonists, and even the way it shapes you, the player. What interests me is how it handles abuse, trauma, and grief. The companions. I've spoken briefly about how each of our companions appears in the main plot, but the specific nuances of each are worth talking about in far more depth. Each companion has been heavily traumatized before the events of the game. Indeed, these traumas have caused drastic upheavals in their lives that have forced them into the unstable path of adventuring. Each companion has been victimized by a powerful being, be that a god, or a devil, or a vampire ascendant. Each character is processing their trauma in their own way, and we, the players, can influence whether they break away from this pain or whether they fall into perpetual cycles of abuse. For this section, I am inviting 2 guest writers to help in my analysis of these characters, in Pacifica and Scarlet Moth. Their channels and other socials are linked below. And we are also including guest writing and musical composition from friend of the channel Playhead North. Trigger warnings for abuse, physical abuse, religious trauma, sexual trauma, and coerced consent.
No harm in a little mystery, don't you think?
Shadowheart begins the game as a worshipper of Shar, a goddess of grief and loss. At first, Shadowheart's description of her own form of worship sounds rather benign.
I am indeed a disciple of Shar, mistress of the night and lady of loss. I assume you've heard of her. My Lady Shar is the Night Singer, the patron of darkness and loss. Most fear the dark, like children, because in darkness they see their fears reflected. But Shar teaches us to step beyond fear, beyond loss. In darkness, we do not hide. We act. Pain, hope, the promise of better days. All of these are heavy cloaks that bend our backs and burden our hearts. We shed those cloaks. Before Shar, we stand gloriously naked, beyond the vanities of mortals. There's comfort, yes, but often there has to be pain beforehand. We tear down the lies the world is drunk on, the institutions they trust, the so-called gods they worship, the lives they cling to. We destroy false idols, topple corrupt organizations, fight heretics wherever they're found.
However, many players familiar with the D&D lore may recognize Shar as a goddess that has a distinctly malignant history when it comes to handling mortals. Even this little loyal follower has constant flares of pain in her hand, divine punishment for an unknown sin, stigmata of a deity of loss. Shadowheart's story is tied very heavily to the plot of the main campaign. She tells us that it is her dream to become a dark Justicia, an elite secret agent come warrior of Shar's cult, a lofty ambition to be sure. In order to become this, she must prove herself worthy of Shar. This is reflected in her ideals: loss, subterfuge, betrayal. Blindly following a path laid out before her, encouraging her not to question, never to doubt. Indeed, she has been encouraged so heavily to never doubt her path that she has, quite literally, undergone a memory wipe just prior to the events of the game.
Secrecy is everything for Shar's children. It is our code, our creed, our shield. I even keep secrets from myself. I had my memories suppressed, so that nothing I know could be used against the Dark Lady. Once I prove myself, my memories will be restored. I'm not sorry I kept this from you. Not one bit.
She is encouraged to forget herself, to leave her grief and troubles behind, and encouraged to remain loyal and true to Shar, to slowly shed her entire identity and selfhood, and fashion herself into a deadly weapon. But that's the thing about becoming a weapon. A weapon is a tool, sometimes an incredibly useful tool, but though you may become an incredibly competent, incredibly skilled, incredibly powerful, incredibly useful person, that power is never yours to command. A weapon cannot wield itself. It is only ever allowed to be wielded by another. For all the benefits, protection, and comfort that Shar's cult may offer, it is at the cost of Shadowheart's agency and personhood. And, try as she might, this personhood, this self-identity, the real Shadowheart underneath, cannot be entirely suppressed. Though she may seem to favour subterfuge and backstabbing and generally duplicitous behaviour, acts that are genuinely good seem to actually bring her much more of a sense of comfort than Shar's cult ever does. Siding with the Grove in the first act and saving innocent tiefling refugees gives her this response.
Everyone seems to be in high spirits. Strange. You know who I never thought I'd find myself caring for?
Refugees?
Exactly right. Never gave them much thought. Certainly not that bunch in the Grove. Yet we came through for them. We saved their lives. Odd.
It's not so odd. We did the right thing.
That's more easily said by some than others. But nobody's here to debate right from wrong. We should have had wine more often. More warming than the fire.
Whereas, on the contrary, siding with the goblins and killing the tieflings gives this response.
What a glorious celebration. Hip deep in gore. The goblins stole good wine. It goes straight to the head.
You're tearing through that bottle. Is something wrong?
What's wrong with enjoying a gift from our guests? Maybe, if I down enough of this swill, it'll pickle the worm in my skull.
Aren't you excited? We won.
We set a pack of refugees on fire. A child could have done it. Not exactly an ambush for the ages.
Well, fine. Would you perhaps like a better distraction?
Maybe. But I know better than to share my bed drunk.
Drowning her obvious distress in copious amounts of alcohol is one way of inducing forgetfulness. Engaging in Shar's cult is another. Both are unhealthy coping mechanisms to try to remove grief rather than process it. Both slowly destroy those who engage in them. Through the second act, the party delves into a giant temple of Shar, and Shadowheart must pass multiple trials to prove herself worthy to her uncaring goddess. These include blindly following where others command you, committing acts of subterfuge, and quite literally destroying the self entirely. They are setting up a clear theme. Despite Shadowheart's insistence on the benevolence of Shar's grace, this goddess is not benign, and her goal is to drag Shadowheart into self-annihilation. This dissolution of the self comes to a head in the final area of this dungeon, Shadowheart's confrontation with the Night Song.
You, who have come to seek the praise of your wicked goddess. You, who have come to drive a dagger through my heart.
Not a dagger, a spear. My Lady Shar's spear. Her fate is mine to seal. Let me handle this.
The fate you seal is your own. To be a Dark Justiciar is to turn your heart from everything but loss. You will know no love, no joy, only servitude, until of course your mistress inevitably discards you. And there is much she does not tell you. A terrible blood price that may extend beyond my own death.
In order to become a Dark Justiciar and fulfill her ambitions, she must prove herself worthy of Shar's love. She must kill the Night Song. But the Night Song isn't some great beast to be felled or monster to be slain. She's a trapped Aasimar woman named Dame Aelin. Aelin is an almost immortal being and a descendant of Shar's twin sister goddess Selûne. Until now, Aelin has merely been trapped and tortured by Shar's worshippers, but Shar has no more use for her as a prisoner and simply wishes her dead. Tortured for a century, only to be murdered ignobly. Aelin has done nothing wrong to Shar personally. She is merely the child caught in the middle of two warring deities. This punishment is neither justified nor warranted. The gods, truly, are petty. The confrontation is the first major decision in Shadowheart's quest that will sway her path, one of escaping the cycle of abuse or of diving headlong into it. The confrontation begins thus.
You feel Shadowheart bristling. This is important to her. But your bond is strong. You may yet be able to sway her from the path of duty to the path of light. And Night Song is not blind to your conflict. Behind that raging heart is the restless beat of one who knows too well that her fate hangs in the balance.
The player is then offered potential responses to Shadowheart's plight, and the manner in which this plays out is, I think, rather telling. The player may simply persuade Shadowheart out of her confrontation. though this is very difficult and has a significant chance of failure, and the act of persuading her via a dice roll is something, in my opinion, of a shortcut. The player may also encourage her to follow Shar's wishes and simply engage in the worst version of herself, power, competence, and tragedy all at once. Kill her. Let's finish this ritual.
There it is. True death, at last. You are Shah's child, after all. And I am.
A once compassionate woman, now twisted into nothing but a weapon to be used by Shar, and now by the player. The player, if they have a high enough affinity with Shadowheart and offered compassion and kindness throughout the events of the game, may simply talk her down. At heart, it seems that she knows the torture and murder of a helpless opponent is wrong. Is this truly what you want?
Yes, I think so. My whole life's been leading to this. No turning back now.
Please, Shadowheart, don't do this.
If I have to step over your corpse to fulfill what Lady Shah asks of me, so be it. Your choice.
No, this is wrong, but I can't afford to lose you. Just do what you must.
Well, well, well. What's that I sense? A spear intended for my heart? Empowered by your goddess, I. Empowered to kill the child of a god. Do you know what I am, little assassin? For I know you. A lost child. Frightened by wolves in the dark.
What did you say?
Much has been promised to you, hasn't it? But what has been taken from you? What do you know of your own heart? Your own life? I sense more in you than you know.
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter once I become who I'm meant to be.
She knows something about you. Just spare her. See what she has to say.
I can't believe I just did that. Lady Shah will disown me. What will happen to me?
But of note, I think there are two choices that are the most interesting to look at. To simply stand and oppose Shadowheart, to command her not to harm Aelin, to deny her what little agency she's managed to gain in her life, and to clash against her and try to directly control her, will turn her hostile to the party.
I didn't want to fight. I wanted you to see reason. A foolish notion, clearly.
She will fight and die, having been coerced by one master in Shar into a confrontation with another coercive master. You. But perhaps most fascinating to me, if the player trusts her to make her own decisions and grants her the agency she has been so often denied in life. she'll choose to do the right thing. Some of this is dependent on her affinity towards the player and the general tone of good or evil actions that the player has taken, but in general, unless pushed, Shadowheart will choose to do the right thing when she's given her own agency back. She is not simply an evil worshipper of an evil god. She is a victim of both her cult's religious abuse and directly a personal victim of Shar herself. This choice is not simply a good versus evil dichotomy in that very simplistic way. It's the choice to break away from her abuser, or to continue the path her abuser dictated. A choice that she can only make when she is given the agency to make it. You can't tell a victim denied power all their life to simply choose to have power, to simply just have more agency. They have to be given that agency for themselves. We, as the player character, have the choice to give her that. Should Shadowheart choose to follow Shar and return into the dark?
It is done. You have proven yourself. You have answered my highest calling. My chosen. My warrior. My dark Justicia. No more hiding. Let me show you. Let all see how you have served me, Shadowheart, and how you have been rewarded. Your pain is now your power. Wield it true.
What we see here is a textbook tactic of abusers, to have caused pain repeatedly, to have threatened and harmed their victim, and to provide limited love and compassion. Compassion with strings attached, as a means to prevent them from leaving. It is an emotional carrot and stick. Symbolically, we see Shadowheart dig her trauma deeper. She has become a cold, callous weapon, destroyed what remained of her true self, and quite literally relies on her own pain to keep her going. Pain that, as we can see from this shot of her parents here, are shared by others. As happy as Shadowheart claims to be, there is something hollow about this seemingly triumphant moment. We are not witnessing an evil supervillain come into their power, blessed by a dark god. We are seeing a woman fall apart, clinging to the very abuser that has destroyed her. She is celebrating the very erosion of her personhood.
Finally! Through me, her will is enacted. Her shadows strengthen and the darkness takes all. I am her chosen. I've actually done it. A dark Justicia chosen by Lady Shar. It almost doesn't feel real.
She'll even end a romance of the player at this point if they choose to love her.
I wanted to talk to you about that. Lady Shar has bestowed a great honor upon me. But it isn't without a cost, it seems. She expects me to fill my heart up with love for her alone, leaving no room for others. No room for us.
Everything is sacrificed, all in the name of an uncaring goddess who regards her as entirely disposable. Ultimately, I can't find this anything other than distinctly tragic. There is another choice, of course, but walking away from one's abuser is rarely a straightforward process. To reject Shar isn't to feel immediately free and happy, it's actually quite the opposite.
We need to leave. Lady Shar won't stand for us to be here, not after what we did.
If Shar is angry, she's being remarkably quiet about it.
That's what frightens me. She must be angry. Yet, I don't feel it. Or hear it. There's only silence. Let's get out of here, please. Whatever's coming, I don't want to be in the heart of the Shadowfell when it finds me.
Even in the moments of silence, Shadowheart can't trust that she'll be safe. This is the fear instilled by an abuser in a victim. They never know for sure when retribution will suddenly strike. It is a method that abusers use to maintain control. Unpredictability breeds constant terror. And Shadowheart isn't wrong to feel this way. While the rest of the party leaves the dungeon, Shadowheart is trapped by Shar and prevented from leaving.
You rejected your duty. You spurned my embrace. Ungrateful child. You could have wielded my spear, carried my voice. Instead, you are nothing, and I will leave you with nothing. All of my children will know you for what you are. You are marked. Now leave, outcast. You are not welcome here.
Please, my lady. Forgive me.
Shadowheart? What happened? You were missing for a moment.
I thought I was done for. I thought perhaps I might have been dead. This is all like some sort of terrible dream. But it's real, isn't it? I stood before the night song. I heard Lady Shah's words. And I failed her. Worse than failed her, I defied her. Just because of what that Aasimar said. I tried to leave, but Shah blocked me. Punished me for failing her. I thought I knew the limit of pain that the incurable wound could inflict, but I had no idea. It felt like I was suffering the agony of 1,000 people all at once. My blood was boiling, my hair was on fire. I thought I'd claw my own face off with the pain. But then she released me. Banished me, more like. She said I was an outcast. That all of her children would know me and revile me.
Shadowheart looks distraught, abandoned by her goddess and all former allies. And as for her divine magic, admitting who empowers her now may break her spirit for good.
If it's any consolation, you did the right thing.
You're lucky to have such confidence. Me. I think the full price of what I've done has yet to reveal itself. I'm a target to Lady Shah's followers now.
This is a stark reminder that leaving our abusers is a path fraught with peril. To walk away is dangerous and terrifying. Often, we are hurt far worse for the act of trying to leave. Disobedience is met with retribution. In Shadowheart's case, the element of a personal abuser in Shar is compounded by the systemic religious abuse. She has been harmed by Shar, given stigmata of chronic pain, a reminder that Shar always has power over her, and then excommunicated. She has lost all of her friends and loved ones, her entire community, even if she can barely remember them. Without the party to form her new community, without support, such a difficult choice would have been much, much harder, if not downright impossible. This is how such abuse perpetuates itself. You are given scraps of what you need to emotionally survive, but only so long as you can be exploited. This is what happened to Shadowheart. To leave is to be denied those scraps. You sacrifice your only lifeline. It forms a trap that is incredibly difficult to escape from. I could not blame her for being unable to escape it alone. The third act takes Shadowheart and the party deep into the heart of her old cult. For the Shadowheart consumed by Shar's darkness, she is commanded to purge it of those Shar deems unworthy. For the Shadowheart following a lighter path, she is informed by Dame Aelin that her parents, her true family, are held captive beneath it. If she wants to rescue them, she will have to confront her old cloister. The cloister itself is disguised by a chapel above, posing as a therapeutic space where one can let go of one's troubles. The cultists call it the House of Grief. Inside, we can buy their incredibly overpriced books, all of which are modelled on real-world cult propaganda. Targeting the vulnerable, the insecure, or the lost, the cult makes sure to promise that their solution to emotional pain is the only way that you can heal. There is no immunity to being preyed on by such cults. Anyone could fall prey to this if they were targeted whilst in a position of vulnerability. Self-help mixed with insidious put-downs and subtle encouragement to fear the other, to mistrust outsiders. It's a potent combination. We are shown what Shadowheart has been, quote-unquote, educated with since her childhood. In the basement, we are met with Shadowheart's Mother Superior, the instigator of all her abuse, the drow Viconia de Veer. De Veer herself was a former companion in a previous game, and in this iteration of the story, she appears to have followed her worst possible timeline. A woman who once fled the cults of Lolth and the captivity of the Drow Underdark, now standing in a position of power, now holding others under the sway of a cult and keeping them in captivity in turn.
I must keep her faith alive in mortal hearts. I must defend her ways, lead her children, stop all threats. Even if I must go against her wishes, I will prove myself her most loyal servant.
Shah doesn't care. She was always going to use you and discard you. But now I'm going to deal with you first.
As you like. Lilala! For Shah!
The cycles of abuse revolve around once more. Though there is some debate as to how in character this is for those who've played the previous Baldur's Gate games, what Viconia represents here is clear. This is a cautionary tale. This woman, posing as a high priestess, yet as petty as a child, has engaged in acts of abuse unto a vulnerable kid. The specific gods and cults may be different to her own abuse, but the damage is still exactly the same. What's more, Viconia's acts here have all been to please Shar, but as we see from Shadowheart's Dark Justiciar path, Shar will happily cast Viconia aside when she no longer has use for her, and will simply order her execution. Viconia is merely a toy to be used and discarded.
So be it. A traitor's end awaits you all. These are the desperate lies of trapped vermin, nothing more. You are deluded, girl.
I'm not here to convince you, Mother. You are already disgraced in Lady Shah's eyes. I merely wish to give the others a chance to repent before they are dragged down with you. I sank a spear into the heart of the Moon Witch's daughter. Lady Shah rewarded me. She turned the pain that once held me back into the power that now drives me on. And she told me to cleanse her church of those who failed her.
The traitor's ranks swell, like a corpse left under the sun. I will take joy in making each and every one of you suffer. Enough talk, girl. The sooner we finish this, the sooner your blood can be sluiced off Lady Shah's sacred grotto.
Enough speeches. The odds are already in my favor. Do you think the Dark Lady would want you to die for a lost cause? Or show some cunning and live another day?
No matter. I built this place from nothing. I can always start anew once you've been dealt with. You were right about one thing. Lady Shah's church does need to be cleansed. By my hand.
Should Shadowheart walk down the Dark Justiciar path, this will one day be her fate. The tragic thing is how blind she is to it.
So you think you have won? Time will tell. Far easier to claim something than hold on to it. They will turn on you in time. When you hear the whispers and see the blades drawn, remember my face.
I won't remember you at all. Nobody will. Kill her or turn her loose. It doesn't matter. She's finished either way.
I draw near, my lady.
The lighter-sided Shadowheart is much more savvy to exactly what is happening. She isn't merely choosing good over evil, she is seeing the cycle of trauma and actively rejecting it.
Finish it. Send me to Lady Shah's embrace.
She still has answers I need.
All right, let's make this quick.
My parents. Where are they?
So blunt. Have you forgotten all the interrogation techniques I taught you? Where is the finesse?
Answer me!
They are right through that door in the Chamber of Loss, where they have been all along. You saw them many times, only we made you forget. But they didn't forget. They watched as we molded you. They watched. They wept. They bled. Often at your hand. It may not be a happy reunion, but it will be a memorable one.
She's just trying to rile you up.
I know. But she's not lying. She made me in her image. Why? Why me? Why all this effort?
Lady Shah commanded me, and I obeyed. I do not question. I merely act as she wills me to.
Through me, her will is enacted!
I had an enclave in Waterdeep, you know. Much grander than this. Shah ordered me to raise it. Kill all who followed me. Claim they betrayed me. When in fact, I slew those who showed nothing but loyalty.
My church must be cleansed. You shall be my instrument in ridding it of the impure.
Shah had me do that, and I did. To cover my tracks. To usher in you.
What are you talking about?
You became my mission. To take a child of Selûne's and turn her over to Lady Shah. To show that all light fades and darkness will prevail in the end. All this was to make you into what the Dark Lady needed you to be. The planning, the training, those deaths in Waterdeep. It was all to groom you to replace me at her right-hand side. And still you threw it away.
What do you want to do, Shadowheart?
I want to see my parents. And I don't care what happens to this one. She's been in my head long enough already. Do what you like. I know you'll choose well.
What are you doing? Come back and finish this yourself. You owe me that.
Let go, Mother. Embrace loss.
Viconia's final words to Shadowheart reveal more of the tale. Shadowheart was a chosen daughter of Selûnite parents. She was kidnapped specifically because one goddess wanted to fuck over another. The tribulations and pains of these mere mortals were nothing to the deities, merely pawns to be played in their games against one another. Shadowheart's personhood never truly mattered. Her parents were kept alive, but tortured. Shadowheart's memory was removed, altered, and damaged until she could no longer recognize them. The Sharans forced Shadowheart to engage in the torture herself, played off by Shar as a cruel game for her own entertainment, while Shadowheart's identity was slowly eroded. In this lighter-sided path, she can finally be reunited with them. We even find out her real name. Not quite Shadowheart, but Genevieve Hallowleaf.
It can't be. Another vile trick.
No. There is no trick. It's her. Genevieve. Jen. Our little girl.
Moon Maiden's grace. It is you.
I'm here to get you out of here. They're all gone. It's over.
In both the dark and the light stories, she'll be offered one final cruel choice. Shar will bid her to kill her parents.
It is not over. You see, it matters not if you raise this place. If you slay every one of your brothers and sisters. That was never where my power resided. Every time you try to step away from me, every time you try to reach for Selûne, my hold on you bites deeper. If you had learned, if you had obeyed, there would be no pain. But you struggle on. You will make things worse for yourself. And for them. I am nothing. I am the empty room. The dreamless sleep. The shadow's shadow. There was no pain before my sister set the sun aflame. Now you exist to suffer. Until you find your way back to my embrace.
Enough! I'm taking my parents away from here. I'm taking them away from you!
You cannot. We are still bound to you. You cannot both free us and free yourself from her curse. The Moon Maiden needs you more than she needs us. You are the future. You must return to the fold. We are the past. And our duty is almost done.
Eloquently put. His mind stood up well to his time here. The same cannot be said for your mother. Such brief, fragile lives humans lead. This is my final lesson. I leave you now to dwell on your mistakes and make your choice.
Shar's parting words make your flesh crawl. There is no lesson to be learned here, only a family's torment, a spiteful goddess's whims, and an unspeakable choice to be made.
She's gone. I don't understand.
Shar will never admit defeat. Not until she has stolen one last thing from you. We cannot allow your future to be her last prize. Not after all your mother and I have endured. To see you again. Your companion understands, I think. Help her, please. Help her see what must be done.
For a dark justiciar, Shadowheart, this is the very final act to destroy her old identity and mold her into a tool, an object, no longer a person. Shar herself even says as much.
I'm Jennifer.
Jennifer is no more. She never left those dark woods. It was Shadowheart who emerged. This woman gave birth to you. But I made you. I am your mother. A sacrifice is not a sacrifice if it has no meaning. This is the final step. Snuff out the last embers of your old life, so that you can finally be who you were meant to be. Kill them. For me. Then I will take the memories away from you again. Loss will heal you, and you will be my right hand at last. Do you remember your training, child? I know you do. All the times you stood in this room, wondering why this pair seemed so familiar. All the times you honed your skills on them, they remember everything. The pain, the pleading, their torturer wearing their daughter's face. End their nightmare. Give them peace.
Here we see Shar's abusive brand of quote-unquote mercy. Her compassion only extends to relieving distress that she herself caused. It is a very classical tactic of abuse. A reprieve from the pain is presented as a reward, presented as the abuser extending care, But the truth is that Shar could have relieved this torment at any time she wanted. Continuing it, or providing a reprieve, is only performed in order to exert and maintain control. It's just another tool of emotional abuse. Whilst it is easy to dissect this from a cold, dispassionate and disconnected perspective, and easy to say, oh, this is abuse, don't negotiate with a villain, Shadowheart does not have such a luxury. It's easy to say, oh, just walk away, when you're not the one in a position of fear and vulnerability. It's so much harder to navigate the murky waters of how to deal with an abuser when you're in the middle of it. Do whatever you feel is right, Shadowheart.
Do what's right. I think I lost sight of that some time ago. Better to just serve blindly.
Whatever happens, we love you all the same.
We never stopped. Thank you, Moon Maiden. You let me see my Genevieve, my baby girl, one last time.
Don't call me that. My name is Shadowheart.
You are just lost, Genevieve. Selûne will show you the way home, in time.
My name is Shadowheart!
It is done.
All that remains is a hollowed-out husk of an identity, traumatized and stripped of meaning. Any remaining feelings for her parents are forcibly removed from her by Shar.
I still remember.
No longer. Forget. Forget and rise.
It's done. This place is mine now. Shar's forces are mine when I need them, and her power, it's right at my fingertips. I can't believe it.
Those two corpses, do you know who they are?
Sacrifices. My final test, whoever they are. A rather meager offering to the Dark Lady. But it's not my place to question her.
And so, like Viconia before her, Shadowheart becomes the next predator, learning her abuse from Shar and doling it out onto the vulnerable. Her ending leaves no room for anything else in her heart.
Now is the time to spread her word. So many have suffered greatly in recent times, gripped by pain and loss. They will rush to the Dark Lady's embrace.
Contrary to the power fantasy narratives of the evil roots in many games, where the character becomes a cruel badass that can do whatever they want, this distinctly shows Shadowheart's fall as a hollow thing. This isn't a glorious triumph over all her foes. It's a woman engaging in the same cycles of trauma that she was victimized by, having lost everything that once made her who she was. It is a cold, quiet, and ultimately depressing end. For a Dark Justiciar Shadowheart to defy Shar at the last moment is to betray all the ideals she has held, but in doing so she may reclaim her real identity, not the one that Shar has manipulated her into becoming.
Do your duty. This one final trial. Then you will be whole.
No! You've already brought me to what I need. My family. My real family.
Don't anger her, Jen. Just get out. Save yourself.
I am saving myself. I'm leaving this place. And I'm taking my parents with me.
So much was done to mold you. And still you turn your back on me for two strangers that you share blood with. Go then. Leave. The dark will still be waiting. But keep some memories as a parting gift. You learned so much, applying your skills to these two. Now you can remember it all, whenever you look upon their faces.
Naturally, such disobedience is met with further retribution.
I did that. How did I do that to them? So many times.
You showed great promise, but no more. When the darkness finally comes for you again, it will not be my welcoming embrace. It will be a hungry maw, then nothing. Farewell.
Shar gives Shadowheart back all possible sources of shame.
Doesn't look like anyone's been here in a while. Perhaps people lost faith. Or forgot about it. I wanted to come here to see if I felt anything that I hadn't done before. Now that I know what I know. Now that I know who I am.
And do you feel anything?
Shame. More than I ever knew it was possible to feel. Shar left me with all the memories I need to punish myself. I have my family back. And now I can't even look them in the eye. I don't deserve to be anyone's daughter.
Shar has repeatedly abused Shadowheart and left her, the victim, with all the self-blame for the damage, regardless of how responsible Shadowheart ever actually, truly was. And, further to this, she leaves Shadowheart with permanent chronic pain.
After everything that happened, with my parents, with Shar, I didn't think I was owed any happiness. I did things that fill me with shame now. There's at least one person who doesn't want me happy. Shar. I felt the wound last night, while you were sleeping. Like some sadistic child de-winging a fly.
The pain Shadowheart feels has a truly insidious bent to it. It is not only the pain of a wound that will never cease, it is the eternal reminder that Shar's influence will never truly leave her. Run as she might, Shar will always hold that little bit of power over her heart. In this sense, to me, the wound never quite going away feels like it serves more narrative purpose as a metaphor than as something to be taken literally. As awful as the experiences of chronic pain are, I interpret these scenes as holding this double meaning for Shadowheart's emotional pain, as well as the physical. She is not entirely free of her abuser. And the pain of a wound inflicted by that abuser, returning at that abuser's whim, ensures that she never will be. She may have left Shar's embrace, but she has still borne the emotional and physical scars of leaving. Scars that will never truly heal. For a Shadowheart that followed the lighter path, the choice is much the same, though the tone is much different. She may choose to take solace in the care and compassion of her family, despite the curse of eternal pain.
I didn't come this far just to give up at the final hurdle. We're leaving this place together. I'm going to take care of you.
Our time has passed, Genevieve. You must not let us burden you.
You're no burden. You're my strength. I think I know where my willful side comes from now.
But...
Hush, Arnel. Jen wants her family. Jen shall have her family. How can we help, dear?
But even with such a positive reunion, there is no happily ever after. Once you have managed to cut ties with your abusers, there is still the trauma. There is still the grief.
Sorry. You shouldn't have to see me like this.
Alive? Free? Feeling? I've dreamt for years of seeing you like this.
Seeing you as yourself again, Jen, It kept us going all this time.
I can't be your Jennifer. Not as you remember her.
Of course you can.
No. I'd be turning my back on too much. Shadowheart is as much a part of who I am as Jennifer. I can't just forget her. That's not what I do anymore.
Even in a morally good and completionist playthrough, Baldur's Gate denies us our expected power fantasy. Shadowheart has been, unto now, the wounded girl, a companion that prompts feelings of, I can fix her. It toys with our expectations on this, and then denies this to us. Did you truly think that you could live out that fantasy? Did you really think that you'd get a happily ever after with no strings attached? You don't. You get a girl, still wounded, finally beginning a time where she can process and grieve. The ending is, at best, bittersweet.
There's at least one person who doesn't want me happy. Shah. I felt the wound last night, while you were sleeping. Like some sadistic child de-winging a fly. She can try to twist the knife all she likes. I know I can survive her worst. Nothing she does can sour the fact that I have my family again.
This is still a far more hopeful ending than that of the hollowed-out Dark Justiciar. Once more, this is not a story solely of good choices versus evil choices. It's the choice of breaking away, refusing the cycle, and walking away from abuse. Even if it's scary. Even if it's painful. The final potential ending is my favorite choice. A deeply heartbreaking ending, but one that, to me, instinctively felt like the right thing, both morally and thematically. This taste, in conclusion, is subjective, of course, and arguments can be made either way for the other ending, and it is not my role to deny you your own favorite choice. Only I wish to talk about how it made me feel and what I personally took from it.
All these years, that dream kept us going, that you would break free. No matter what they made you do to us, we knew you were still in there.
I knew the Dark Woods wouldn't frighten you. You were always such a brave girl.
She was, and still is. You've saved us. Now save yourself. You'll be out of Shah's reach, and we'll be at peace.
But I only just found you again after all this time. I can't lose you again.
We'll still be with you. By the Moon Maiden's grace, we'll never be far. Please, Jennifer.
This, to me, is the most heartbreaking choice, but from all the symbology, from the tone of her father's voice to how this is the final and complete ending for everyone involved, makes me feel like this is the right thing.
Is this truly what you want?
It is what we need. All of us. You were meant to be a guiding light for Seluna's faithful, but they robbed you from us. Now that can be righted, and we can rest.
Help us, Jen. I can let go. Now I've seen your face again.
Goodbye.
Not goodbye. Not even close.
I'm so sorry that it came to this.
Don't be. They're free now. As am I. And part of them is still here with me. Let's leave this place. There's nothing more for me here.
and this ending breaks my heart. It can be argued that this is giving in to Shar and merely providing this dark goddess with what she wanted all along. It can be argued that her parents deserve to live too. It can be argued that this isn't truly a happy ending, and while all these things are true, it isn't a happy ending, but it emphasizes something incredibly important to me. Abusers will never let a victim go, not without heavy cost. The threat of loss is often what holds us in place, and it binds us to those that would harm us.
Doesn't look like anyone's been here in a while. Perhaps people lost faith, or forgot about it. I wanted to come here to see if I felt anything that I hadn't done before. Now that I know what I know, now that I know who I am.
And do you feel anything?
Loss. Actual loss, not Shar's oblivion. I had my family for too short a moment. Now they're gone. By my hand.
You did what was necessary. You freed them. And yourself.
I remember. But they can't comfort me. They can't give me advice. They can't tell me what I was like as a little girl.
Sometimes the only way to truly escape for good is at great cost. It doesn't matter how strong you are, it doesn't matter how heroic you are, it doesn't matter how many gnolls or goblins or mind flayers you've slain, no matter how strong we are in other walks of life, once an abuser has power over us, we are uniquely vulnerable to their influence. Whether that's an oppressive religion, a malevolent parent, a vicious mentor, a remorseless lover, the damage is often deep and long-lasting. Shar, Viconia, and the whole Sharan cult represent both individual and systemic abuse that Shadowheart has suffered.
I gave them the release they asked for. Freed myself from Shar's grasp just as they wished for. But there's moments where I think I'd trade that to be able to see them again. Talk to them again. There's so much only they could have told me. But that's all gone now. I've got to move on. Find some place for myself.
Shadowheart's tale, for me, shows us that victimhood can be messy and difficult, and often rather imperfect. It shows us that to escape our abusers is a courageous act. To return into the cycle of abuse is easy and is often downright expected of us. To choose to leave is much, much harder, and often it comes at an incredibly high cost. But that cost is still worth it. To break away or to help another break away from such abuse is truly the most powerful thing that we can do.
Shadowheart still suits me. Even better than before, perhaps. You can't cast a shadow without some light.
Hi everyone. So I'm Silmatil. I am the face behind the operation, or one of the faces behind the operation at least. This video is undeniably huge, and I couldn't have put it together without my fellow collaborators and fellow Bhaalbabes, so I want to give them all a very big special thank you. There's also a lot more of this video to go, so I'm going to keep this interruption very brief. This video was a long time in the making, and it took me a very, very long time to finish. If you enjoy this type of thing, or if you enjoy the work that I do, then please do consider giving this video a like or a comment, or if you really liked it, consider subscribing to the channel. All of that helps the channel immensely, so if you do, thank you so much. If you really like the work that I do and you really want to support this channel and help it grow, then you can consider supporting me on Patreon. That's patreon.com/Silmatil. A couple of coppers a month helps this channel carry on going and helps make this operation sustainable. If you do consider subscribing, then you can get access to all the other video essays that I make, including the ones that I can't put up onto YouTube. I currently have a multi-part series on Revolutionary Girl Uthena, which is up on Patreon, that you can watch right now for free. You don't have to pay anything to watch it, and you don't have to pay anything to watch my other main video essays. Okay, that's the interruption over. Now to carry on down, down, down by the river.
I will not let the Gale take me. I will earn Vlaakith's honor.
Lae'zel is the very first companion the player will encounter, ambushing you as you escape the Nautiloid in hell.
Abomination. This is your end. Skvar, you are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
It was a clever choice by Larian to introduce Lae'zel as the first companion. The Githyanki are a people mostly alien to the land of Faerun, and to most players as a whole. They hail from the far reaches of wild space as they travel the astral sea, pillaging and conquering.
Boundless. Timeless. Like every dream that ever was stitched together. It is home.
In the name of their undying Lich Queen, Vlaakith 157. What is seen by outsiders as an evil culture of cruel militarism and unquestioning fervor is, to the Githyanki, their way of life. To Lae'zel, this culture of militaristic devotion is all she has known. She is a proud warrior from Kresh Kalia, and despite her lack of experience upon the prime material plane, or the normal D&D world as most players would know it, she shows confidence and prowess in battle. She also has an unwavering devotion to her queen and her people. Lae'zel alone will be our salvation, or so she tells us, as she seeks a Githyanki Kresh within the area, the quote-unquote only means of solving our tadpole problem.
The Kresh holds the Zaithisk. It will cleanse us of the parasite. By covenant, I can say no more.
This supposed cure is a closely guarded secret of her people. Yet, Lae'zel willingly offers, perhaps rather forcefully, to bring you with her to be cleansed, despite your status as an outsider. Although she has a gruff exterior, this is, to her, an expression of compassion, or at least as much compassion as her warped culture will allow. But this compassion is something that our other companions may not perceive in her.
I warned you, didn't I? You ought to reconsider keeping her around before she causes real trouble.
Shadowheart and Lae'zel are prone to verbal sparring matches when in the same party composition, and the temperature slowly rises to a boiling point as the source of their protection is revealed.
That artifact is an heirloom of my people. Likely she spilled Githyanki blood in order to steal it. This cannot stand.
Heirloom? Plunder from some conquered realm, more like. This artifact is the only thing keeping us from becoming slaves to our parasites. Be glad I have it. You had every chance to look the other way, but here we are. You chose this.
Spare me the justifications, coward.
If anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming. Don't expect to be mourned.
These two share a rivalry, nearing true animosity throughout much of the game's first act, all leading up to a tense moment of confrontation from which neither is willing to back down. Unlike Shadowheart, who, at worst, relies on subterfuge and at best has social tact, Lae'zel is stubborn, direct, and prideful. She's not quite as callous as her brethren, but can still prove prickly when confronted. The language she understands is not that of compassion, but of might and violence, of taking what she needs by force and entertaining no distractions.
Lower. You saw another Gith. Where?
On the road to Baldur's Gate, near the mountain pass. Saw us, for we saw it. Jammed its blade through Yul's belly, straight to the other side.
No twisting. Kin must have been in a hurry. The map. Show me.
Yet, beneath that battle-hardened exterior, There's a tenderness and vulnerability. There's a great fear for the situation she finds herself in, as well as a curiosity for this strange new world and those within it. That fear comes to the fore when we believe we are finally about to succumb to the infection and turn into a mind flayer.
A shadow swims across your vision, and a familiar voice tells you to be calm. You are loved. Lae'zel's fear grips you. Not fear of death, but fear of insignificance. The great warrior Lae'zel, a failure to her kind. She will wield no silver sword, ride no red dragon. Forever unknown to the great Lich Queen Vlaakith.
I will not let the Ghaik take me. I will earn Vlaakith's honor.
Lae'zel is not afraid of death. She is afraid of insignificance, of dying before ever being able to prove herself worthy. To ascend is her greatest desire, and perishing without having ascended at the hands of the Githyanki's oldest and greatest enemy is a fear that grips her very being. Why is it so important for her to ascend, though? To the uninformed outsider, the term may sound nebulous and mean very little. The Githyanki rite of ascension lays at the very core of their society, and is among the greatest of honours possible to achieve in service of undying Vlaakith.
Ascension is a young Githyanki's greatest honor. Long ago, the Ghaik enslaved my people. They dominated our minds and bred us for war, until Great Mother Gith took a hammer to our bonds. From the day of our hatching, young Gith have one purpose: to train hard enough to slay a Ghaik and take its head. Then, we speak the rite of ascension, and a red dragon comes to fly us to Vlaakith in Tunarath, City of Death. We are honored with an eternal home in the Astral, celebrated for our victory. We are ascended. Or so I believed.
Lae'zel is the perfect Githyanki initiate, unerringly loyal to the Lich Queen, dreaming only of slaying an illithid and bringing its head to her as a trophy. Only then shall the warrior be deemed worthy of ascension. She sees herself as naught but an extension of her queen's might and rule. A willing asset, a tool to be used, a weapon wielded.
Ryder, my time is short. Lead me to...
Shh. Such a familiar tone. Were I not merciful, I would slice the skin clean from your meat. Yet you are not bleeding. For I am nothing if not merciful.
Should Lae'zel tell the truth of her mission and reveal the tadpole infection to Voss, he will declare that only in death are the infected cleansed. A statement which does not align with what Lae'zel believes.
My mandate to still Kithrak is to locate this crash. I was infected aboard a Ghaik ship and need to be purified. Your mandate is to aid me.
Purified? Soon your skin will go grey, and your blood will run silver. You will shed your skin to become Ghaik. Only in death are the infected cleansed.
She is being lied to, either by Voss or by Vlaakith. Her life is meaningless to her superiors. As we enter Kresh Ilek, we have the opportunity to learn more about the Gith. Even from before the two skies were sundered, the history of the Gith people has been a tumultuous one, etched in slate and blood. Long ago, the Gith were once human-like and the slaves of mind flayers. Over time, they became less like the average human and more like the Gith we see in-game. The Gith eventually rose up and rebelled against the mind flayers, ending the Illithid Empire. The Gith people were unified in their rebellion, yet a great schism came after they rose up against their Ghaik slavers. Those who followed the rebellion's leader, Gith, led a militant crusade against the Illithid and became Githyanki, translated as the Children of Gith. Those who disagreed and believed that such a bloody path would only lead to a continuation of the tyranny they suffered under the Illithid became Githzerai, translated as those who spurn Gith. Ever since, The Githyanki have waged their crusade of vengeance and conquest across the plains, pillaging other worlds along the way. Kresh Yalek is no different. Once a monastery and temple to Lathander, it fell many years ago to the Githyanki, who have since converted the site for use as a base of operations along the Sword Coast. A hatchery, a training ground, a shelter, as Lae'zel best puts it. Githyanki culture is brutal, dogmatic, and militaristic. A Nietzschean nightmare of master morality, might makes right, where the strong are revered and the weak are culled. Except, weakness here doesn't only mean a lack of physical strength. It refers to pity, compassion, and mercy. We see this played out directly in the training grounds of the Kresh, where one young Githyanki is bullied, abused, and potentially murdered by his peers.
Shocky! Why do you keep hesitating? My instructions were clear.
Because they don't make sense. Killing each other like this. It's stupid. Orpheus...
Silence! It seems your childish prattling is attracting an audience. You fight again. This time, daggers only. And to the death, as instructed. Who wants to challenge this sniveling Istark? This is how we deal with a weakened enemy. Ah, a true warrior's kill. Quick, bloody, and a scream to curdle the stomach juices of Vlaakith herself. Move him out of the way. We've wasted enough time already.
He is, notably, a believer in the cause of Orpheus, a fabled Gith figure that may bring revolution to the Githyanki and free them of the tyranny of both the Mind Flayers and Vlaakith. But we'll see more of him later. The Githyanki have their reasons for being so brutal, of course. Hesitation on the battlefield against an enemy that can quite literally burrow its way into your mind and abuse your sense of mercy is a death sentence. We see Mind Flayers do this in the very first scenes of the game.
You approach the dying monster. This is the thing that abducted you. You could end its life here and now, if only you didn't feel compassion. Compassion? Yes, you feel hate. And you deserve to be punished for it. You should be whipped, made to bow before this creature in shame. It's possessing your mind, forcing you to love it.
But just because there are reasons behind the abuse doesn't make the abuse any less damaging. The culture that such cycles of violence generates is remorseless, callous, and apathetic when it comes to looking out for its own. Lae'zel is, at this point in the story, fully on board with this culture and speaks gleefully of murdering her own cousin in combat training.
My own Savage would never have threatened a youngling. A waste of time and energy. The pupils themselves culled the weak from their ranks. I myself felled 4 of my own classmates once Kalir had 100 times circled Tyrell.
At your age, I'd already spilled my own cousin's blood. Face your fear, or it will devour you.
Not every life is equal. My people have no use for cowards. Every trainee that I slayed was either too weak to withstand the lessons, or was cocky enough to pick a fight they could never win. Their lives were not precious. They were a blight that required expunging. The Githyanki are only as powerful as their weakest warrior. Jaquith de Venzir, the termination of the frail, strengthens us.
This is a culture of expendability. When you are no longer useful to the collective, no longer a valuable asset, you are discarded, executed, or exiled. If you're at the bottom of that social hierarchy, life is nasty, brutish, and short. But even if you're further up that hierarchy, life is still unpleasant. All it takes is one small thing, an accident or mistake, or simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you are next on the chopping block.
Almost all of the eggs in his clutch have hatched. We await only one more, which is taking its time.
Failure at the first hurdle of existence. Most caretakers would crush it and be done.
A culture that considers disability, vulnerability, or injury a revocation of someone's personhood will never actually look after its own.
The slightest mistake, the smallest hesitation, and you die. The warrior next to you dies, 100 more behind them. So we ensure that in our ranks, there are no mistakes.
And that is exactly what has happened to Lae'zel. Through no fault of her own, she was captured and infected. And, predictably, the cure to her infection is simply another form of execution. One in which the mind and selfhood are literally extracted for parts, like so much scrap machinery.
The two forces fuse violently together, your brain their conduit. Your body and mind drift apart. You are being undone.
Lae'zel is initially unable to accept this, unable to comprehend that her kin don't actually love her and won't be there when she needs them. Her knee-jerk reaction is to assume that there is some traitor responsible for this, and not that this is the inevitable conclusion of her culture's teachings.
Skvar! The Sathisk. It might have killed you. I felt your torment. The Gustil must have tampered with it. An aberrance I can't begin to comprehend, as is all of Kresh Yillik. This Sathisk is a deviation. It was altered. There is no other explanation. Vlaakith must have some purpose, some design I'm not meant to see. In my queen I trust. One day soon she will honor me for it. She must.
This difficulty in letting go of her culture's teachings is unsurprising. While the Githyanki's flaws may seem obvious to us as outsiders, it is all that Lae'zel has ever known. Rationalizing away how she has been treated is a reflex at this point. This dovetails with what the D&D sourcebook, Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes, says about Githyanki culture.
Imagine, you lack any concept of family. You're constantly told that other races are inferior, and that only faith in the revered queen preserves your people from the traitorous Githzerai and the brain-eating Illithids. You undergo years of hard labor and study and then embark on a perilous Illithid hunt. Failure means death. But if you succeed, you're brought to the Astral, where you are welcomed into a society of people just like yourself. Well, I'll say this for Vlaakith. She knows how to build fanatics.
Like almost all Githyanki, Lae'zel was preyed upon by her culture, manipulated into devotional service, and then discarded when she was no longer considered useful. But useful to whom? As we delve deeper into the Kresh, we confront Vlaakith herself, though she appears far more like a petty tyrant than a wise god queen.
You are being lied to. I will be obeyed!
Skvar! Do not defy my queen!
Should we anger Vlaakith, she will murder the entire party, seemingly out of petty spite. Should we obey her and enter the astral prism, she will order the Githyanki's inquisitors to execute us upon our return, no matter what we do.
Lae'zel, I've been waiting. You are named Hashalak. Bend your head, for my blade is ready.
Rai, please, summon Vlaakith. There's much...
Irrelevant, Gake wretch. The Queen has spoken. Your death is decreed.
You realize what Lae'zel doesn't. Whatever the outcome of your visit to the astral prism, Vlaakith had no intention of letting either of you live.
This failure to live up to Vlaakith's impossible expectations, this intentionally unwinnable scenario in which Lae'zel will always fail, is the turning point for her character. From here, she is no longer a subject of Vlaakith, or even kin with the other Githyanki. She is an outcast. Her sense of belonging is stripped from her, and with it, her identity as a whole. Her actress, Deborah Wilde, had this to say about her portrayal of Lae'zel.
I do really relate to her quest. Yeah, she's got this fierce facade, but underneath there's this sort of little girl, I suppose, that just wants to be accepted and wants to be loved by everyone.
This acceptance is now something she will never get from Vlaakith. To fully comprehend just why it's so difficult for Lae'zel to come to terms with what's happened, and to break free of this indoctrination, let's examine just how Vlaakith's teachings are imbued into Githyanki society. Vlaakith has worked hard to create a mythology around herself, her divine right and power. She positions herself as more than just a regent, more than just a god. She is both, and more besides. To forsake Vlaakith is to become unknown to oneself. It is to turn your back on your entire life, culture, and upbringing. It means forsaking everything you have known and giving up any future amongst your kin. Whilst this relationship of the Githyanki people to Vlaakith is on full display within Kresh Yilek, there exists another example within the game's early access period, back when the Dream Guardian was known as the Dream Lover.
Very well. Your resistance proved your integrity. It was Vlaakith that came to me. My own queen. I am no stranger to wanting. My life is defined by what I've yet to possess. I do not yet call the Astral Sea home. I do not yet bathe in my queen's blessing. She said only one word while I dreamt. Cheeky, come to me. I know it was gay deception. Would that the lie not smell so fragrant.
Unlike the player's dream lover, Lae'zel does not view this figment of Vlaakith in a sexual or romantic manner. Instead, this vision of the Lich Queen represents her desires of ascension and of being worthy of her regent. Vlaakith encompasses every need, every desire, every aspiration to an indoctrinated Githyanki. She is their raison d'être.
Vlaakith sits at the center of everything concerning the Githyanki. She is their ruler in every sphere of activity, and as such demands and receives utter obedience.
She is thus both a direct personal abuser to Lae'zel and a figurehead of Githyanki brutality as a whole. Individual and systemic abusers all rolled into one malevolent being. One way to best explain Lae'zel's trauma and indoctrination is to explore it through comparison to Shadowheart and Shah. Shah bids you embrace impermanence. Everything ends, all passions fade. Grief is natural, and the cycle of loss comes to all in the end. Even her most devout must know that they too shall lose all that they worked for and be replaced. The cycle continues ever onward. Vlaakith commands you to worship her undying visage, to know that she will reign eternal in her castle at Tunarath. Though you may die, she shall exist forever in undeath and, should her machinations succeed, in divinity. She welcomes passion and fervour in her subjects. She gains power in the zealotry of her most devout. And even when the title of Vlaakith is passed on to another, nothing changes. One Vlaakith's rule is no different to another's. The grand proclamation persists and keeps those under her reign united and ever hungry for war. The difference between Shah and Vlaakith is one of opposition. Shah feeds upon loss, upon absence. When you form a relationship like that with loss, you want for nothing and need nothing. It is the absence of desire for all else. Vlaakith doesn't take away memory, doesn't feed off of absence. She becomes the center of all instead. There is culture, there is memory, there is desire, but all are centered around the Lich Queen. Her presence is so vast and all-consuming that there is no need for anything else. Shadowheart had a life before her indoctrination, albeit one she cannot entirely remember. Lae'zel has never known any life beyond her indoctrination. Following our encounter with Vlaakith and our bloody escape from Kresh Yilek, Lae'zel has a lot to very suddenly process.
Vlaakith! Vlaakith! I have wielded your fury as a blade, roared your wrath as a dragon. You promised ascension. Yet I crawl among my own people, low as an asp's belly. Shkageth! I followed your path. What good? This heart of stone, for it to be shattered.
This is grief. This is a sudden, all-encompassing loss. It's more than Lae'zel seems able to comprehend at once, leading to her denial that she, one of the faithful few, would be cast out so easily. But she is begging care from someone utterly apathetic to her needs.
She tests me. A trial of faith. Kalir prepared me. Only the heaviest souls soar to the astral. Yes. Yes. I might gain Vlaakith's favor yet. I am Vlaakith's most loyal servant. She will not abandon me.
Yet, despite her protestations, she has been abandoned. She is alone. The culture and queen she put her faith in have thoroughly neglected her, and the scars that leaves are deep and clear to see. After leaving Kreshulek, we are approached by Kithrak Voss, a man that appeared to be one of Vlaakith's loyal knights. Yet, it seems he is already disillusioned with her and seeks to bring her down. This is not something Lae'zel can easily come to terms with.
I'm asking for your help and your trust. I've heard word from Kreshulek. You are infected, yet the one in the prism has chosen you, protects you with their power. The prism's tenant alone has the power to end Vlaakith's tyranny. Lae'zel, together we will break our chains and be Vlaakith's slaves no longer.
I am no slave, just still Kithrak. The Undying Queen is my freedom. It is she who will purify me, and she who will ascend me.
Lies, Lae'zel, every last one. There is no purification, no ascension. The Zaith Isk does not purify, it extracts memory and kills the infected. Nor does the Lich Queen glorify the ascended. She feeds on most all of them to grow her power and pursue godhood.
Madness! You flood me with this heresy. I will hear no more of it.
The player is given the opportunity to influence Lae'zel's decision at this critical moment, to break her loyalties, follow Voss's guidance, and betray Vlaakith, or to remain loyal to the Tyrant Queen. Should the player encourage her to remain loyal to Vlaakith, we are immediately drawn into combat with Voss. Lae'zel's conversation afterwards shows us a woman with her faith shaken, yet ultimately intact. A woman who earnestly believes that she will be granted absolution, and who will always beg forgiveness from an abuser that will never grant it.
Ill Voss, Vlaakith Mazarthok. The traitor is dead. Zai, Zai, Zai! Voss was a heretic. You can no more extinguish the Undying Queen than you can the constellations. My queen, by the dead of night and the red of blood, I have felled Voss, Jastil Hashalak, the traitor supreme. This is how I will regain your favor. I have honored the 10,000 protocols. I will ascend. Vlaakith is no tyrant. A tyrant cracks her whip and eradicates the weak for her own advance. Queen Vlaakith does so to prevent Ghaik insurgents. The Githyanki are the bulwark preventing Illithid advance across the 16 planes. One crack, and the bulwark collapses. The Undying Queen is ruthless because she has to be. Thanks to her, we endure. All of us. Protect yourself. For now, we've no other choice. When she hears the truth, Vlaakith will absolve us.
In her relentless search for redemption in Vlaakith's eyes, she will continually do what Vlaakith wants. She willingly hands over all her self-worth to the Lich Queen, and so will continue to chase an impossible goal. The idea of redemption or forgiveness, when held over us by an abuser, can be what drives us further into their clutches. We feel we owe them, and that we must repay our debt. Only the abuser benefits from such an arrangement. Lae'zel, the victim, certainly does not. The alternative route involves facing the hard truth. Absolution is a lie designed to exert control, and Vlaakith was never anything more than a tyrant.
I served Vlaakith the whole of my life. Learned her words, fought her battles, yet she names me her Sharlach. Your words carry truth. Vlaakith Kosivim Chrath Crashed. Only in Vlaakith may we find light. These were the first words I ever read on Tirsu slate. But they are no mere aphorism. They are law. They are creed. The root from which the 10,000 protocols stem. Forsake one protocol, and forsake Vlaakith. Forsake Vlaakith, and be the blood and meat which sates her dragons. If Voss speaks true, if Ascension is a lie, if tadpole purification is a fairy tale, then I have not sinned against Vlaakith. She has sinned against me. I'd never thought Vlaakith a tyrant, or me as a vassal. She was the source of my might, and I the envoy of her will. A warrior, a champion, a destroyer. But if Voss is right, and Vlaakith consumes the Ascended to gain power, then I am no destroyer. I am mere livestock, bred to be harvested and devoured. Every Githyanki is a slave with a singular purpose. Not to cull the Ghaik, not to prevent their grand design, but to raise Vlaakith to true godhood.
There's no getting around it. Though we can admit Vlaakith is a villain, she also holds all the power. Lae'zel is an outcast, but despite being excommunicated, she isn't alone. She has a new chosen family, the party. She has support. And with that support comes a slow change in Lae'zel too. Steadily as the story progresses, she softens in her view of this world and the people in it. This is seen most clearly in the progression of her romance. The start of a romance with Lae'zel begins after proving yourself to her as a capable ally and warrior in your own right, though perhaps romance is not the right word. Your tryst with Lae'zel starts the way that many romances in other games might end, with a night of hot, sweaty sex. You can even persuade her to let you top, a display of dominance and strength which she approves of. To Lae'zel, this is a tenuous bond of mutual lust, and no more than a one-night stand. Should you express it as anything more, she will scoff at the idea. The Githyanki way is conquest, be it of civilizations or of bodies. This is apparent through the way she talks of your dalliance.
Love? I might give you a lay should my whim so take me, but I won't give you love. Up now. Your moment's over.
By the time the second act arrives, Lae'zel has already had her conflict with Vlaakith. Whether she remains a loyalist or becomes a traitor, she is still an outcast. She has found support and companionship amongst the party, and with it, her heart softens. Sex alone is no longer the marker of the relationship. Intimacy is.
We fight. I test you in battle. Dance with me. Bleed with me. Bruise me so that you might possess me. Go on. Best me.
You may, in an unlikely turn of events, best Lae'zel and show dominance, a display she will admire.
Incredible. be humiliated. I should know the shame of defeat. I am Lae'zel. But you are just still. You were stronger. I was steel. And you were silver.
The more interesting route, however, comes from her besting you in combat.
Lae'zel's touch is unusually gentle. Her fingers lightly graze your bruises and wipe away your sweat.
No more. I can't bear it. I've torn flesh from monsters and men. I've laughed as they suffered. But you, I don't want to hurt you. I want to protect you. For you to protect me. I am yours. Say the words. Jacques Vonash Du, source of my bruises.
Lae'zel will stop her onslaught as she realizes that she does not want to hurt you. She wants to protect you, turn her blade outwards against those who would do you harm. For this to break through her rigidly upheld belief in Githyanki traditions and rites speaks volumes, and shows how the player character and the new world around her are changing Lae'zel's views. You are no longer just a nameless stranger to sexually conquer. You're someone she's come to love and to trust. Jacques Vonash Du, source of my bruises. A title she gives willingly, and one that serves as a metaphor for intimacy. She trusts you enough to train with you, she expresses affection via sparring, and she cares for you enough to show her vulnerability, to allow you to bruise her in full contact dueling. A little like certain other companions from much, much older games. As the game progresses towards its third act, we meet the Emperor's true, illithid form, and find Orpheus, the true heir of Gith, and the man who may overthrow Vlaakith's rule. He is trapped, but the party may have the opportunity to free him. This is something that Lae'zel feels strongly about, and something Vlaakith has a keen interest in. No matter the path she finds herself on, Lae'zel is soon confronted by a projection of the Lich Queen herself, offering a final test of loyalty. For a loyalist Lae'zel, this merely solidifies her faith, driving her further into the hands of her abuser.
Vlaakith, my queen.
I named you Haarlep, yet you still call me queen.
Venerable Vlaakith, please, I beg you to listen. I seek...
My forgiveness. Yes, I know. And I might yet grant it. I have only a moment, and you, Haarlep, will listen. We are Githyanki. We move mountains. We snuff out stars. We shake the plains. Return to the astral prism. Slay Orpheus the Pretender. Serve me, and I will ascend you. You will be no mere warrior, nor Ketheric. You will be Barta Vlaakith, commander of dragons. My only, my chosen. A final chance.
It is done. My faith is acknowledged. My destiny set in slate. Vlaakith's mercy is as rare as the disciple who earns it. My queen, my eternal regent. Through your eternal wisdom, I will be legend.
If Lae'zel has already been swayed to the path of Orpheus, then this is the moment she shall turn away from Vlaakith forever. A moment to finally stand up to her abuser with fiery rage and clarity.
A final chance. Kneel before me. Make your promise.
Lae'zel's thoughts become yours. The sight of Orpheus looms over her mind. Voss's words echo within it. She means to forever turn her back on Vlaakith.
I gave you my faith, and you called me traitor. I gave you my life, and you ordered your knights to hunt me. I have witnessed too much, and you have given me too little. Finally, I can see. Orpheus will live, and I will hear his creed. This is my word.
Your word is nothing! You are nothing! The Kithraki will bring you. I will tear your flesh from your bones and devour your skull's marrow, while you beg for death. I will consume you. I will unmake you.
Lae'zel is finally able to recognize her own desires and needs, ones apart from Vlaakith. They show her being able to identify Vlaakith as responsible for her trauma, and how she cannot expect anything positive from staying with her.
It is done. There is no going back. As long as the Undying Queen reigns, I am never to soar unbound over the astral sea, never to cross the one in the void. As it should be. Better a short life built on truth than immortality woven of lies. Better to unite the Githyanki under a prince who would free their minds and honor their bodies. So why do I feel so bitter?
Vlaakith has upended Lae'zel's whole existence. Everything she knew to be true, every plan and aspiration she ever held has been painfully ripped away. Lae'zel's bitterness is born of sadness. She is mourning the loss of the person she once was, and can never be again.
How well you've come to know me. But in truth, she didn't take everything. I have what I have gathered for myself. I'm more to a new regent, a new land, and new allies. I am known and honored by you, the source of my bruises. Vlaakith cannot unmake she who no longer exists. And so, from the old battle cries is birthed another. Tmar Salar Orpheus, Mar Stilnar Forgin in Yeri. Orpheus's will above all. May the comet blaze my path forward.
To turn your back on an abuser is no easy feat. If they cannot have you, they will try to break you. Vlaakith utters honeyed lies and false promises before screaming of the hell she will put Lae'zel through. The classic abuser tactic of offering both carrot and stick in quick succession. This is not enough to break Lae'zel's resolve. This campsite intrusion has reinforced the path she now walks, yet this is a bittersweet moment for her. Walking away from your old life isn't simple, and the bitter sting of loss is potent. Lae'zel is no longer the same warrior we met upon the Nautiloid. The life she has chosen for herself is altogether more perilous than her old one. She will be hunted by those once considered kin, forever marked as an outcast. Yet, this is preferable. It is as Lae'zel says.
Better a short life built on truth than immortality woven of lies.
Despite turning her back on the Queen, it's perhaps because of this lifelong obedience to the creed of Vlaakith that she is so ready to embrace Orpheus's cause. All-encompassing devotion is all that she has known, and it takes time for her to develop a healthier understanding of it. The player may point out that this may be swapping one unhealthy devotion for another.
Orpheus's freedom is my want and my need. To deny his freedom would be to deny my own. There will come a time when I can think about myself beyond the Lich Queen who enslaves the Githyanki and the prince who would liberate them. But that time won't come until the Prince of the Comet flies again.
Perhaps this is Lae'zel kicking the can down the road, so to speak. So long as she's focused on this cause, she doesn't need to consider her own future. but it's still at least something acknowledged, even if she's aware of the flaws within it. For someone so focused on devotion, a little bit of selfish focus and willingness to live for oneself might actually be a healthy thing. This can be seen in the conclusion to her romance. As the third act progresses, we see Lae'zel's approach to intimacy radically shift. The Lae'zel we first met had a heavy focus on sexuality without intimacy. Sexuality is something which Lae'zel has long been comfortable with and exposed to from a young age.
When I was a child, Father sent me to Sharess's Caress to deliver messages. How was I to know what went on behind its closed doors?
Sharess's Caress.
Eating, sleeping, and sex acts of all manner, of course.
Staying in a brothel.
What's plain to you wasn't so plain to Minnie, though.
Minnie Lae'zel wasn't so sheltered. On Kresh Kalir, very little is hidden behind doors.
Confuses me for a member.
Whilst this was something she became aware of early, the idea of romance and love has been a foreign notion until now. Lae'zel's romance arc is not about learning to be physically intimate and vulnerable, but emotionally so. She is learning to believe in love and let it into her life, as strange and alien a concept as that is to her. This is intentional. According to Baudelaire Welch, the principal romance writer for the game, in an interview with Gaming Mag from August 2023,
Lae'zel is from a culture in which expressions of romance would be considered shameful. The character's identity is still front and center in making each of the romance arcs unique. And we still wanted to make stories where characters are challenged on how their sexuality can reconcile with their identities.
The romance we have with Lae'zel is much different at this point. The slow softening of her heart has reached its peak. Compassion, care, and kindness form much more of her outlook now that she has had time away from Vlaaketh's influence.
Get up. There's something you should see.
Is everything all right?
Everything's fine, trust me. Now come. Watch. I used to hate that sight. The glowing sky, the long shadows, the fading stars. I lived for the red of blood and the black of death. Now, I see the colors between. Look at the sun. What do you see?
Hope. Life. A future worth fighting for.
Yes. And something else, too. Beauty. The dawn was my torment. Rustling leaves. Agony. I couldn't wait to escape this place. Now, I revel in it. I revel in you. You showed me the betweens and beyonds. Between war and peace. Beyond passion and obsession. Most importantly, you showed me freedom. There's more, but I don't know how to say it. I don't know what to call it. I just know. Whatever comes next, I want you near. When all this is over, will you stay with me? For good?
I've been waiting so long to hear those words. I will stay with you. Come what may.
You have given her something beyond the physical. Lae'zel can now embrace her curiosity and wonder for the world she's found herself in, and experience life beyond violence and beyond service to a cause. She is no longer just a tool. She is a person, and able to reckon with her own desires and wants, or at least able to begin that process. Past the point of no return, when the Emperor drags us into the astral prism for the final time, we are given our second look at the captive Prince of the Comet, and a choice: to entrust the Emperor with the Netherstones, or to have someone else turn into a Mind Flayer in order to use them. A Lae'zel still loyal to Vlaakith may see this as a way to easily be rid of Orpheus. The Lae'zel sworn to free the captive prince, however, is heartbroken if he is transformed into an Illithid.
The Nether Brain will be only too pleased to claim me.
My prince, no!
Even in my darkest hours, I knew it was my destiny to save my people. I could never have imagined this would be the way.
Should one of the party, be it the player or Karlach, accept the transformation in his stead, her reaction is telling.
But I'm still myself, and I still love you. And more than anything, I know what our mission is. Delighted I get to do the honors.
I never thought I'd be happy to hear a Gale live. Yet, my heart is very glad, Karlach.
She sees in them not a monstrosity, not an enemy, but a beloved companion who has made the ultimate sacrifice to save not only this world, but all worlds from the Grand Design. This is also fundamentally against everything she internalized under Githyanki culture. If Gith and Ghaik can work alongside each other, then truly anything is within reach. She too is evolving. Among our companions, Lae'zel has some of the greatest variance in her ending. Though this essay won't go through every permutation, there are two key factors that decide her fate: whether she was loyal to Vlaakith or followed Orpheus, and whether she chooses to stay in Faerun or return to the stars. This reflects her growth as a character, whether she chooses to adhere to an exploitative system or to reject it altogether. The worst of her endings is one in which she rejoins the abusive system that has harmed her all her life. At the end of it all, Lae'zel's soul is quite literally consumed by Vlaakith. She's just another cog in the machine, more fuel for the Lich Queen's engine of immortality. Nothing changes, no cycle is broken, no hero comes to the rescue. Everything that was Lae'zel of Kresh Kalir is no more, and only her animated husk remains. Her soul continues to fuel Vlaakith's unending cycle of abuse. The metaphor is clear. Her identity is erased, and she is part of the abusive system, quite literally one and the same as Vlaakith herself. Literally dead and figuratively indistinguishable from that which harmed her. Should the loyalist Lae'zel be prevented from her ascension and die on the beachhead, Orpheus may comment on the tragedy of her fate, expressing compassion for his enemy.
The fire will rage, but you will not be there to see it. The astral seas have no place for you, Haarlep.
I sense the fire rage's fiercest in you, Lae'zel. I cannot blame you. Our queen has blinded you for too long.
You dare speak ill of my queen? I will end you, Orpheus.
Even as she would have struck me down, I cannot celebrate this child's death. Her devotion to her queen was without fault. It was Vlaakith who failed her. Githkar Tavkim Harak. Lae'zel.
Her death is yet another casualty under the reign of a tyrant, and there will be more yet to come. More young warriors, blinded by zealotry, whose lives will be cut short in a senseless quest to win Vlaakith's favour, slaughtered by their enemies or by Vlaakith herself. When dealing with an abuser like Vlaakith, there is no room for anything that isn't total submission to her will. A loyalist Lae'zel that shirks her duty and remains in Faerun is hunted just as surely as if she were a rebel.
I've suffered so many bruises, bore so many blows, all to earn Vlaakith's favour. Yet, it's this vexing, excruciating, phenomenal world that I can't resist. Vlaakith will call for my head. The Kithraki will chase me to every corner of Tyrell. Let them. Now, I hunt prey on my own terms and spill blood of my choosing. I need not be ascended, for I am born anew.
This is a marginal improvement, even if it isn't a total break from the cycle. Lae'zel is able to see that she needs no favour from those who have done naught but use her to their own ends. In the darkest of her endings, an origin Lae'zel that chooses to become the Absolute may turn the tables and wage war on Vlaakith herself. Lae'zel is taking every lesson taught to her by her former queen and turning it against her. But this is more than simple vengeance. She sets forth on a mission of conquest, as is the way of all good Githyanki soldiers. Yet, despite ending Vlaakith's reign, history is repeating itself. Lae'zel follows in the footsteps of Mother Gith, the Illithid before her, and Vlaakith herself. For Lae'zel to rule supreme. Absolute.
A good Githyanki is loyal to her liege. But she knows too that there is no such thing as loyalty to a lie. A good Githyanki fights all her life for the right to return home. And she does not come empty-handed.
Hail, Queen Vlaakith, the last of her name.
This ultimately does not break the cycle, but completes it. One tyrant replaces another. For a Lae'zel that frees Orpheus, her future is much more hopeful. She can finally live a life outside of Vlaakith's influence. Should she choose to stay in Faerun, she can live for herself. This Lae'zel is much more accepting and compassionate than the woman we met upon the Nautiloid.
Mother Gith battled for liberty, but it was only here, with you, that I learned what it meant to be free. Yes, I will stay. My destiny is for neither Vlaakith nor Orpheus to decree. It is mine.
If the player romanced Lae'zel and chose to become a Mind Flayer, she'll even remain in a relationship with you. Should you have given Lae'zel the Githyanki egg from Kresh Yelek, she raises the hatchling as her own son, Zan.
So it has. I call him Zan, freedom. Tonight, he is safe among people I proudly call friends. What a wonder he is. He will be a fine warrior if he chooses, or a poet, or an explorer, or a scholar. I was afforded a destiny of my own choosing. When he comes of age, it is only right I give Zan the same.
He is raised with love instead of rigid code, and encouraged to pursue whatever he wants, beyond simply fighting and war and eternal conquest. Lae'zel, whether she stayed on the Sword Coast or went back to the Astral to wage war on Vlaakith, is actively trying to break the cycle by allowing Zan what she never had, a life lived freely. The final ending for Lae'zel involves her leaving to the stars to join Orpheus's rebellion.
Jacques von Findu, source of my joy. Without you, I wouldn't know warmth. Only ice and fire. I can never forget you. Your name will be etched in our slates. You will be called Mlagir, Liberator. Orpheus, I am ready.
Kulas! Kuthas!
Farewell, Gestil, my liberator.
During the epilogue, we find that she has travelled to the plane of Limbo, the home of the Githzerai, on a diplomatic mission.
The immortal god king of the Githzerai, an exiled people, once kin with mine, until the madness of civil war ripped our one sky into two. Our Gish sent word of the rebellion to Minthara Gith through the cosmos. He's agreed to parley. It's fallen to me to secure an alliance. Minthara Gith is an ascetic. He reached out in good faith. This is his way. It is in this spirit that I must meet him. And if he refuses, I carry on. Gravity pulls me in but one direction. I am a warrior of the comet. I will not rest until I burn Vlaakith's bones to ash and smash her phylactery to pieces. My people will be free.
Until now, an alliance between Githyanki and Githzerai is unheard of. Even more so should Orpheus or the player have turned Illithid. The wrongs of the past might be at last undone, and past traumas healed through diplomacy instead of swords. Lae'zel might just break the cycle altogether, and help to mend the sundered skies, be it as a knight or as the comet itself.
But you've heard that refrain before. Zealous, bossy, insistent. All part and parcel of my undeniable charm.
She's even become more self-aware. Certainly a far cry from the young woman we met at the start of the game. Although this is an outcome which has saddled Lae'zel with many duties, it's perhaps the most hopeful out of all of her endings. There is a discussion to be had as to whether such devotion to the rebellion is truly freedom, or merely chaining herself to a new, unhealthy obsession. but the narrative certainly frames this as a positive choice. Devotion, but knowing what it entails. A willingness to pursue something greater than herself, without having to kill herself for it. By the end, Lae'zel has become a more whole and complete person than she used to be. Not by simply enduring to grow strong, but in realizing herself and her own desires, as distinct from the culture she was raised in, as distinct from the God Queen that once ruled her every thought. She at last knows herself, and in knowing herself, she has grown strong.
Exactly how I would have approached it, but we all have our quirks when it comes to using magic. Some more than others.
Gale of Waterdeep is your archetypically knowledge-hungry, arrogant wizard. The first thing he does after you pull him from a malfunctioning portal is brag about how good he is with magic. A further irony considering you'll likely be level 1 when you meet him. What are you gonna do, big guy? Cast Grease? Is that really worth the spell slot? Do you need a juice box and a nap before you try again? But, even through his flaws, Gale is a good man. He is compassionate and kind, happily detouring his own quest to help people in need. He practically showers you in praise when you so much as pick up litter, and generally wants to make the world a better place. Gale is a big old nerd that gets so excited about his interests that he tends to over-explain things, which can make him feel condescending. Really, he's not assuming that you're an idiot, unless you actually do something idiotic. He's just telling you about a thing he knows because he enjoys sharing knowledge. Not to say he can't absolutely be annoying or rude to the non-Gale girlies out there. My man can clap back in some pretty savage ways, and he's never far from a quick brag about himself. But even then, it's not him artificially pumping himself up. What he initially lacks in terms of game mechanics, he more than makes up for in the narrative. Gale has factually done these things. Gale is an immensely talented and knowledgeable wizard. And yet here you find him, stuck in a rock, blindly waving for help.
A hand? Anyone?
Something is clearly off when Gale asks you to sacrifice the occasional magical item to him. An act that infuriates some players, causing them to put him in timeout at camp, which prevents further development with him, meaning you're stuck in magic cokehead purgatory forever. And this is your own fault. If you do feed Gale his daily dose of trinkets and actually get to know him better, he quickly tells you his big news. Gale was once Mistress Chosen, in both magic and in love. Mistra, the goddess of magic itself, was so impressed by his talent and ambition that she declared him her own. And yet he is a wizard cursed with pride. Slowly, being her lover and her chosen wasn't enough. Slowly, he became preoccupied with becoming a god. So preoccupied, in fact, that he tried to perform a grand, forbidden act of magic to prove that he could be just as good, as powerful, as worthwhile as her. As a reward, he gained a nuke in his chest, the shape of a Netherese orb, and was backhanded down to level 1. Mistress' trust he broke and Mistress' favor he lost, so now he's here, doing what he can, trying to make something of himself. He's sorry for what he's done, sorry Mistra was hurt, so he will live in exile here. Eventually, the orb will consume him, and he'll go off somewhere and quietly die with as few casualties as possible. Which is a weird place to begin a discussion about abuse. When we talk about abuse, we're not envisioning an extremely confident, charming, verbose wizard as the victim. If we're honest, I don't think most of us even imagine the victim being a man. There is a very specific image associated with victims of abuse. A battered woman, likely petite, hesitant to look you in the eye or linger too long should her abuser dislike it. Which isn't to say this kind of person doesn't exist, but that it's limiting. A person from any background, any belief, any culture, any gender can be abused, as can they be an abuser. Perhaps not in the same way, perhaps not with the same tactics or tools, but anyone can enact harm on another, even if they don't intend it to be malicious. But we'll revisit that later. One thing we have to acknowledge is that Gale's abuse is extremely subtle, so much so that you might not even notice it's there. Unlike the other original camp companions, Gale carries no overt scars of what has been done to him. The Netherese orb, while haunting once you actually know what it is, isn't a scar left by Mystra's doing. Gale did that himself. Unlike Astarion, unlike Wyll, unlike Karlach and Shadowheart and Lae'zel, there are no obvious signs of Gale's abuse left on his person. And even after you've gotten to know him better, it isn't apparent until after the Tiefling party that things are more complicated than you thought. Mostly, he just seems like a sad sap with a messy ex, and they're super toxic about each other and making it everyone else's business. Eat some ice cream and take a depression nap, Gale. Karlach's out here as a former warrior slave, unable to touch another person without setting them on fire. And then you have your magic lesson with him. And then Mystra appears, enveloping you in a presence that is comforting, loving, sensual. Perhaps you think this is a moment of approval, of forgiveness. It's been a long, painful year. Perhaps she will allow him to live on and grow. It's only when you show some interest in Gale that she disappears, and all of that pleasant comfort and reassurance vanishes with her.
The weave evaporates, and as it does so, you realize the night feels suddenly cold and lonesome.
That's probably when you realize, oh, so this isn't just him being a pathetic little wet cat. This is far more complicated than I thought. Mystra, though clearly in Gale's thoughts, was not called upon, was not prayed to, was not invoked or even necessarily mentioned, depending on your dialogue choices. There was nothing to draw her there, a year after she had banished Gale from her presence. Except she was watching. She made herself present, wrapped him, both of you, in an aura of sweet relief, only to snatch it away when you grew too close. He is not yours, she seems to say. The very picture of a jealous ex messing with an old boyfriend because she doesn't share her toys, even when she doesn't want them. Gale is devastated, shocked, mournful, reproachful.
Oh, there it goes. How easily things slip away from us, no matter how hard they were in the obtaining. Good night. I enjoyed sharing a moment of magic with you.
He should have known, his tone seems to say. He should have known that he could never have such comfort, such pleasure. Not when he has upset Mistress so. It's a chilling scene. No wonder he can't move on. No wonder he's racked in grand, devastating acts of grief. Mystra will never forgive nor let him forget, playing on his desires for redemption a year after the fact. Gale worships a woman that presses her thumb into his bruises. And any time he tries to recover and heal, she presses just a little bit harder. Because he does worship her. Former lover she may be, but she is his goddess still. Although Gale presents his story as some myth or legend, the reality is frightening. Baldur's Gate 3 acknowledges fully that there is a laughable imbalance between mortals and immortals. Anytime you attempt to defy divinity, or anything approaching it, you are met with their immediate and visceral displeasure. Isabel even remarks that power slides drastically in her beloved Aylin's favor. And even then, Aylin is merely an Aasimar, not a full goddess. Power imbalances are tricky enough when it's a disparity of money, experience, and social influence. But when the person you lay beside at night is the one you pray to, when you seek miracles from the one you want to settle down and make a life with, when your lover can tell you something and you have to determine whether it's merely a statement or a divine command, when their petty grievances are indecipherable from the exile of your god, things get a little more messy. When Mystra demands that Gale sacrifice himself, it's not some petty text or a sneered insult between two bitter exes. It is a goddess commanding her loyal disciple to martyr himself for the sake of the greater good. Her greater good. He can finally be absolved of his sins if only he throws his life away, which, of course, has nothing to do with their deeply messy and personal breakup. The player might be able to recognize the request for the petty, poorly conceived thing that it is, but Gale is not so sure. To speak out against the wisdom of his goddess is blasphemy, and, well, this is all his fault, isn't it? Isn't this a kindness for Mystra to even offer him a way back into her good graces? He should be grateful for what he has. Suffering is religious if you do it right, and if you're a good partner, wouldn't you give everything to make the one you love happy? Curiously, even though some players realize that something is deeply wrong here, they still might not call it abuse. Once more, the things Mystra does are incredibly subtle, working in the gray space that each instance can be written off or rationalized as something else. She's not manipulating Gale, he's just difficult to talk to. She wasn't inappropriate with a minor, she just wanted to foster his talent, and their relationship eventually grew into something more. Did she really try to get in Gale's head by sending his old master to deliver the news that he must die? Or did she just assume that Gale wouldn't want to see her, so she sent her new chosen to speak with him, and it avoids all of that mess, and it's just so much easier to do it this way, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Gale, truly, if you're upset by that. The difficulty here is that interpreting Gale and Mystra's relationship requires reading intent into the actions of a woman not here to defend herself, and through Gale's inherently unreliable lens. While I am incredibly critical of Mystra, it is undeniable that she sits in a different category than the other abusers in this story. Mystra is no Shar, she is no Cazador. She didn't do these things because she glories in suffering. I don't think her ultimate goal is to hurt Gale or to ruin him. I think she did this to keep herself safe.
Mystra's ways may seem cold, high-handed, tyrannical even. But she is a goddess. Her ways are not for mortal reckoning.
Mystra is a goddess born of trauma and betrayal, torn apart by a wizard attempting to use her own domain against her. Without hearing from her directly, it's hard to know for sure, but a clear line can be drawn from the violence done in another life to the goddess ardently trying to keep herself safe in this one. It makes sense that she would develop coping mechanisms, however dubious, to deal with what happened to her. Mystra, the goddess of magic, patron of wizards, was conspired against and torn apart by an overly ambitious wizard that sought to steal her power for himself. Of course she would be wary of power-hungry wizards. Of course she would want to hold them on a tight leash. Of course she would want to mold them while they were young, guide them to make good choices, and, barring that, guide them to making choices that would not hurt her. She doesn't want to die again. She doesn't want to risk the weave again. She doesn't want to see the havoc the hubris of a single man can cause if he is gifted and clever and tries to exploit the weave. Gale went behind her back and meddled with things she told him not to touch. She tried offering him a taste of divinity, just as much as he could handle, and look where they ended up.
You unleashed something that would consume all magic in existence, and yet you thought only of preserving yourself.
No, she doesn't trust him anymore. No, she won't let him be her chosen. No, she will not reconsider unless he does something, for once, to show that he can actually listen, that he even cares about someone other than himself. No, Gale, there are no other options. If you mean what you say, prove it. As deplorable as I find Mystra's actions, it makes sense that she would resort to them if she was trying to keep herself safe. The gods of Faerun aren't like the god of Abraham, flawless, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent beings of power arrayed in white. They are more akin to the gods of pagan traditions, flawed, realistic, human creatures with supreme powers to carry out their petty whims. Divinity does not mean perfection, and Mystra's coping mechanisms, though effective, are by no means perfect. Mystra, if she didn't groom Gale, certainly fostered an inappropriate relationship when he was too young to say no, taunted him with the powers of a god, threw him away when he displeased her, manipulated him when he tried to grow or leave her sphere of influence, and condemned him to be an unwilling martyr in an ill-conceived plan that, shock surprise, makes everything worse. I have sympathy for Mistress Past, I truly do, but that doesn't change the fact that she's treating Gale badly, and he is suffering clear and terrible effects. In the year following his banishment from Mistress' side, Gale was so depressed that his Tressum had to take care of him and find the temporary solution to the orb in his chest. When Gale does get back on his feet, he is clearly laughing through the pain of existence, alternately talking about how normal and fine he is, and trauma dumping about how painful a way it is to be away from Mystra, how much he misses her, how shameful and contemptible he is for having the gall to long for her after all he's done. Even when she commands him to die, he is hesitant to disagree with her, hesitant to even consider the idea that Mystra is wrong. Not until much later, the eve of his potential death, does he risk emotional honesty with you and himself, confessing that he thinks Mystra is wrong, that she has hurt him, and, regardless of how much guilt he feels, it is unjust to ask him to die. And yet, even when he knows this is wrong, Gale can't help but wonder if the world would be better if he were to die.
Hearing it said out loud, yes, I fear it is true. Fate seems determined to make a sacrifice of me.
He may not want to die.
Please help me.
But Gale thinks about dying a lot. He talks about it a lot. This is a man haunted by what he has done and grappling with whether it is selfish not to rid the world of the danger he poses. He thinks about how if he were dead, perhaps things would be better.
I can end this now. Stop the Absolute and spare the city. The stage is set for my final act. Mystra's bidding and the redemption that lies beyond.
And once Mystra has a use for his death, she gave him a very pretty trigger that sits there in his actions menu, all too convenient and awaiting use for the rest of the game. You, like Gale, are made to think about how he could end it at any time. The call of the void growing a little louder whenever you slide past on your way to do something else. If you romance Gale and tell him how important he is to you, how important he is at all, if you share this one moment of exultant intimacy with him, he will tell you the next morning that he has changed his mind about Mystra's plan. He won't go through with it, he finds value in living and will seek out a better solution. He has been saved by you. When he actually faces the heart of the Absolute, though, he goes right back to how he was.
I must do as Mystra commands.
Mystra asked him to sacrifice himself, and he is tempted to do it. He is compelled to do it. His former lover, his goddess, and his abuser asked him to die for her cause. No matter how true your love may be, one night of sex and ardent I love yous won't undo years of manipulation and abuse. It takes constant, dedicated support as he slowly identifies and grapples with what has happened to him. Which is a difficult, prolonged journey as you watch this man spin through cycle after cycle of abuse, trying to help him recover from a bad relationship while independently trying to build one of your own. It can make romancing Gale a bit of a strange experience, because even though you are absolutely swaddled in red flags about how deeply Gale and Mystra are entrenched in their toxicity, the romantic moments with him are really nice.
There's nothing that would give me greater pleasure.
Once you confirm your romance with him, all anxieties about being the rebound from a goddess fade. Things are suddenly amazing. He's charming and kind and effusive with praise, declaring himself yours, body and soul. He loves you, he has dedicated himself to you, he is delighted by your might and your mind and the very fundamentals of your being. He wants you just as you are, and he prays that you want him because he is yours. Here's his heart. Here's his mind. Here are his wants and dreams. Do you want the sky? He'll give it to you. Do you want the stars? They're in your palm. He wants to make the world perfect for you. Wants to pull you from the mundanity of existence and elevate you, deify you, worship you. He's yours. He's yours. Take him. He's yours. Romancing Gale is great, until you realize that he defines love as a power imbalance. He puts you on a pedestal, makes you his new goddess, worships you, and makes himself an object, a tool you may use as you please. He's recreating the exact dynamics of his old, abusive, and all-consuming relationship, and he calls it perfection.
I could do more than woo you. I could wow you.
You don't need to impress me, Gale. I'm no goddess.
Yes, you are. Trust me, I would know.
Then Romancing Gale becomes really, really sad. I know Mystra didn't intend this. I don't think Mystra ever wanted someone else to be hurt. But in her attempts at protection, she has locked Gale, and likely many others, in a cycle of pain and abuse. It's not surprising that he experienced numerous adverse consequences. It's not surprising that he develops uncomfortable and deeply sad coping mechanisms to survive. Perhaps it's narrative convenience that plops the crown of Karsus in Gale's lap during this moment of supreme crisis and doubt. But perhaps he latches onto the crown, this exquisite piece of Netherese magic, this golden opportunity, this perfect chance at deification, because he is in a moment of supreme crisis and doubt. Gale has turned to apotheosis as the solution to his problems before. It makes sense that he would want to do it again. Did you think that whole pursuit of godhood was a weird one-off thing? Did you think that he had learned from his last catastrophic attempt? Did you think that all of his pretty speeches meant that he had regrets about trying to become a god?
Now, so many centuries later, I try to follow in the footsteps of Karsus. Not to destroy Mystra, but to prove my love for her.
Well, don't worry, because he does. He regrets that he did a bad job. While I think deification is the most intense and most Gale-coded coping mechanism possible, there are certainly other motivations. Being a god will help stop the absolute. Being a god is a seemingly natural consequence of wizard hubris. Being a god is so easy to do. Like, 6 different people can and have done it in this game alone, which is a wildly high success rate. But then there are the more intimate, painful reasons that pertain to us. Being a god will make him equal to Mystra. Being a god will catch Mystra's attention. Being a god will keep Mystra from ever forcing him to do things again. And we have to remember, despite all of the evidence proving him wrong, Gale views divinity as perfection.
I want it to be perfect. To bond with you in the way the gods do, intertwining our spirits in visions of the weave.
Mystra has led him to believe that divinity is perfection. If apotheosis can't burn the flaws from Gale's soul, nothing will. Despite Gale having very realistic and understandable motivations for wanting to become a god, this is where Gale becomes incredibly messy.
Don't be a hindrance after being such a great help.
Just like Mystra, he develops coping mechanisms that cause harm to those around him. Some of the things he does, some of the things he announces very loudly for you, Lorroakan, Mystra, and all of Baldur's Gate to hear, are just not okay. Sit in baby wizard jail, your all-consuming desire for egotheism does not please the court. Not only does it risk everyone around him, a fact he knows, considering he had to jump on the grenade of his last Netherese screw-up, but by Act 3, he clearly plans to do this at the cost of Mystra herself. He wants to replace her, and I may not be the most well-versed on the Faerunian pantheon, but throwing a hostile coup against a greater goddess sounds pretty bad, especially considering the last time it happened, all magic failed, a city fell from the sky, and Mistral had to literally remake herself into the being that is Mystra. It's also just upsetting to hear that he would do this to Mystra. Despite everything that has happened between them, it feels suddenly vindictive and cruel.
I'll be able to stand against Mystra and wrest her powers from her for the betterment of all.
As a woman playing a woman while romancing Gale, to hear him confidently and casually declare that he would replace Mystra frightened me.
Don't be a hindrance after being such a great help.
It frightened me that he would do this to his lover, once more cross those boundaries to achieve his aims. It frightened me that he doesn't see anything wrong with this, and when you ask him about it, he'll chatter on excitedly about what a great opportunity it is for him. For both of you. For the greater good. Just trust him. He'll lead the way. It bears mentioning that if Gale commits to this path on an origin run, he will die in the attempt. He will ascend, challenge Mystra, and she will kill him. If Gale does not learn from the past and break this cycle, he will die at the hands of his abuser, but only because he tried to kill her first. Gale knows how dangerous, reckless, and selfish this plan is. That's the really sad part. He told you himself.
Gale's folly, one might call it. History, repetition. It's the way things go.
And yet he's been so blinded by his ambition that he has thrown all of that caution away. Or maybe he just wants to keep himself safe. Or maybe he just wants vengeance for everything Mystra has done. And that's the reason I'm digging into this so hard. If Gale didn't realize the greater implications of what he was doing, he would be much simpler in his tragedy, far more straightforward to talk about, and this section would be much smaller. But he does know, or at least has the tools to understand, but is willfully ignoring that anyway. He knows the risks of ascension. He knows that up until recently, he was scrounging for boots to survive the consequences of his own arrogance. He knows and has told you that attacking a god only causes harm, and recognizes that he belongs in the same baby jail as Karsis. But Mystra told him to die. Mystra threw him away. Mystra toyed with him to suit her own wants, and he's angry with her and yet craves her approval, so he will do this anyways. Gale and Mystra are caught in this perverse, vicious feedback loop, traumatizing and manipulating and betraying each other to get what they want because they are too hurt and toxic and codependent to pull away. And it's not just Gale and Mystra. You, should you choose to romance Gale, get sucked into it too. While Gale has the troubling habit of exalting his lovers, he also manages to recreate the same path he took with Mystra, but in reverse. Gale is now the one introducing you to the weave. He's acting as your conduit. He's the one pulling you from your body so you can mingle in the weave as gods. He is the one taking you to the very edge of divinity, just as Mystra did for him. Yes, it is true that, unlike Mystra, Gale wants to share divinity with you, but that's a long way off. In the meantime, Gale mimics many of the same events that Mystra used to groom him. There are naturally differences in dynamics and intent. Gale isn't trying to make you dependent on him, for one, nor do you worship him, but there is still a grievous power imbalance. When he makes his last pitch for deification, he once more takes you to the astral plane. The intention is to show you how good it can be, to make clear all of what you could be missing, but there is a worrisome reminder that this is something only he can give you. Only he has the expertise, only he has the knowledge, only he has the power to do so. Yes, Gale wants the both of you to be gods, but your divinity is entirely contingent on that, him wanting to give it to you, just as it was contingent on Mystra wanting to give it to him. If he changes his mind, you don't have a choice. A risky prospect when trusting a man more fixated on his own ambitions than anything else. And bear in mind, though Gale wants both of you to ascend, he is entirely comfortable doing so on his own. Even if you agree, Gale will still go off on his own, reforge the crown, become a god, and you will be left alone for 6 months as he loses track of time within the weave. Gale never wavers in his love for you, But unless you sit him down and ardently explain the stakes and maintain your boundaries and make clear that becoming a god will not make him a better person, he will inevitably prioritize his own wants and goals over how he feels about you. Just like Mystra did with him. Which brings us to his endings. Assuming you don't opt for Gale sacrificing himself, which you shouldn't, his story largely ends one of two ways. He either keeps the crown of Karsus and becomes a god, or leaves it alone and remains a mortal. Ascended Gale is notably...
Goodness. Was Faerun always so... dull? Still, at least the company was worth the trip, if not the view.
less approachable than he was as a man. While he could always be a bit of an overbearing know-it-all, becoming a god has brought all of that ego, all of that cool disregard for others to the forefront. There is a petty condescension as he looks at the world around him, like he can't actually believe mortals would be pleased with just this. Any attempts to relate to him on a personal level fail because he simply doesn't see the two of you as equals. He likes you well enough, but let's be honest, you're a mortal and he's a god. Perhaps you could be his chosen, but you know by now that the gods treat their chosen as puppets and pawns. Though he is your friend, the god of ambition likely won't be much better. If you're his romance partner, he does offer ascendance. Unlike some of the other characters, ultimate power does not make Gale cruel, manipulative, or abusive. Yes, you had to wait 6 months, but he's here now, and he's offering you what Mystra never gave him. Doesn't even push if you say no. And it feels pretty good. Some people even regard this as the secret good ending. You get to stay together, finally as equals. You've beaten the game, you've broken the cycle. Here you are as Gale always said you would be. The ending scene is intimate and sweet. The music light, the landscape breathtaking. And yet, Ascended Gale is not the Gale you fell in love with.
He's the god he deserves to be. I achieved everything we hoped I would, and still, I'm not good enough for you.
The warmth is gone, the kindness, the gallant investment in any person he came across. Even the adoration that charmed so many is gone. He loves you, yes, he is still overwrought in his expressions of delight, but it's different. This is a Gale that loves you, but forgot about you.
I'm afraid time works quite differently in Elysium. I didn't realize how long I've been gone.
This is a Gale that is more interested in you becoming a god than you as you are. This is a Gale that will leave you if you choose not to ascend like him. There's no room for the relationship to continue. There's no cooperation. There's no meeting in the middle. He wants what he wants, and nothing else will suit. Not even you. Gale deviates from the exact blueprint of his own abuse, but some of the messaging remains. Mortals are not worthwhile. You are not worthy of his attention.
I came here to offer you the heavens, but I see now, such an offer would be wasted. I suppose it was foolish to expect a mortal to understand.
He won't play with you like Mystra did to him, which is a small relief, but neither will he exert any effort for you. We end on a sweet moment, but that's merely a moment. What happens beyond worries me. Ambition is a frightening thing, and Gale has already shown he's comfortable spiting a former lover in pursuit of his aims. We can never know for sure, but I don't see a cool, unempathetic, and self-important god being a particularly kind, supportive, or fulfilling lover. Little surprise, but Gale staying human is the good ending. He breaks out of the cycle, he defines himself as something completely separate from Mystra. He barely even cares about what she does and what she thinks. It's not like he's a different person, it's not like those experiences are gone, but he is improving. He's dealing with it. He's living a normal and fulfilling life on his own terms. With you as his partner, that imbalance is gone. Yes, he's a powerful wizard, but your happiness and future isn't contingent on one person alone. It's the two of you, working together and building a life in equal measure. But my favorite thing about this ending is that Gale will tell you, perhaps for the first time, that he is content.
Or perhaps the orb's hunger was fueled by my own, and my contentment influences it in much the same way. That's how I feel with you. Content. It's a rather unfamiliar feeling, I must say.
He isn't longing for a life he doesn't have. He isn't constantly searching for the next thing to plaster over the pain he's feeling. Gale has gone through something horrible and has instead decided to let go of it and make a new life. It's simple. It lacks the spectacular nature of divinity, but it is enough. It's a happy end that he was able to make for himself, or in equal cooperation with his partner, and he couldn't ask for more.
The day is young, and there are thousands more days ahead of us.
They gave me a gift.
The strength to take my own freedom. I'm embracing this power. You should too.
Our introduction to Astarion is fraught and tense, and this sets the tone for the rest of our dynamic with him throughout the game. Though he may initially seem foppish, his first interaction with the player is to hold a knife to their throat and to threaten to kill them. His performance as a dandy rogue is in fact just that, a false performance.
I was hoping for a kind soul. Well, not to worry.
Shh. Not a word. Let's try to keep that lovely neck of yours in one piece. And you, keep your distance. No need for this to get messy.
I need her alive. Stow that blade, or I'll show you just how messy things can get.
Promises, promises. But I have other business, I'm afraid.
Much of what we see about Astarion is draped in layers of performativity. Everything he does is a carefully controlled act, whether that is to distract us from figuring out his true nature as a vampire spawn, to protect himself from his master's abuse, to lure gullible victims to his embrace, or to simply lie to himself about how damaged he is in order to cope. There's rarely a moment where Astarion isn't performing.
Is a touch too composed, a bit too perfect. He may not mean a word he says.
Oh, you're no fun.
Astarion isn't a rogue with a heart of gold, like Han Solo of Star Wars fame or Imoen of the previous Baldur's Gate games. Astarion much more closely resembles someone like Aten Rand or Gan of Dreams. He is a man with an unpleasant past that a pleasant face can mask. Many players may find Astarion difficult to get along with. Morally good characters often end up in conflict with his more capricious nature and his unwillingness to help the innocent. This comes alongside subterfuge against the player and an attempt to bite their neck. He is a vampire spawn after all, and you are a nice blood doll for him. Some may immediately dismiss him at this point, but it's worth keeping him around. There is far more to this rogue than meets the eye. After he has revealed himself as a vampire spawn, he is more willing to reveal why he was so willing to engage in deceit. He was physically abused and sexually exploited by his vampiric master, a man named Cazador.
I was a slave. A vampire spawn. Kept by the Tsar family. Perhaps I still am. I was never able to resist their commands. But now, I've been conveniently lost. They won't ever control me again.
While he may have his moments of venom and fascination with the obviously macabre, we have to ask ourselves, is this merely the pursuit of cartoonish evil for its own sake, or is this the pursuit of power?
It's a book of necromancy, full of secrets about controlling the dead, returning the dead to life, and who knows what else. Whatever's in here, it might give me an edge over Cazador. free me from him entirely.
Some players may not see the distinction, but to me, there is a difference. Astarion, as we first meet him, is a victim, a man without power, and power is agency. The agency to change your own fate, the agency to save yourself and to save others. With power comes hope for change. Without it comes depressed resignation. Astarion is good at hiding his own resignation, but savvy players may notice, even before his reveal as a vampire spawn, that he speaks bitterly of being unable to escape his fate of becoming a monster.
So, did you learn anything about these worms while wandering the ship?
Yes, unfortunately. They'll turn us into mind flayers.
Turn us into... Of course it'll turn me into a monster. What else did I expect? Although, it hasn't happened yet.
Others may notice that he has a rather lackadaisical approach to the idea of suicide and the destruction of his own body.
I don't think poison is for me. Nor stabbing, come to think of it. I always felt decapitation was a fine choice. One good swing and then... nothing. But we were talking about you. What'll it be?
While it is subtle, we can infer this near-suicidal outlook has stemmed from his trauma. He is extremely fatalistic in his views, browbeaten by Cazador into accepting his perpetual victimhood as just a fact of his life.
Cazador Szarr is a vampire lord in Baldur's Gate, the patriarch of his coven, and a monster obsessed with power. Not political power or military power, I mean power over people. The power to control them completely. He turned me nearly 200 years ago. I became his spawn, and he became my tormentor.
So, you were his slave?
A vampire's spawn is less than a slave. They're a puppet. We have no choice but to obey our master's commands. They speak, and our bodies react. It's all part of the deal. Sometimes he'd order us to submit to torture. Sometimes he'd have us torture ourselves. Whatever his weather-vane mood settled on.
The effect of Astarion's abuse is to leave him emotionally injured and unable to fully accept any idea of love, compassion, or friendship as genuine. Such things are suspect and likely further manipulative ploys, after all. To him, the binary scale of good and evil has been replaced. There is no good and evil. There is only those with power and those without.
Blood is life essence, and some creatures have so much more life than others. Cazador gave me just enough to keep me, well, alive, for lack of a better word, but never more than that. Still, that was the past. I'll never have to grovel for him again.
True, you can start over. You can be better than what he made you.
Exactly. I can be better than him. Stronger. More powerful. More... Oh. You meant be kinder. Pet bunnies, that sort of thing. I've no objection to being nice, of course, once I have the power to bend others to my will.
You think power lets you do anything free from consequence?
Well, yes. You can't look at the world and tell me I'm wrong.
The strong have a duty to protect the weak.
They're doing a piss-poor job then. The strong had 2 centuries to pluck me from torture. But no one came. No. It was the mind flayers that rescued me. They gave me a gift. The strength to take my own freedom. I'm embracing this power. You should too.
While such a worldview is entirely understandable from his perspective, it is still less a coherent philosophy of life and more a symptom of his trauma. If there are no heroes in the world, then all that's left are villains and perpetrators. And, well, if that's the case, isn't it better to be on the side that holds the reins of power, rather than the one constantly getting hurt? When you have never been given justice, it becomes awfully difficult to incorporate justice into your worldview. When you have never been given compassion, it's easy to forget what compassion is. And when you are running as fast as you possibly can away from one abuser, any weapon becomes fair game.
So I was thinking, what would be the right thing to do when we get to Moonrise Towers? When we come face to face with whoever is controlling the parasites in our heads? There are powerful people in the worm's thrall. Whoever's waiting for us at Moonrise Towers controls it all. But if we can take that control from them, imagine the power we'd wield. I'm just saying, there's an opportunity here. If we can control the tadpoles, we can keep ourselves safe and liberate the world from this evil.
Once more, I must ask, is this the pursuit of evil? Or is this merely the pursuit of power? Is it wrong to reject one's own victimhood and reclaim your agency by any means possible? This is a heavy question that will remain with us throughout Astarion's entire story. For players that pursue a romantic relationship with Astarion, there are also further subtleties revealed to his character. His flirtations with you aren't always as straightforward as they seem.
There you are. I've been waiting. Waiting since the moment I set eyes on you. Waiting to have you. That's what you want, isn't it? To lose yourself in me. I thought so.
The subtleties of his language and body language aren't that of an assertive, stereotypically masculine figure taking control. He isn't taking charge, he isn't being suavely domineering, he is offering his body to the player. He is enticing you in. Indeed, in this he is playing a role that is normally occupied by a stereotypical femme fatale. Make no mistake, I am not reducing this down to some bullshit gender essentialism. I say femme fatale in the sense of someone willing to use their seduction to achieve another goal. Someone willing to distance themselves from their own real sexuality and trauma around it in order to use their sexuality as a weapon, to manipulate, or to survive. It is a particularly gutting form of trauma, and one that is often experienced by queer people. I'm using this to highlight that, to Astarion, his body is merely a tool to be used. That's what you want, isn't it? It's such a quiet thing to say, and yet it reveals so much. His flirtations, too, are somewhat unclear in their sincerity.
Let me give it another go. Every part of your perfect body whispers temptation. It's as if the gods made you just to ruin me.
Did these really work on Cazador's targets?
Well, they worked on you last time, didn't they? How about if I said these little words? Everyone's favorite. I love you.
He'd be lying.
I am. It's hard not to with you. Now, as much as I relish standing around and saying all my favorite lines at you, I'd much rather we got to experience each other's full portfolio of talents once again.
It is clear, to at least some degree, that Astarion is practicing rehearsed lines, and to a savvy player this is unsurprising. A man so wounded and so hurt may be reluctant to suddenly share intimacy, and yet, the morning following a night of intimacy, he reveals his scars to the player, the literal wounds Cazador has left on his body and his soul. This is a display of supreme vulnerability, not the practiced skills of sex, but the terrifying ordeal of being known and seen as a wounded individual.
You sleep light. I thought you'd be exhausted after last night.
Did you enjoy it? It felt like you weren't fully there.
I was holding back a little, it's true. I didn't want to lose control. Delicious as you were, I didn't want to go too far. Now, shall we get on? I want to go before anyone else thanks me for saving their tails.
I want to ask you about your scars. Where did you get them?
It's a poem. A gift from Cazador. He considered himself quite the artist and used his slaves as a canvas. He composed and carved that one over the course of a night. He made a lot of revisions as he went.
But is this sincere? Or is this display of vulnerability merely a way to have us let our guard down? How much of what Astarion shares with us is his sincere emotion? How much is simple manipulation? How much can we tell for sure which is which? How much can he tell which is which? The second act of the game reinforces the same themes we have seen in Astarion: the depth of his victimhood, his willingness to pursue power to escape it, and how these intertwine with his sense of self and bodily autonomy. During this act, Astarion will attempt to make a deal with Raphael, the devil, to read his scars. His scars form text, written in Infernal, the language of hell.
Carved into that ivory skin of yours is one part of an infernal contract between the archdevil Mephistopheles and your former master, Cazador Zar. If he completes the rite, he will become a new kind of being, the Vampire Ascendant. But the ritual has its price, as all worthwhile things do. Lord Cazador will need to sacrifice a number of souls, including all of his vampiric spawn, if he is to ascend. Imagine how he felt then, when one of those precious spawns simply disappeared into thin air. The only missing ingredient is Astarion. You are the final piece he requires to complete the ritual. Your scars bind you to it.
When engineering an escape attempt from your abuser, you have to consider every possible method, including ones that may seem otherwise distasteful. If the party completes this deal with Raphael, Astarion tells us as much.
He'll never leave me alone. I didn't think he would when I was just one more wretched toy for him to play with. But if I'm the key to this power he craves, he'll hunt me to the ends of Faerun. I need to take the fight to him. And I need you to help me. Once we deal with the tadpole, I'll be back to my nocturnal self. When you're being hunted by vampires, the dark is the worst place to hide. I need to deal with Cazador when I still have any kind of advantage over him.
Astarion is being denied his personhood by an extremely dangerous abuser who has no qualms in treating his whole life as disposable. Cazador is much stronger than Astarion and the rest of the party combined. Unless we're willing to fight dirty, Astarion may never escape. Once more, is it wrong to reject one's own victimhood and reclaim your agency by any means necessary? While this deal with Raphael may initially seem foolish, an act of desperation in exchanging one abuser for another, we see that Astarion has insight into this.
Fret not. My soul is quite safe. I am not about to swap one master for another. Even though he's using me, I'm using him too. What do I care about this orphan's life?
He is canny, and he is willing to use Raphael just as he was with us. But, curiously, if it comes to the question of exchanging one abuser for another, it isn't Raphael that poses the greatest risk of harm. It is you, the player. When exploring the inside of Moonrise Towers, the party may happen upon a drow blood sorceress. She offers an extremely valuable potion that will give permanent mechanical benefits to the party, a valuable edge in being able to defeat the cult of the Absolute, something that you don't want to pass up. Her payment is simple. She doesn't even ask for gold. She asks Astarion to bite her, an act that she obviously finds erotic.
Although perhaps there's one more thing we could discuss. Your friend. He's a vampire, no? Or one of their spawn, at least.
Oh, don't worry. We're all friends under the Absolute. I won't bite.
Oh, I'd prefer if you did. I assume he belongs to you?
Excuse me? He's his own person.
I'm sure he really believes that. How utterly adorable. Do you have a name, Spawn?
Astarion, but hold on.
Good. Now, Astarion. I've dreamt of being bitten by a vampire since I was a young girl.
I'm sorry, you want to be bitten?
To feel your life's blood slipping away. To dance on the edge between life and death. Yes, I want it. I'll even compensate you. A potion of legendary power that forever increases the strength of the one who consumes it. It's not for sale, but it's yours, if you bite me.
When he refuses, she will request the player intervene and force him. After all, as a mere vampire spawn, a de facto slave, the player has effective ownership over his personhood.
I will have to decline.
Excuse me? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you're squandering it.
I gave you my answer.
Can't you talk some sense into your obstinate charge?
He said no. There is nothing more to discuss.
How very disappointing.
This moment is a key turning point in Astarion's self-image and in the player's relationship with him. Should the player force him against his will, he will express discomfort multiple times before relenting and putting on a performance of sensuality again. His body, as always, remains only a tool to be used.
Excuse me? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you're squandering it.
I gave you my answer.
Can't you talk some sense into your obstinate charge?
I'm surprised, Astarion. I thought you would jump at a chance like this.
I'm sorry, but could you excuse us a moment? Are you actually asking me to do this? Trading me for some potion? Because there's something wrong with her blood. I can smell it from here. It's rank.
Well, what do you mean? What's wrong with her blood?
I can't say. It just smells wrong. Unnatural. Drinking it wouldn't kill me, but it would not be pleasant.
I don't have all day, true soul.
It's up to you, but we could really use that potion.
Fine. I'll do it. Darling, I've had a sudden change of heart. After all, who could resist such a delectable neck? Hold very, very still.
Incredible. Incredible.
Oh, hells.
Not to your taste.
You're fetid, full of corruption.
I feel exquisite, though. So here's my part of the bargain. I hope you find it as satisfying as I found this. It was everything I imagined, and then more. I'll be able to put this to good use.
Should the player back him up and reinforce his own bodily autonomy, he begins to change this view of himself.
I spent 200 years using my body to lure pretty things back from my master. What I wanted, how I felt about what I was doing, it never mattered. You could have asked me to do the same. To throw myself at her. What I wanted, be damned. But you didn't. And I'm grateful. Don't look at me like that. I'm as surprised as you are. It's just... it would have been so easy to bite her. To just go along with what I was being told to do. A moment of disgust to force myself through, and then I could have carried on just like before.
How often were you disgusted by your targets?
I tried to pick beautiful people where I could, but there were so many over the years. After a while, you stop caring. The entire reason for my existence was to seduce anything with a pulse. And every instinct I have tells me that nothing's changed. I'm still just a means to an end. You made me see that I never stopped thinking like I was his slave. Even in freedom. But I'm more than that. More than a thing to be used.
This is the first time in Astarion's story that we begin to see him start to break out of his view of the world. In experiencing compassion, he is able to conceptualize an existence that is neither victim nor perpetrator. Though the player still has power over him, this is an act of dismantling that power and giving him his agency back, without necessarily victimizing someone else. If the player has a romantic relationship with Astarion, this slow change in his self-conceptualization can be seen within that dynamic too. For a player that has been caring and expressed intimacy without coercion,
I've held more people than I can count. An infinite parade of lovers. But a friend? I can't think of a single one. Until you. But I know that this is nice.
However, a player that presses for sex may find that his steadily increasing autonomy will now lead to resistance.
I'm not sure if I should. I don't think I want you to think of me in terms of sex. I don't know if I want anyone to.
Should they persist, despite this warning, you should learn to enjoy sex for your own pleasure, and you should enjoy it with me.
I suppose it has felt different with you. I suppose if this is what you want, then I shall provide.
We can see that he is putting on once more a performance to get out of danger. This is not an expression of intimacy, it is a service. And a service that he finds altogether unpleasant. Are you alright? What's wrong?
It's almost funny. This is all a game to you, isn't it? No matter what I say, it doesn't matter. Not if you get what you want.
Of course not. It hurts to even hear you say that.
I didn't know how to say no. But I do now. For as long as I can remember, I've been used by others. Controlled. Puppeted for someone else's pleasure. But not anymore. Whatever we had, whatever this was, it's over.
Sometimes, learning how to no longer be a victim means distancing yourself from toxicity, even if the source of that toxicity is someone that you're otherwise close to. The third act sees Astarion struggle both with reclaiming his bodily autonomy and his worldview. and these can be both positively or negatively influenced by the player. When offered an astral tadpole, a promise of power at the cost of transforming into a mind flayer, Astarion refuses. I want to discuss the astral tadpole.
We both know what it is capable of, but I'm not touching it.
It's unlike you to be so unwilling to receive new power.
That was before I knew the cost. Before I knew it meant transforming into some grotesque beast. I remember how it hurt when I turned into a vampire. My body writhed and warped while I was utterly helpless. The grip of death owned my heart as it beat its last. I don't want to turn into anything else. I can't do that again. I can't watch my body be taken over.
You're afraid?
I'll happily murder my way to whatever powerful artifacts we can make use of. Point at the back, and I'll stab. Just don't ask me to sacrifice my body. It hasn't been mine for so long.
I just think we need to use every advantage that our infection has to offer.
I had nothing for so long. Nothing. Not even my own body. I will not give it up. Now it's mine again.
This is a very clear boundary that he will draw in regards to his bodily autonomy. Similarly, when approached by two drow prostitutes in the city, Astarion may express a clear boundary into performing an orgy with you.
We want both of you, silly, at the same time.
Sorry, Pet. I'm not quite comfortable with doing this again yet.
However, if he never voices this discomfort, or if the player goes ahead and sleeps with him and the drow anyway, we see him fall back on his old performativity.
Astarion lavishes attentions on everyone present with flawless technique, unfazed. It's all pure instinct, but when you meet his eye for a moment, there's a look about him that reveals he's a million realms away.
Similarly, Astarion will also fall back on old ways of thinking when the party gets closer to Cazador. While he has slowly been getting over viewing the world as a dichotomy between victim and perpetrator, the powerless and the powerful, when pressed on this, he will revert back to his old views.
Of course I envy him. Why wouldn't I? The problem with what Cazador has done is that he did it to me. If the time comes and I can stay one move ahead of him, I'll take his place before his blood can hit the floor. What's a handful of the wretch's servants? If they're anything like me when I was enslaved, they're all but begging for death anyway. After 200 years of shit, pure shit! I think I deserve something better.
This is brought to a head when encountering his fellow vampire spawn, the other men and women that were captured into Cazador's servitude like he was. The discussions with them almost begin promisingly. However, this is quickly undermined by his willingness to deceive.
Master Cazador has known where Astarion was this entire time. He knew he would return. The right. The Master needs him. He must attend.
Oh, I'm well aware of what the Master needs. But don't we deserve better?
Better? What do you mean, better?
After all these centuries of torment, I know what you all want. More than power. More than to walk in the sun. You want to see him dead. The right of profane ascension will be mine. And he won't see a scrap of its glory. I am going to complete the ritual as the Ascendant, and then I am going to kill him! This is your chance. Stand with me. Name me your new master. We will get our revenge. And
You will all live again.
His liar's smile spells danger. He knows full well that his kin will die in the ritual, but if any of the bearers of the scar die before the ritual begins, he will lose his chance to perform the rite himself. He needs them to run willingly to their deaths, thinking they stand a chance against their master.
And if he is allowed to pursue this to its inevitable, logical conclusion...
You don't know what it was like. There was no way out. Once, in the first decade of my slavery, I found a darling boy who I couldn't bear to bring back to him, so I ran. Instead of hurting that sweet man. After Cazador caught me, the bastard sealed me, starving, inside a dusty tomb, all on my own for an entire year. A year of silence. Months of scratching my hands raw, trying to carve my way out. More months of not moving at all. Months wishing only for death. So don't you ever judge me for doing what Cazador ordered. Nothing can make up for that. Not even Cazador's death. But to steal his life's work. That might be something. And while repaying what he did to me is impossible, I am damn well going to steal that bastard's life work. I will become the Ascendant.
Astarion, in this moment, is fully aware of what Ascension entails. He knows that he would have been killed in the rites of Ascension, and he's willing to see the same fate befall his fellow spawn if it means that he gets out alive. He, naturally, self-justifies this view entirely. I can't believe how you lied to them like that.
What does it matter? There's only 6 of them, and they are vampire spawn.
You mean you don't have any sympathy for others that are sharing your plight?
We aren't like them. We are better.
Astarion's sense of morality is, as we always knew, not that of good and evil, of compassion weighted against heartlessness. It is still simply who has power and who does not. Might makes right. Once more, we must ask, is it wrong to reject one's own victimhood and to reclaim your agency by any means necessary? While we may have had a sympathetic view to Astarion's traumas and may have had compassion for the abuse that he was subjected to, we begin to realize that the answer to this question has to be yes. To escape one's own victimhood by damning another is merely to complete the cycle of abuse. For Astarion, it is to continue to view the world in terms of either being a powerless victim or a powerful perpetrator. To exist in such dichotomy is a limited way to view the world. Both ends of this binary scale are entirely dictated by fear. Just because he has moved from one side to the other does not mean that he is truly free. This conflict is brought to a head when the party approaches Cazador's manor.
So this is it. I'm home. There's the same fading carpet. The same tasteless art. Nothing's changed. But gods, everything feels different.
The manor is the same. The servants are the same. Everything here remains the same. skeletons in the closet and doomed souls in the attic and all. Yet, Astarion highlighting the strangeness that he feels perhaps emphasizes more how he has become different. Despite attempts by the castle servants to infantilize him, he doesn't cower any longer as he once did. He is approaching the final conclusion to his journey. He is no longer a victim in the way he once was, but he has not yet decided his course. Will he ensure he is never a victim again by seizing power at any cost? Or will he take a path of vulnerability and leave this fear behind? As the party delves deeper into Cazador's palace, we stumble across thousands of prisoners, many of which are ones that Astarion himself once lured in. The most prominent are a group of children of the Gur tribe, enemies of vampires, and the other are a group of young adults, though now all of them are ageless vampiric prisoners and many have been trapped down here for over 100 years. His reaction to the captured children is telling.
Didn't he tell you? He's the one that kidnapped us. He's the reason we're spawns. I'll kill you!
Yes, now that you mention it, I may have done that. Don't look at me like that. Cazador's orders. I really forgot about them. Felt nothing the moment I handed them over to him. I was in the prime of my life when I was turned. Everything was taken from me, too. I never want to see these little scraps of misery again. The world doesn't need to know my shame.
There's hints of guilt that plague his conscience, but ones that he would rather snuff out entirely than ever acknowledge. These children were captured far into his browbeaten acceptance of his vampiric state, and far past the point where he was able to be emotionally moved. The young adults, however, were captured much earlier. His emotional response to them, and to one in particular, is also revealing.
You. I know you. You're the one from the tavern. You smiled and joked and got me drunk.
No. You're dead.
You called me so many sweet things. My name sounded like a lyric on your tongue.
Sebastian.
You remember me.
You were handsome. Shy. You'd never been kissed.
You taught me how. And then you destroyed me.
They're my conquests. I pursued them, seduced them, and brought them to Cazador. He told us he was feeding on them, but he turned them to spawn. He turned every last one, so we'd have souls for this cursed ritual.
Each one of Astarion's victims shares the same scar that he does. Mechanically, this serves as a part of Cazador's ritual, but symbolically, this clearly shows how they have all been wounded by Astarion, just as Astarion was wounded by Cazador. The parallels are uncomfortable for Astarion to acknowledge, as he would still much rather treat powerlessness as a moral failing. This isn't you, Astarion. Not really.
It should be. I don't want to be like them. They're pathetic. Horrible.
So you'll kill them all? Just because they remind you of yourself?
They do not. That weakness in me is dead. It's dead! I have a higher purpose. Don't hate me. I just did what I had to. I swear, I did what I had to.
But even as he is falling into the lure of the cycle, he seems to feel genuine remorse. Some part of him seems to understand that gaining Cazador's power would not free him of this torment, and merely trap him instead in the role of tormentor.
Gods above. He kept Sebastian. I feel ill. All the fools and villains who ever fell for my ploys, they're here. They're all lambs for his slaughter. And if I was to take his place, they'd all die by my hand. Everyone, whoever trusted me enough to let down their guard, innocents, idiots, and the unlucky. It doesn't matter. I will need to sacrifice them all if I want to perform the ritual.
In another life, you'd have led me here and not that pretty clearing in the forest.
Gods, I can't say you're wrong. I can only say I'm so glad we didn't meet then. I don't even want to think what would have happened to you.
Many of those people are fools like me that just wanted to love you.
Many of them are petty criminals, street drunkards, and brothel goers. But, from time to time, there was a Sebastian.
Whether that part is strong enough to overcome his fear of ever being a victim again is something that we see borne out almost immediately.
Who stands before us? Is this truly our prodigal son? Do not slouch before me, boy. Have you no respect for yourself? Look at you, crawling back after abandoning your family. You should be begging our forgiveness.
Forgiveness? You've never forgiven anything. Every mistake, every slip was punished.
I strove for perfection in all things, even those as imperfect as you. A pity you amounted to so little, despite my efforts.
No! No. Fuck you. And fuck everything you've ever done to me!
They told me you had changed. I dared not believe it. Oh, thankless child. Did I not bless you with our immortal gift? Did I not make you what you are?
You son of a bitch.
You truly forgot my power. You truly thought our bond as creator and creation was all that stopped you from killing me? Oh, you are weak, my child. You are a small, pathetic little boy who never amounted to anything. But today, you will finally do something worthwhile. You will burn, and I will ascend.
No! Stop him! Get me out of this!
Witness the birth of the Vampire Ascendant! Ecce Dominus!
Cazador acts to goad Astarion into falling back into the old ways of victimization. He attempts to instill fear and a sense of powerlessness via infantilization, then manipulation, and then overt violence. He combines the mannerisms of an abusive parent, a cult leader, and a sexual exploiter all into one foul package. At every turn, Astarion is denied his personhood. It's cripplingly effective.
No healing soup for you! Wake up!
Get your hands off me, worm!
I'm not the one in the dirt.
While the fight is hard, the aftermath is brutal. Astarion condenses his own dilemma, the subtext of his struggle now becoming explicit text.
One last thrust, and I'll be free of you. I'll never have to fear you Again. But if I finish the ritual you started, I'll never have to fear anyone. Ever.
Yet, even as he says this, we know that the powers of Ascension won't grant him immunity to fear. It will merely consume him.
You think me a fool? That I would allow anyone to usurp me, speak the words, and ascend in my place? The runes I carved into your flesh bind you and all 7,000 souls to the ritual. Complete it, and those bearing the scars will be sacrificed, you included. You are simply a means to an end. I made you to be consumed.
I am so much more than what you made me. Get over here. We can do this.
Power isn't automatically evil by its own nature. Power is the only way to effect change. We, as the player character, wield immense power. Power to doom people, sure, but also we have the power to help. Astarion trying to claim power, in this instance, is never the problem. It's the claiming of power for the express purpose of never having to fear anyone again. Yet, even as he says this, his fear is not external. The fear is inside him. He will never be free of it for as long as he lives. Such a life of constant fear necessitates claiming of constantly more power, more agency, more protection against greater and greater threats forever. It requires the perpetration of atrocities. It requires constant, never-ending abuse. The Ascendant Astarion, in short, is truly never free of his torment.
What do you think you are doing?
I'm making what you made me. Use the parasite. Link your mind to mine. Through your eyes, I can see the scars on my back and copy them onto his.
You would not dare!
I would. And I will. You will be consumed, and all the power you've lusted after will be mine.
Astarion, I've known this craving too. Craving for power, for control. But I fear your lust verges on madness.
Help me do this. Please.
Your minds join and your two selves become one. You can feel the knife in your hand, see the scars on his back, and taste his hunger for power.
Yes. Yes. I see it.
What are you doing? Don't! Ah!
Oh, no! No!
No, Astarion, stop this!
Don't you dare! I can feel their power flowing into me! Nunc volo hortis tantum quam policitus es mihi! I can't feel it. That ache in my stomach, that hunger, it's gone. I'm free. I'm finally free! Oh! Oh, it feels delicious. This is it. The hopeless dream dreamt by all of my kind. I am the greatest vampire to ever walk this land. Even the Pale Knight would have knelt before me. Now, I can hear it at last. See it at last. How all the lowly creatures of this plane are begging to serve. How to call upon them. Scurrying footpads in their safe houses. Rats below our feet in their filthy holes. The crows in the night above! They will obey. The world will stir in fear.
Indeed, a romanced ascended Astarion will later show that he still fears the Cazador despite everything.
Yes, my treasure.
Whatever's between us, we need to end it.
What?
You're not the person I fell for. Not anymore.
I know. I'm better than he was. Stronger. Finally free of my past. I'm who I always wanted to be. I have everything I ever wanted.
Are you really Astarion? Or are you just the new Cazador?
Silence! How dare you speak his name?
Though, as much as Astarion has completed the cycle and become the very abuser he strove to break free of, we can see that he isn't quite a carbon copy of Cazador. In his absolute ending, he is shown to rule Baldur's Gate as the Sun King, both embodying the thing he missed most from his mortality and serving as a reference to Louis XIV, a regent who wanted to portray himself as the very center of the world. And so perhaps for Astarion, this may symbolize how, underneath all the viciousness, he still just wants to be loved. Yet, in this, all he can be is feared. By contrast to this, the Astarion that refuses ascension is a much more vulnerable man, breaking down in tears during the final act.
You can see the fear in his eyes, but also the hunger. The thick smell of blood in the air and the promise of power being so close is intoxicating to him. All he can see is the power of the ritual and the freedom that power brings. The freedom to do anything, to be anything.
I know you think this will set you free, but it won't. This power will trap you, just as it trapped Cazador.
You're right. I can be better than them. But I'm not above enjoying this.
Is it over? Is he...
Yes. He's gone.
What does that mean for us?
It means you're free. You can do whatever you want.
You can do whatever you want. Sounds terrifying. And it is. But there's opportunity in it too. You can hide here, living in the shadows like parasites. Or you could be more than what he made us to be. You can choose differently, of course. But the consequences are on your head.
And yet, within this vulnerability he finds strength. He is no longer consumed by fear, either cowering in shadows away from Cazador's abuse, or cowering on a throne, afraid of Cazador's afterimage and imagined betrayal of his inferiors. In this version of himself, he's finally able to break away from the limiting mold that his abuse left him.
That's it. gone. After all these years, these centuries, it's really over.
I'm proud of you. You did the right thing.
I'm glad you think so, because I'm not so sure. I just feel numb. What I've lost. What I've gained. It's all so much. And God, all those spawn. Free in the Underdark. I need some time, I think. Just to let it all sink in. Let's just go. This place reeks of death, and I want to feel alive again.
Is this a happily ever after? An ending where Astarion could achieve his dreams and be everything he wanted to be? No, not remotely. The Astarion that refused someone else's unearned power is a still deeply wounded man.
It's strange. Knowing I'll never hear Cazador's voice again. Knowing it'll never command me to bow against my will. I'm free from him. Forever.
And how's it feel?
Invigorating. Terrifying. All of the above. I'm still trying to understand it, really. I came so close to losing everything back there. To losing myself. Back at the ritual, all I could see was the power on offer and the safety it promised. I was so blinded by it. Just as Cazador was. But you saw something in me. Someone else I could be. Someone who could break the cycle of power and terror that started centuries ago. You saved me back there. I may not have appreciated it at the time, but I do now. Thank you. I should probably start getting used to the shadows again. Who knows how long I have left in the sun?
Regretting your choices?
No, I made the right choice. Although I do regret the options I had. Maybe never seeing the sun again is just the price of freedom.
And that's it? You're giving up on walking in the sun?
Less giving up, more reassessing what I want. What I really want.
In many ways, this can seem underwhelming. There's no big, dramatic, fix-everything moment. The best ending for Astarion still leaves him with all his old scars, still unable to walk in the light, still damaged, still hurt. But his story to me was never about being fixed. It was about coming to terms with one's abuser and breaking away not only from them, but from everything they had instilled in you. Whether that is a parent, a pimp, the head of a coercive system, or any other form of malign influence, anyone with power over us can traumatize us. The ghosts of that trauma are still often left in their wake long after we've escaped. The way to move forward isn't to just not be traumatized. Such trauma always inevitably shapes us.
It feels ridiculous to still be thinking about Cazador. He's gone. I'm here. I won. But I still keep reliving everything that happened. Playing it over and over in my mind.
While we are shaped by our traumas, we do not have to be defined by them. We do not have to fall prey to our own fear, our own pain. Sometimes the hardest thing isn't just walking away from those who hurt us. It's letting go of the fear that they left in their wake. But letting go, sometimes, is the only way to be free.
You did more than that. You believed in me. Believed I was enough. Just the way I am. When I look at my future, anything and everything feels possible now. You saved me from myself and let me walk a new path where I can be free. Truly, honestly free. This is a gift, you know. Thank you. I won't forget it.
I'm free now, and I'm never going back!
Karlach is sometimes described as a ray of sunshine strapped to a chainsaw, which is honestly pretty accurate. She's peppy, she's feisty, and she's unusual among our companions in being one of the few unambiguously morally good characters. Well, mostly. Though she may have a scary appearance, she actually has a heart of gold, or a heart of infernal iron. Either way, it's no longer quite flesh and blood, but she hasn't let that dampen her enthusiasm, nor her zest for life.
A little gift from Zariel. Keeps me burning hot.
Very hot by the smell of it. Might be burning out a piston ring or leaking oil. Mind if I take a listen?
Be my guest. But don't get too close, or your eyes will melt shut.
Phew! You really are burning up. Whoever put that engine together tried to house metallogized Demono valves inside a Ragnak's alloy casement. Very risky. I might be able to help. I'd need infernal iron. And a prayer that my hammer will survive the work. That thing isn't meant to operate outside of Vernus. I'm not sure how much longer it'll keep running the way it's going.
She is portrayed to us by Wyll as some form of monstrous villain, there to kill the innocent and bring harm to the small folk of Faerun. As a result, she is being hunted by him, but the woman that we find seems much more reasonable than he suggests.
The Blood War. You saw it from above as the Nautiloid passed through Avernus. This woman was on the front line.
What was that?
Evidence. Proof that you're a devil. A gladiator in the archdevil Zariel's army.
I can explain, but it's a whole situation. If you just hear me out...
Another vision. Karlach's blade raised, slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her eyes dart around, seeking escape. Her rage and desperation seep into you. She is a victim of the Blood War, not an agent of it.
She's trying to trick us. Don't believe her lies.
You saw the truth. I never wanted to serve Zariel. I was enlisted in her army against my will. Forced to fight, and fight I did. When I saw an opportunity to get away, I took it. Finally home. Or near it, anyway.
You served her. That's enough to damn you.
You know monsters, right? Better than anyone. Look into my eyes. Can't you see I'm not what you think?
This introduction gives us a taste for the main themes explored in her characterization. How she was treated as disposable and had her personhood denied. How she seeks to avenge herself, and how she processes the grief left in its wake. Within the first moment of meeting her, the player may choose to simply treat her with callous disposability and murder her without a second thought. Though this is presented as an obviously bad option, it is still one that a malevolent character may pick, continuing a long line of violence done against her. Should the player listen to her, however, she tells us a little bit about her past. She was a skilled soldier in Hell's Great Blood War, but such skill only made her a useful tool in the eyes of her former masters.
Now that we're old pals, how would you feel about helping me kill some evil bastards? Little background if your moral compass needs something to point at. You already know I fought in the Blood War. I was good. Really good. It turns out I've got a knack for killing demons. That made me a valuable asset. Zariel, the archdevil herself, made me as her personal attack dog. I played along until I could get the fuck out of there, but devils don't like to lose their assets.
That's how she was seen. A valuable asset, not a person. Her first quest is one of vengeance. Zariel, her former infernal master, has sent a hit squad after her, posing as a group of paladins. Killing them all feels very cathartic, both for Karlach and the player. She keeps her freedom, and we kill our foes.
Enough! Enough! I'll not play pretend anymore. Karlach, you're going home in pieces if needs must. And you'll soon learn what it means to ally yourself with the likes of this garbage.
Avernus was never my home. It was my prison. I'm free now. And I'm never going back!
The tone of the story never suggests that this kind of vengeance is inherently bad. This is both violent justice and sorely needed emotional relief. Relief, though, is not healing, just a temporary lifting of the pain. At best, buying a few moments to cool off. At worst, simply a distraction. The extent of Karlach's pain only comes across afterwards, when she burns down everything in the area, risking herself and the entire party in the process.
Fuck them. Fuck Zariel. I won't go back. I'm never going back. And if any of Mummy's little friends want to pick up where the others left off, they'll find nothing but a pile of ash.
Her grief is, at this point in the story, expressed via passionate rage. Shortly after this, we learn the extent of her trauma. Not only was she dehumanized by her masters and treated as a tool, but her bodily autonomy was violated the entire way. Her heart was cut out of her chest and replaced with an engine, an infernal contraption of metal and fire.
The year, 10 Air. The place, sleepy little town called Baldur's Gate. Our hero, Karlach, a knock-kneed delinquent from the outer city with everything to give and nothing to lose. I was a kid looking for a way to fill my days and make some cash when I fell into the wrong crowd. Worked for a guy I respected. A lot. Turns out the feeling wasn't mutual. Through the jigs and the reels, he made a deal with Zariel behind my back. You know Zariel, right? Archdevil of Avernus. She put this thing in my chest and set me to work. Well, to war. I learned quick how to stay alive. And the engine served me when it came to killing devils. 10 years of that. The stories I could tell. Guy named Gortash. Politician. Inventor. One of these wheeler-dealer types who seems to have a finger in every pie. I guess I was naive to think everything he got up to was above board. What did I know? I saw a job. A good job. With people I liked. Doing work I was good at. Sometimes I'm jealous of that girl. Ugh, to feel so invincible again.
This has left her with both literal and emotional scars. Most notably with her inability to physically touch anyone, much as she wants to.
Wait, no! Are you all right?
A little singed, but it was worth it.
You have no idea. If I weren't so worried about killing you, I'd be in a puddle on the floor.
While it would be easy to call this a physical quirk of what happened to her and leave it at that, this also clearly serves as a metaphor for emotional hurt. She was damaged, deeply, by those she trusted, and now struggles to get close to others as a result, even if she desperately wants to. While Karlach's vibrant and passionate persona doesn't immediately conjure the timid introvert cliché of the hedgehog's dilemma, it doesn't mean she isn't carrying similar internal doubts. However, she understands on a fundamental level that emotional isolation won't help her, putting her in stark contrast to our other companions. Trauma may make it hard to connect to people, as we see emphasised in Astarion and Shadowheart stories, especially when trauma is so readily apparent to others and has left such obvious marks. But for others, it may lower their boundaries and make someone more willing to be open, willing to be caring, and willing to self-sacrifice, as we see with Wyll. Karlach leans closer to the latter than the former, but this doesn't mean she is necessarily better off than the others. We can also see hints throughout this act that her passion and lust for life is not only a general personality trait, but also her chosen coping mechanism for her pain.
I couldn't let myself feel sad in the Hells. Letting my guard down would have been a death sentence. And letting, say, a Cambion near me would have been disastrous. I thought it best to just keep my distance. But loneliness that deep gets into the marrow. Now that I'm here, among friends, I can feel it burning out of me. Little by little, step by step.
It's not a bad coping mechanism at all. In comparison to our other companions, it's one of the better ones by a long margin. Focus on the immediate joy, keep your mind on the present, never focus on the long term, and enjoy everything to the fullest, up to and including uncontrolled violence. She's not mopey, unlike many of our other companions. But just because she's less dramatic about it doesn't mean her pain isn't deeply present and deeply felt. This is made very apparent during the second act. After dealing with Minthara, Wyll's devilish patron, she appears disturbed and even terrified.
God damn it! Why did it have to be Minthara? Why did it have to be Zariel? We're supposed to risk our necks to get one of her assets? What if it's a runaway like me? Or something far worse? It's a bad idea to play games with the devil. You'd never win. Not ever.
It's not surprising that she'd find the idea of meeting her abusers again so frightening. They destroyed her former life and damaged her body in an incredibly intense way. Yet, we soon find out that this isn't all that they've cursed her with. Her past was stripped from her, but now we find that her future will be taken from her too.
I only need one more piece of infernal iron to craft an insulating chamber that can make it possible for Karlach to...
Touch people!
Exactly!
Oh my god. It's really happening. It's been so long. We've got the iron. Let's do this thing!
Hang on! I think you'll want to hear the bad news too. I don't enjoy saying this, Karlach, but there's no two ways about it. Your engine is going to blow and I can't fix it. I'm not sure anyone can. It's simply too hot to exist here in the material plane. Unless you return to Avernus for good, this thing is going to blow. Sooner rather than later.
But still, you can give me something that'll let me touch again, right? Safely.
Yes, but...
That's all I need to know. Do it. Please. The minute I set foot back in Avernus, Zariel will force me back into service. I'm not doing her bidding again. I'd rather die.
I get that, but don't rule it out. The world just might be better with you in it. Even in Avernus. I won't stop trying to figure out a cure, but... at this point, I think we all have to face the inevitable.
Her reaction to this information is to aggressively focus on the positive and brush aside the negative. And honestly, who can blame her? When faced with one's own mortality, inevitable and rapidly approaching, what else can you do? While it may read to some as simply a zest for life, an act of aggressively appreciating what she still has, to others it may read as myopic, denial, a refusal to face the painful parts of her situation, even if that refusal is incredibly understandable. There is another option to avoid dying from the engine's inferno, of course, but not one that she is willing to accept.
When I touched you, I felt like a real person. My heart was racing, But I didn't hurt you. I don't have to be afraid of myself anymore. I don't have to hold back. Touch! Touch everything! Touch everyone that'll let me. Shake hands, dance a waltz, maybe even kiss a face or two if I find a good candidate. The world's my funhouse. Misery always overstays its welcome, and joy leaves too soon. I'll cry later, but not now.
There are a few potential ways to read this scene, and while you could view this as a quiet expression of suicidality, Karlach makes it very clear in her following conversations that she views it as an issue of autonomy. Karlach's heart was stolen from her and replaced with a piece of foreign metal that is killing her. The same piece of metal that prevents her from touching others and actually living her life. Moreover, it was forced into her by the same abuser that tattooed her name across Karlach's flesh, just to emphasize that Karlach's body is no longer her own. It is a denial of bodily autonomy that did not end until Karlach escaped Zariel's clutches for good, and will surely resume if she ever returns to Hell. Notably, this bodily trauma and transformation is something that also happened to Karlach's abusers. Not Gortash, but Zariel. Though we don't see the Archdevil herself in-game, Zariel was once a Celestial. She led a war in Hell with noble ambitions, and was ultimately defeated. Zariel's body was transformed against her will into something far more fiendish and cruel, and her response to this was to turn to rage and to vengeance. The city of Elturel was dragged to Avernus, a misguided attempt to mete out justice against those who wronged the Archdevil, against those who abandoned her to the forces of the Hells in the first place. A potentially dark mirror for Karlach, should she choose to follow a bleaker path, though admittedly not one that we see lived out in game. A cycle of trauma, though one that Karlach does her best to break. And now, she is given an impossible choice. Return to her abuser, still technically alive, but quite literally trapped in Hell with a body that is no longer entirely her own. Or to die. She has been denied agency so often in life, so shouldn't she at least be given the dignity of choosing how she gets to die instead?
Listen, I'm never going back. If you said I could die right now or live 1,000 years in the Hells, I'd choose to go out now with my freedom intact. I don't expect anyone to understand that. But I've been dealt a hand most people don't have to contemplate playing.
Karlach, we're a team. We should make those kind of decisions together.
Not always. Not this. I'm sorry, but this one is mine. But I don't want to talk about this now. I've been given a huge gift. I can touch the people I love for the first time in a decade. And for the first time in a decade, there are people I care about all around me. Let me enjoy that, please.
Choosing to make the most of what little time she has is her best option in this scenario. But as noble as that sentiment is, it's still a shitty choice to have to make. And the realities of it are far more complicated than we might assume. Karlach can reveal that she had a somewhat friendly acquaintance with a Cambion while in Avernus. This is a striking deviation from her no devils policy, where she admits this Cambion was always worth a laugh.
Well, Flo didn't tell a lie. She said you'd find me, and here you are. Karlach, isn't it?
Now there's a name I'd hope never to hear again. What was Flo doing here?
Didn't think to quiz her about her business.
Florenta the Garotta. A Cambion I knew back in Avernus. She was the closest thing I had to a friend. That said, she would have choked the life out of me if I ever turned my back on her. The fact that she knows where I am, where I might be going, doesn't exactly delight me. I wouldn't have given her the time of day, but even I needed a laugh once in a while. What could I say? The bitch had good jokes.
She still acknowledges that the Cambion was a miserable, awful person that is now tormenting Karlach for fun. She was lonely. She wanted some sort of reprieve from hating everyone around her. And it's clear that Karlach isn't proud of getting along with or even tolerating someone so cruel. But yet again, Karlach was trapped in a shitty situation and had to make an equally shitty choice. Be miserable and lonely and hate everyone around you for 10 years. Or take the respite where you can, have a laugh, put your head down and play along. When you're in hell, you'll take what you can get.
You saw the extent of Florenta the Garrotta's friendship. She'll lend you a hand, long as she can crush your spirit while she's at it. A Cambion, you won't be surprised to hear. I knew never to let my guard down around her. But the fucker made me laugh. Especially when I least felt like it. If she'd been completely different from who she was, we might have been real friends.
It's notable that Karlach is choosing to prioritize the good in her life, rather than callously doling out more bad. As we see, her abusers live off of putting others down so that they can climb higher. Zariel's malicious pursuit of power pervades the entire game, even if we never meet the Archdevil ourselves. Gortash, the man that sold Karlach into slavery, does much the same. He uses, abuses, and then loses anyone that serves a purpose, because people are cheap and he has very expensive plans. It would be easier for Karlach to mimic those patterns and just be an asshole. Brute force, when carefully applied, can get you far, as this game attests. If she so chooses, she could take all that she has learned and create a little kingdom where she is on top and kicks everyone else down. Because, to be frank, it takes a lot of active effort to consistently make the positive choice. And it's exhausting. It's difficult. Looking on the brighter side of things isn't a once-off choice. Being nice and positive isn't comfortable, nor is it easy. It's a constant push to maintain that optimism despite the darkness of the situation. But she doesn't want to be like them. She doesn't even consider it. She will be Karlach, not their perverse creation. Even so, that cheerful mask sometimes slips.
Last night was incredible. This morning is incredible. Every moment with you is beyond belief. You still like me, right?
Of course I do. Never doubt it.
And nothing bad is going to happen now?
No. Nothing bad is going to happen to us ever again.
The deception roll isn't hard. To beat a simple 7 on a 20-sided dice is pretty straightforward. The odds are in your favor. But why is it so easy? She's not stupid. The score isn't set low because she's gullible. It's because she wants to believe. She wants a bit of reassurance that things are going to be okay. That you aren't going to abandon or hurt her the way everyone in her past has done. That she doesn't have to be lonely and isolated again. That there's still hope things will work out to some happy ending. But even if we stay with her, things aren't going to be okay. We know they won't. She knows they won't. And sometimes setting that aside and trying to focus on the positive just doesn't come easily. When treated as disposable, as a tool, an object to be cast aside when no longer of value, it's hard to convince herself it won't just happen again. Sometimes a little outside reassurance goes a long way. But in the end, this is all still more towards ignoring her own grief, rather than processing it. By the end of the second act, this benign form of self-deception becomes that much harder to maintain when she encounters Gortash after he damned her to hell.
I I was his bodyguard. I looked after him with my life. I trusted him more than anything. He gave me away to Zariel just for kicks. He ruined my life just when it was starting. And now he'd use up the entire Sword Coast. He has to die. And I'm gonna be the one who kills him!
Once more, we see how she was wounded so deeply by her experiences. From having her trust betrayed, from being cast aside at the whims of some rich arsehole, from having her body irrevocably altered without her consent, from having her future taken from her by those with too much power to care. She was treated as disposable and denied her personhood by them. And now, despite all attempts to live happily for herself, so much was still lost. All that was left of her future is grief and vengeance.
He got his claws into me early. I was a wild kid, brawling my way through the city. One of my mates got wind of a bit of work guarding some indoorsy type with lots of enemies. Seemed like easy money, so I went in for it. He took one look at me and said I was perfect. I liked that. Not like that, you know. Just... it felt like a good fit. I kept him safe and he paid me well. Well enough to move into a better neighborhood and put something away for the future. My future. I respected him, trusted him. And he returned that trust, that respect. His life was in my hands and I took that seriously. The whole thing with Zariel happened so fast. I had no idea what had gone down until it was over. 1 minute I was in Baldur's Gate, a happy, healthy, not quite kid. The next, I was burning up in Avernus with an engine for a heart. Zariel laughed. Said she paid him well for my services. She'd wanted to test her new machine, and he said I'd be able to handle it. He was right. Sometimes I wish he weren't. Evil, evil bastard.
In another game, in an easier story, the third act would be about finally satisfying that vengeance and saving Karlach. It would be about giving everyone a happily ever after. But Baldur's Gate 3 is not so kind to its audience. Our first conversation with Gortash showed him being callous, apathetic, and utterly indifferent to Karlach's suffering. All her objections about what he did to her are dismissed as barely worth talking about.
Dearest Karlach, I'd busy myself finding Orin if I were you. I'll still be here for any unfinished business once you've secured your camp.
That's it? That's all you have to say to me?
Were you hoping for something else? A word of wisdom? A hug?
Thanks to you, I don't hope for things anymore. I just take whatever it is I want. See you soon, motherfucker.
You most certainly will.
For her, it was a decade of her life in hell and her entire future lost. For him, it was a good deal on an otherwise unremarkable day, one that he seems to have practically forgotten about. It's entirely possible to play out this whole scene without Karlach. He cares so little about her protest that he may just have her ejected from the room without a second thought.
Don't fucking touch me! Gortash! Face me, you fucking asshole!
Ah, apologies for the disruption, my friends. We appear to have guests.
In all this, her vengeance is denied and restrained. Should a player choose to fight for her, assist her revenge, and attempt to kill Gortash then and there, they're given an almost impossible fight as a consequence. She is prevented from getting her catharsis. She is still treated as disposable. Finding Dammon in the third act merely confirms what we already know. There's no way around Karlach's mortality. What Gortash and Zariel did to her was fatal. Her time is limited. This is all she gets.
Would be a lot better if you find a way to fix this engine, Damon.
I haven't stopped trying, but all roads lead to a dead end.
Perhaps in contrast to the other, more conflicted companions, Karlach begins to adapt. Throughout the third act, we see her begin to process her grief and come to terms with her own fate and the fate of her loved ones. In the lower city's cemetery, we find the gravestones of her parents. Yet, the encounter is bittersweet rather than sad.
Here lie Pluck and Karlach Cliffgate, my parents. Hi, Mum. Hi, Dad. Sorry I haven't visited. I've been away. But I'm back now, and I brought friends. I miss you so much. But I'm happy and getting up to some really important shit. Maybe you can see for yourselves. I don't know. You're with me here. Anyway. Taters. Men, I love you in the Cliffgate household. I can't even remember how it started anymore. Lost family lore. There was a lot of silly nonsense in our house. My mates used to say we had our own personal language. I guess I'm the last remaining speaker. Mum used to say there was no such thing as death, that there was only change. Dad thought that was a load of woo, that gone meant gone unless you'd struck a deal with one of the gods. Said he had better things to do in life than beg favors off immortals. I'm not sure what I believe.
While this isn't an encounter in which she's exactly welcoming death, she's still come to a sense of acceptance, if only for her own complicated and often negative emotions. In this, she's addressing the mortality of her parents rather than her own. But isn't that sometimes easier? Addressing the damage done to others before your own? It's on this background of quiet grief, of thoughtful determination, on refusing to give in and the recurrent, conscious choices to hold her head high, that we can finally return to the man that sold her. After all the time adventuring with you, reforging friendships and establishing positive connections with others, she can finally put the narrative together of what Gortash did to her. She can face the utter injustice of it all and lay the appropriate blame at his feet. Her pain, her rage, and her vengeance are rightfully earned.
It's hard to keep a good woman down, isn't it, Karlach?
I don't know. You managed it for a solid decade.
I never meant to harm you, dear. Merely to help you realize your vast potential.
You sent me to the hells. You let Zariel take my heart, as though any of it was yours to give away.
The greater good, Karlach. Something I wouldn't expect you to understand.
You feel no regret, do you? All right. How about fear, then?
You can't hurt me, you need me. Whether you and your friend realize it or not.
Do we now?
I'm sorry you feel wronged by how things ended between us all those years ago. But now we must look to the future.
You make it sound like we were lovers. Or friends. But that wasn't it. I trusted you. I respected you. It was my job to protect you. And that's what I did. I was so young. I didn't recognize evil when I saw it. When you turned on me, I was too dumbstruck to realize what was happening. No way he'd hurt me, I thought. He betrayed me for reasons I still don't quite understand. But I suppose evil has no real cause. It just is. Until it isn't.
Yet, even after that vengeance is satisfied, it still leaves her hollow. It's not that it wasn't justified, or that such vengeance was unbecoming of her. In this narrative, there is no doubt that Gortash is a bastard and needs to die. And there's no doubt that Karlach's involvement provides some catharsis. But it still didn't change anything. It still didn't fix her. And without that vengeance, all that's left to face is the grief.
So Gortash is nothing more than a pile of flesh? Same as the rest of us. I don't feel like I've won. All I feel is tired. Is that it then? Killed the bastard who ruined my life, and now I crawl into a corner and die? Am I fucking missing something? It makes no sense. None of it means anything. He's dead. And he's no fucking sorrier now than he was before. What was the point? I'm still dying. I'm dying. I'm going to die.
But you're not dead yet. I am here with you, and I will be until the very end.
Don't say that. Say you found some way to fix me. That now Gortash is dead, I'll get my heart back. My heart. It was mine. And they took it. I'm going to be as dead as Gortash any day now. Any moment. And what then? Off to the City of Judgment to waste into oblivion? Into the dirt to get eaten by maggots? Is that it for me? Is that fucking all? And you'll just keep going, won't you? Watching the stars, warming your hands on the campfire, dancing, eating, making fucking love all night. All of it, all of it! That's my reward for everything I suffered. That's why I survived 10 years of torment. The fighting, the clawing, the loneliness, the fucking loneliness. All of it so I could rot. Because the person I trusted the most gave me away to the devil. It isn't fair. I don't want it like this.
I'd do anything to change it. I just can't.
You could try. You got a wish spell in that pack of yours. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? I ought to just end it all now. On my terms. But then who'd save this godforsaken town? Let's get out of here. I've always hated this place. Stupid fucking gigantic bridge or whatever. I think I need to go to camp for a while. Be alone. Scream at the sky. You can come and find me later if you want to. Thanks for listening. For existing. Love you.
For a player that has romanced Karlach, she takes the player out on a date in the city, but the date is quietly tinged with the same bittersweet grief.
I know I can't stay forever. Here. With you. In fact, I feel like I don't have long left at all. We've been through so much, and the worst is yet to come. I have every reason to feel terrified, hopeless, not giving up. But to be here, with you, in the city I love, in this world that I love so much, it's all I could really ask for. You hear me? You're all I could ever ask for. I love you. And I know that whatever else this city will throw at us, we can handle it.
This is still something a lot healthier than it was in Act 2. The grief is there, the pain is there, but it's acknowledged rather than ignored. This is continued in the next conversation we may have with her afterwards.
I've always thought I was fearless. Never scared of a fight, of the future. But dying has taught me so much. There's no courage in fearlessness. There's courage in being fucking terrified, but still going forward. Still being grateful. Still trying. We're going to save this city. Together. It's going to be the last thing I do.
From anger to sadness to acceptance, there's little left for her to say, other than to face the inevitable when the time comes. In the following conversations, she is clear that if an end is to come, and it will come, she at least wants to be the one to dictate its terms. Her, not the player, not you.
You know, soldier, we're so fucked. The Dark Three are trying to consume the Sword Coast. We've still got tadpoles in our eyes, and I've got a ticking time bomb in my chest. I'm not sure anyone has ever been more fucked than this. And yet, we're fine. In this moment, we're fine. Here I am. There you are. Breathing, talking, even laughing if we want. Is it very precious to say that despite it all, I'm happy? Speaking of which, there's something I wanted to ask you. Will you stay with me when it's time for me to go? I think I can do anything if you're there. Even die.
Should the player suggest an alternative, or try to push her towards returning to Avernus as a means of avoiding her death? An act that would still return her to the clutches of her abusers, even if it would save her life. She is very clear that this isn't what she wants.
No, I can't. I'd rather die here in Faerun, my home, than live in service to a devil. I've considered it. Believe me, I have. But it would take Zariel all of a minute to suss me out and force me back into the Blood War. I can't do it anymore. I'd wish for death every day. Let me go out surrounded by things I love, not things I hate.
All the endings for Karlach are, at best, bittersweet. Unlike Shadowheart and Astarion, this isn't a choice between overcoming abuse and being the best version of themselves, versus falling back into the cycle and becoming the worst version of themselves. This is simply Karlach walking towards an inevitable end and choosing how to face it. Should the player character, via death or incapacitation, not be there for Karlach at the end of the game, she will bid her final goodbye to the world.
I'm hot. Too hot. I think this is it. The engine's finally cooked. I'm not ready. We did it. I did it. The city's gonna be all right. My friends are going to be all right. What's happening? Goodbye, sun. Goodbye, sea.
A sad ending, though one in which she has shown that she has come to terms with her mortality. She dies as she lived, in love with the world, but alone. None of the other companions are able to hold her as she passes. Should the player still be alive and present, they may be there for her, standing beside her as she faces her death.
Soldier. The city's going to be all right. And so are you. Engine's finally cooked. Held on just long enough. So, how'd I do?
You're spectacular in every way.
For you. And for the city and for myself and blah blah. But most of all, for you. Careful! Hot! How'd I do? Spectacular! Ah, it's the one thing I can't beat, isn't it? Same below as above. I love you. You. More than anything. I saw... Oh, God! Goodbye, son. Goodbye, sea. Goodbye. I'm ready. I stand back. I'm going to...
This hurts to see, and it hurts to be a part of. It always hurts to say goodbye. But it's still goodbye on her own terms, and that might be the best death she could hope for. In her darkest ending, a vengeful Karlach descends upon Baldur's Gate, wielding the powers of the Absolute. Karlach indulges her darkest desires for vengeance and cruelty, and kills all the kindness and compassion left in her heart. Only rage remains.
Look at them. Afraid. They've always been afraid of me. You made Gortash your savior. He'd keep you safe, wouldn't he? Safe from people like me. Well, guess what, Baldur's Gate? You can't pick which parts of you to keep. Everything you reject will come back stronger. I'm home! I'm finally home! Oh, you must have missed me so much. But don't worry, I made friends while I was gone. Want to meet them?
This ending is clearly an evil outcome, one in which her bloodlust is no longer tempered by compassion. This can only occur for an origin Karlach, one in which the player is controlling her actions. Still, she gets all she wanted. She gets to stay in Faerun and is no longer affected by her infernal engine. The implication is that the Blood War has found its newest battlefield. The Hells and Faerun have become one and the same. Baldur's Gate suffered the same fate as Elturel. Karlach dragged it to hell, just like Zariel before her. As the city she once called home burns around her, The heartless Hellion stands amidst the wreckage, having become the monster Gortash betrayed her as. A slightly lesser-known conclusion for Karlach occurs a little earlier in the tale. Should she be present when confronting the Emperor, she will volunteer to make the sacrifice of becoming a Mind Flayer.
And you will be an illithid for the rest of your days. Is this really something you would be willing to accept?
I could. I should. I have nothing to lose anymore. I'm burning up, burning out. But this is something I can still do. This is how I can help save the city I love. The Emperor might be right, but we're not out of options yet. Let me transform. I'm not long for this world. I can feel it. You can trust me to use the stones as we planned, to defeat the brain and nothing more. It's the perfect solution. Say you agree. Please. I've never been more sure of anything. This heart inside me is about to blow. Doesn't matter which body it takes out with it, right? If this is the end for me, let me be the motherfucker who saved the world.
It's a messy thing. We save the world, yes. We save Karlach's life, yes, but not without a heavy cost. As with all forms of ascension that the game offers, something is irrevocably changed in Karlach for this act, and it does seem like much more of a sacrifice than anything else. Karlach as an illithid is, admittedly, far more benign than other Mind Flayers. But the tone in which the game presents this shows us that it's still very, very far from a happy ending.
I can't wait to say hello, but to be honest, I'm keen to visit the doctor before it gets too late. He said there's a potential in his infirmary. A very old woman recently diagnosed with a wasting sickness. She seemed interested in what I have to offer. I want to have a good long talk with her before we make an arrangement. Though, if I'm being very selfish, I hope she'll say yes. I'm absolutely famished. And think of all those memories. I'm sure of very little these days. But at least this way I can live. And those who offer themselves to me can live on too. Births, first loves, marriages, losses. I remember them all and always will. Each memory I've consumed is of value.
The final option for Karlach is one that works in tandem with Wyll's ending. One in which she bites the bullet and returns to Avernus.
Goodbye, son. Goodbye, sea. Goodbye.
No, stop. I won't allow this. Karlach, you're coming with me. Back to Avernus.
We can't let her die.
Not like this. Not now.
You can't.
So, what do you say? Die here now, or live on with the blade of Avernus at your side. Zariel won't touch you. I swear it, Karlach.
Fine. I'll go. Well, with you. But we have to go. Now. I can't hang on much longer. Well, soldier. Here we are. It worked. My engines calmed down. I shouldn't have let you come here. This isn't going to be easy, you know. Zariel's going to come at us with everything she's got. Gods, like clockwork. They'll be on us soon, but there's just enough time. Thought I was done with these. But then, there was you lot. Imps are fast, but careless. Don't let them tire you out, just get rid of them. And don't forget, you asked for this. Better let these fuckers know I'm back. And this time, I'm not alone.
While this is clearly against her previously expressed wishes, the tone doesn't show this as a negative thing. The music is triumphant, and Karlach herself looks badass. This isn't being presented as a bad ending. While she has lost some of what she loved, the world, Faerun, and the joy of walking the lands of the living, she has still returned to Avernus with friends, no longer alone, no longer isolated, and no longer vulnerable to Zariel's abuse in the way that she used to be. Sometimes it's not the literal place that you're in that matters, it's the situation. And sometimes with support from those who care about you, you can't be isolated and exploited anymore. Sometimes the real vengeance was the friends we made along the way. When she shows up to the post-game epilogue, she appears happy, at least as happy as she could be, even if stuck in Avernus. She remained away from Zariel's clutches. Say hi to the Nameless One for me.
Updated my journal.
Karlach's story has less variation than that of other companions, and is generally a simpler tale with a more straightforward arc. But that doesn't make it any less potent. She was harmed, deeply, and had a future stolen from her, yet chooses to keep a positive outlook on what little time she has. She chooses to keep reaching out to people and to trust them even after being betrayed, even when that choice is hard to make. While there's a subjective element of how we evaluate the good or bad parts about her endings, the themes remain clear. There's no happy ending for her, only relative shades of bittersweet. So many of our companions get some form of happy ending. The best that Karlach can hope for is an ending where she gets a say in how she meets it. Facing her mortality was never going to be easy. But it's easier with companionship. It's easier when she has her own agency to make her choices. And maybe when facing down death, or even the more metaphorical mortalities of loss, grief, isolation, and trauma, maybe that's the best we can hope for.
Then, I'll fight ever harder, be ever stronger, till my deeds eclipse my appearance.
Wyll Ravengard should have been a paladin. The first time you are likely to meet Wyll, he is leaping from the sky to defend strangers from a pack of goblins. He gives his hero one-liner, hits his mark, and then when the battle is over, sprints back inside so he can teach the children how to protect themselves and be brave. He's patient, he's tempered, he's wise, he's kind. Wyll Ravengard should have been a paladin, but he's a warlock. It is a compelling premise, suggesting some level of inner turmoil, perhaps a hint of corruption. A would-be paladin that is a warlock? Oh, something must be wrong with him, we tell ourselves, settling in for a properly sorted tale. The truth is far more straightforward, far more tragic. When Wyll was 17, he was woken by a devil whispering in his ear that he could save the city he loved, for a price. Wyll, raised on the tales of heroes and a strict sense of justice, complied. He would enter this devil pact not for himself, but to turn that power over to the people and save all that he had come to care for. Many players stop here, uninterested. Oh, he's good. Exactly like we thought. Look, he even said he'd do it again. His morality isn't at risk at all, there's no story here because he's good and boring and static and disappointing. Superman will always make the right choice. Aragorn will always make the right choice. Wyll will always make the right choice. And yes, Wyll's outlook towards life is predictably heroic. Do good, be rewarded. Defend the innocent, protect the weak, be just and virtuous and everything people want you to be. Compared to the constant turmoil and mess of the other companions, Wyll is just here. Too good, too pure, so perfect it's almost exhausting. There's nothing tempting him. There's nothing corrupting him. He's not here to make bad choices and be interesting, the criticism goes. So we'll leave him and go find someone a little more fun. But that's missing the point. Wyll could have been a paladin. He could have rejected the devil, Minthara, when she gave him his offer, could have taken the long way round, could have recognized that he, a 17-year-old, was not responsible for saving all of Baldur's Gate in that moment. Instead, he chose to become a warlock. Instead, he chose to shoulder all of that weight alone. Instead, he chose to enter into a painful, toxic, abusive relationship because when faced with the trolley problem, Wyll would choose to be run over every single time. That is the point of Wyll's story. It's not about struggling with your morals, it's about how good people can be manipulated, tormented, and abused by bad people. It's about how seemingly strong people can be and still are victims of abuse. It's about how abusers don't care why you entered into their atmosphere, because they will abuse you all the same. I often worry that people might not take Minthara's abuse strictly as abuse. She's a devil, after all. Them treating people poorly is almost literally part of the deal. Not to mention, Wyll seems shockingly okay, considering a devil has him on a short leash. He doesn't have any harsh social barriers, doesn't struggle with personal boundaries, hasn't been corrupted by any of Minthara's worldviews, and is generally just doing okay. Wyll is Prince Charming, and Prince Charming has to be okay. But abuse isn't determined by how broken we perceive the victims to be. The things Minthara does to Wyll aren't suddenly acceptable just because he isn't dry-heaving at the thought of emotional intimacy. Once we contextualize Minthara's pattern of behavior, things become frighteningly clear. Minthara coerced a teenaged Wyll into making a predatory deal that put his social standing, personal relationships, and very soul at risk. True, she didn't threaten him or apply any overt pressure, but Minthara was very deliberate in who she made a bargain with and what she offered. Who better to ask than the 17-year-old with a savior complex? He's half asleep, he's not thinking straight, he doesn't have any authority figures to interfere or offer advice, and when panicked with news of rogue cultists ready to destroy his city, what choice do you think young Wyll would make? He's the type to become a paladin, after all. What good is his soul if he doesn't dedicate it entirely to saving everyone else? Easy pickings for the left hand of an archdevil. Once Wyll did commit to this faulty bargain, Minthara effectively had control over his entire life. Perhaps she's not literally puppeting him along, perhaps he has freedom of movement and can do as he likes, but she can appear at any time and tell him to change his plans. Kill this devil, save that asset, go risk your life for my interests. Whatever Minthara wants, Wyll has to do.
And I'll pay my penance. You're not in any danger, I promise. I can't say the same about me.
He has no control over his life, no authority, no agency. He is, as he describes, one pet in a menagerie of warlocks she keeps on call. And let us not forget that Minthara's control over Wyll extends to his bodily autonomy. It may not be presented in a sexual context, nor as complete a control as the kind Khazad-dûr exhibits over Astarion, but Minthara is able to change and affect Wyll's body as she pleases. She turns his eye into a sending stone so she can track him across the known world. She invades his personal space and touches him without his consent. She can even transform him into another creature, should he displease her. Wyll lives in constant fear of what Minthara might do to him, to the point that he has to drastically change his path and his plans, or face the consequences. And sure, Wyll shrugged off being changed into a fiend.
I suppose I'll grow used to the new me, horns and all.
He also hid away from the tieflings during their party in the grove, too ashamed and disappointed in himself to be seen. Minthara also works hard to undermine Wyll's personal relationships and isolate him from any outside influences. Minthara takes great pleasure in manipulating appearances to destroy Wyll's reputation and make him appear like a power-hungry, secretive, and manipulative person.
It isn't what you think. It never was.
You turned your back on me, on your city, to chase the she-devil and her power. She stinks up the place even now. It is exactly what I think.
When in truth, she is the one driving all of these circumstances. She gagged him from telling people about the truth of their bargain. She makes leading statements in front of allies and leaves him to clean up the mess. She appears and disappears when it would cause the most chaos for Wyll. The player might see through her schemes, but they can just as easily condemn Wyll for his appearance and the burden Minthara's contract can pose. They can even banish Wyll from camp for his forced deceit. Tragically, it doesn't shock Wyll if the player does. His own father did much the same. And if everyone else casts Wyll out, it merely sends him right back to Minthara. Granted, he never softens towards her in the game, never flips his morals and decides to trust her as his only ally, but the fact remains. Wyll has no one else. He only has Minthara. He hates it, he knows it's all her fault, but he only has Minthara. I also find it telling that Wyll doesn't have the language to describe what happened to him. Sure, he can talk about it, once Minthara agrees, but the words he uses are roundabout or generic, only getting at the surface of the problem. Whereas the other members of camp can, if given the time and support, fully articulate the repercussions of their trauma, Wyll's descriptors are left startlingly vague. He can't express that Minthara is invasive, controlling, or capricious, isn't able to describe how the lack of control over his body makes him feel, nor can he identify the impact on himself. When you are denied the language to speak about a problem, you lose the ability to express it to anyone else. Eventually, if it goes on long enough, you lose the ability to even identify it to yourself. And of course, if you can never tell someone what's wrong, it is that much harder for you to receive help. It is that much harder for them to notice anything bad is happening to you at all. You're a strong person, Wyll. You couldn't possibly go through something bad. You would have told us if you had, right? And surely, you wouldn't have let something awful happen to you at all. But the real trap comes from Minthara not always being cruel to Wyll. She gives Wyll lavish rewards if he pleases her. She praises him, she gives him exactly what he wants. Do you want to save your city? Do you want a robe that will aid you on your quest? How about a pact weapon? They're yours, and all at her generous hand. They're poisoned favors, yes, but they are useful, and Wyll does desire them. Plus, it's difficult to write someone off when you never know if they'll be nice to you. Again, Wyll is never seduced into liking Minthara or thinking of her as anything other than a necessary evil, but there is a notable tolerance for her, a resigned acknowledgement of what she does for him, perhaps even a desire to appease her. If he does the things she likes, well, there's a chance that he's rewarded, and that's nice, isn't it? It's better than displeasing her and certainly receiving a punishment.
I'll make it simple. Wyll fails or refuses, and he turns to a thick blob of stink flesh and sinks to Avernus. Now, be a good boy and play fetch, pup, or you'll spend an eternity sizzling in the hells.
Once you know what to look for, Wyll is in just as much of an abusive relationship as everyone else. Sure, he's strong and self-confident and morally sound, but his inner world is racked with insecurity and a need to help, a need to sacrifice himself to be worth something. Wyll's actor, Theo Solomon, has said that Wyll's greatest fear is to not be needed.
Because he's such a protector of people, and he's so selfless, and he's always the guy to step up to the plate. And maybe that even comes from a place of lack. Do you know what I mean? I'm lacking something, so I need to show you that I am this person. So for him to maybe, I don't know, if if he couldn't fight, or if he couldn't defend people from anyone, I think that would be his greatest fear.
I think you're right.
Not being by anyone.
And I think that's exactly something a monster like Minthara would zero in on. Wyll is trapped in a cycle of being compelled to sacrifice himself, to accept Minthara's abuse as an act of pure charity. He suffers because of her, he loses things because of her, but if he plays nicely and doesn't complain when she ruins his life and makes all of his friends hate him, maybe he'll earn a reward. Maybe he'll take the pain that could have been directed towards someone else. Maybe he'll prove he's a noble and worthy hero if only he bears up his chest again and again and again. I hope it's clear that this trajectory should not, cannot be maintained. Wyll's intentions may be charitable and good, but after a certain point, self-sacrifice is just another form of self-harm. Minthara, as always, is far more aware of this than Wyll is, and uses that to her benefit. Most players will likely encounter the crisis of Wyll's story at the beginning of Act 3. His father has been tadpoled and is being manipulated by one of the game's main villains, Enver Gortash, and will shortly be sent away to a near-inescapable prison, the Iron Throne. Minthara is quick to inform us that he will likely die there, unless Wyll signs a new contract with her. The terms are straightforward, as they always are. Either Wyll keeps his soul and severs his current contract with Minthara, almost certainly dooming his father, or he does the noble thing, the hero thing. If he sacrifices himself, gives Minthara his soul for eternity, he will be able to save his father, the greatest champion of the city, and an innocent in the machinations of greater, more malicious beings. It is a terrible, hateful decision to be confronted with. All Wyll has wanted this entire game was to save his father. All he has sought is to make his father proud. Wyll has lived his entire life trying to live up to the image and expectations of older Ravengard. In terms of character, he has to save him, right? He can't functionally kill his father just to help himself. No one could do that. Certainly not Wyll. But Wyll also wants his freedom.
You're free, Minthara. I held up my end. Now you hold up yours. Sever the pact.
He has been asking for it, begging for it, bartering for his own life so he no longer has to be the puppet of a devil. Yes, Alder is important, but is he worth his son's soul? Would he even want such a thing? Can't Wyll rally the city himself? Couldn't he do good without having to dance around Minthara's chokehold? Can't he be allowed to save himself? Just this once. Unlike the other characters, who will lean one way or another in their pivotal moments, Wyll has no opinion. He is paralyzed with indecision, and it is up to you, the player, to counsel him. Do you save yourself, Wyll? Or do you save your father? Do you be the hero, or do you break yourself from the cycle of misery and abuse? It's effective drama, yes, one that has paralyzed most everyone I know that has played the game, but it also reflects how, sometimes, abuse makes it very difficult to act. It makes it very difficult to do the obvious thing. It makes it nearly impossible to choose. One of the most frustrating attitudes I hear leveled towards victims of abuse is, well, if you knew it was so bad, why didn't you get out? Why did you let them do bad things to you? Why didn't you fight back? I hope it's clear by now that it's not that easy. There are so many invisible barriers, so many mind games, so many fears of repercussion that you can't just do anything. The thought of moving forward and pursuing your own self-interest doesn't make sense sometimes.
This may be your best chance to negotiate Wyll out of his pact. Your mind links with Wyll's, drawn in by his increasing panic.
What are you doing?
And the thought of doing what might make your abuser angry, even under the guise of free choice, is terrifying. It's petrifying. It's impossible to do on your own. I've seen this moment called passive and anticlimactic. For me, it was one of the most gut-wrenching in the game, because I saw this decisive, proactive, valiant, brave young man be rendered completely immobile Because he was asked to do the impossible. Sometimes you need someone you trust to stand with you, to give you that push. Sometimes you need someone else to tell you that it's going to be okay in the scariest moment of your entire life. In another chilling bout of realism, Minthara remains in your camp, even if Wyll breaks the contract. It's a little scary, honestly, having her lurk just beside Wyll's tent, her presence an irritant and threat rolled into one. You can't chase her away. You can't make her leave Wyll alone. Minthara might have been thwarted, but here she will remain because it's fun to bother Wyll. It's important to let him know that he doesn't get to leave her. She's in control here. She dictates what happens in his life, even if he tries to go. And in case we ever begin to feel complacent, Minthara continues her abusive tactics. Wyll is accosted by either the City Watch or Councillor Floric after his decision about the contract, sent by Minthara under false pretenses.
Lady Minthara told me everything. How you slaughtered your own father. How you crave his power. How you mean to make the city bow to you and you alone.
You can resolve the situation peacefully, but there is a very real possibility that you will have to fight your way out, potentially killing an ally in the fight to come. And when you return to camp and interrogate Minthara about it, she shrugs it off. It wasn't retaliation. It was a gift. It wasn't punishment. It was a gift. Minthara was merely arranging for Wyll to be the hero he always longed to be.
What a shame. Ravengard, Eltan, Baldur's Gate has lost its brightest stars. Someone will need to step up and lead in their absence. A man with the spirit of a dragon. A duke's son, perhaps.
Prove yourself worthy, pet, and make her proud. It's the oily double talk of a manipulator, always there to befuddle and confound. The plausibility of her statement just enough to make you second guess. We know she did this to screw with Wyll, but also, she did give us a gift, after a fashion. She always gives us a gift, when we please her just so. And yes, we know better. Wyll clearly knows better, but abuse doesn't have to be subtle to be effective. It doesn't have to be something you don't notice as bad. Sometimes the worst abusive situations are the ones you walk into eyes wide open because, hey, you know what's going on, so you couldn't possibly let it happen again. It can't be abuse if you already know the person is bad, right? It can't be abuse if you're doing this to help or spare someone else. It can't be abuse if no one else sees it and everyone tells you that you're a hero and you're being so brave. Can't be abuse because someone like you would never let themselves be hurt, surely. So everything's okay, and yeah, maybe they make you feel bad sometimes, but if you just try harder, it'll be okay. You can fix it. You're a good person, so you can fix it. But maybe that's just my own experiences bleeding through. For all of my love towards Wyll and his narrative, it's clear that his storyline is more sparse than the other companions. It has great bones, but it's clearly missing middle beats to flesh everything out and really justify the ending. And so, for as poignant as his story is, it is inevitably unfulfilling. For those of you unaware, Wyll's story was extensively rewritten late into production. Early access Wyll was an entirely different character to the one we know now. Rather than a paragon of goodness, he was more overtly flawed. Cocky, naive, a young man thrown into adventuring before his time. The wounds of his contract were more overt as well. If you tried to romance Wyll, he would pull back from physical intimacy, constantly taunted by Minthara's laughter in his head. While I don't think either direction for the character is any more valid than the other, it's clear that the narrative suffered for having so little time to develop. These changes occurred so late into production that, whereas the other main actors had roughly 4 years to record their performances, Theo Solomon had about 6 to 8 months.
Because I had so many lines to do, that's all I could do, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't think into
You didn't have time to think about anything else.
No, I didn't know, I had no time. I remember asking sometimes, oh, how many lines do I have left? and they just be like, listen, bro, like, you don't want to know a lot of times.
To be fair, working on a much tighter time frame doesn't make things automatically bad. Clearly, Wyll is still a solid character with an enjoyable performance, but there's noticeably less of it than for everyone else. Wyll is silent in places I would expect him to pipe up, like when discussing a contract with Raphael or encouraging Karlach if they decide to go to Avernus.
It was you.
It even shows in his commentary for assisting romantic companions, as he has few unique dialogue options and even fewer unique readings. Even dialogue in important scenes, like reuniting with his father or breaking his contract with Minthara, is limited. Other characters have entire conversation trees that can play out, but it often feels like there are only ever a couple of options for Wyll. And it makes sense. If they were crunched for time, I would much rather Larian get out the essentials rather than give me a bunch of fun, meaningless fluff. And simplicity isn't necessarily the enemy of quality or importance. Karlach's storyline is very straightforward, and still crushed me like a grape. But Wyll's isn't so much simple as it is unfinished. The emotional climax of Wyll's story is the second contract with Minthara. That's the one with the bells and whistles. It's the one that will permanently change his fate. And, as I said earlier, it will typically happen at the beginning of Act 3. Make a new contract or break the old, the meat of Wyll's story is essentially done, and he doesn't have much to say either way. There are two major quests that most players will complete after: hunting down the Worm of Worm's Rock as Balduran's heir, or possibly saving Wyll's father. They certainly sound interesting and feel like obvious, necessary conclusions to Wyll's story, but they lack emotional investment. For the Worm quest, Wyll's narrative is hijacked by Ansur and Balduran's backstory, and if you played like I did and had Wyll lead so he could be the main character of his own story, the scene only becomes sadder, more ironic.
The next words that spill from your mouth are not yours, but the worm's.
I am Ansur, heart of the gate.
A deep sigh resonates within you. The torrent stills, only disturbed by the dragon's next words.
Brack, my words aren't meant for you.
Here he is, once more made a puppet by higher forces, with all importance and meaning snatched away from him. As for rescuing his father, it results in a reunion spent largely defending Wyll from Uldr's self-righteous condemnation.
It is exactly what I think.
Then it's quickly resolved and never revisited.
You are a better man than most, and a better son than I deserve.
Glad we had this chat, son. It's only been 7 years and an infernal contract keeping us apart. I hope you didn't worry about me while I was kidnapped and tadpoled. The emotional tension is missing. The tight thematic weaving is gone. They could work. Trust me. I've thought about this over and over, but the current state of these narrative beats don't say very much about Wyll, and even less about his very apparent, very consuming trauma. Not to mention, even though they determine Wyll's ending, they lack clear justification as to why. Wyll can either choose to become the new Grand Duke and lead Baldur's Gate to a new era, or become the Blade of Avernus and hunt down devils that would prey on innocents. If given the choice, Wyll chooses to continue being the Blade. They sound reasonable at first glance, but the delivery in-game is jarringly abrupt. Wyll can go from being totally on track to becoming the heart of the gate and harnessing the power of Ansur, to learning that Ansur was murdered by Balduran, to shrugging that off and saying he wants to run away to Avernus in the space of maybe 5 minutes. I can rationalize how he got here after the fact, but only by reading heavily into minute details and leaning even more heavily into my own interpretation. The story simply doesn't connect these events to Wyll's story or themes, doesn't explore how Wyll's compulsion to be a hero might drive him, how his enslavement to Minthara might affect the way he engages with these ideas. All he does is go through the motions and blandly bear witness to someone else's story. And to be entirely frank, I don't think these are actually good conclusions for Wyll. The Grand Duke ending is my preferred conclusion, because it feels like a logical evolution of who Wyll is. He is able to mature out of his adventuring days into the more difficult prospect of wrangling a city, instilling systemic change rather than protecting people piecemeal from monsters. If Wyll is ready to sacrifice his soul and his standing for Baldur's Gate, he'll surely be ready to be there for it day after day, doing the tedious and unglamorous work as well. But it feels suspiciously hollow, considering his father goes from literal hellfire and damnation
to be freed from Gortash's hell, only to be trapped in yours,
to announcing that his son is the best, actually, worthy of everything Ulder has, and should be the one true defender of the gate. It feels unearned and unresolved, a band-aid for 7 years of isolation and pain. The Blade ending is largely regarded as the correct one by fans, but it worries me. Perhaps there was a good justification for the Blade ending that didn't quite make it into the game, but right now, it feels like Wyll is keeping down the same path as before, holding even tighter to the toxic coping mechanisms that got him through with Minthara. Keep being a hero, Wyll. Keep burning yourself out. Launch yourself into the hells to wage a forever war against an entire realm. I know it's meant to hook into Karlach's good ending, because then they'll be together, free, and most importantly, alive. And gosh, I would never try to take Karlach's happy ending away when it seemed so unlikely that she would ever get one. But for Wyll, I'm worried. I'm worried that someone else's happy ending has to be built off of him. I'm worried that he is once more sacrificing his life for someone else. I'm worried that he views Karlach as a damsel to save. I'm worried that he can't imagine a life where he's not constantly fighting, hip deep in the corpses of villains, trying to battle his way to some sort of validation. I'm worried that there's always going to be another person to save, another quest to go on, another sacrifice to make, always just one more thing keeping him from a peaceful and happy ending. And at some point, I need to be told that he doesn't have to be the one to do it. I need to know that he knows it's okay to sit down and trust someone else to do good. I like the ideas behind the Blade ending. I don't like how it validates every self-sacrificial thing Wyll has done, because I don't think you have to hurt yourself to be a hero. But for as unsatisfying as its conclusion is, I do not think this story is without merit. While I would have loved to see the end of Wyll's story be triumphant and cathartic as he defines himself separately from Minthara's influence, would have adored to see him shake off his coping mechanisms and compulsion to save, there was something very familiar in his story stumbling on unresolved. Abusive relationships are hard to break away from, hard to get closure on, hard to even fully recognize the consequences of. Wyll is able to end the relationship with Minthara, and yet she stays. She sets up next to him in camp, and we can't actually make her leave. If we try to use undue force, that's not really going to make Wyll's life better, now is it? So here she is, needling Wyll with her mere presence, mocking his accomplishments, taunting his friends, perhaps even ruining some of his close relationships. She's not doing it to you, Wyll. Why are you so sensitive? You're always like this. It's probably a good thing I left. Oh gods. Look at him sulk. But if you break the contract, set Wyll down the path to break his abusive relationship, one day, she's gone. And he still has his stone eye, and he still feels the need to be useful, to save people, to do the heroic thing. All of the marks of his abuse remain, even though his abuser is gone. And although I would have really liked some straightforward closure on what that means to him and how he's learned from all of that and is going to make good, smart decisions from here on, it's also not invalid that it doesn't happen. At least, not yet. It's satisfying, freeing even, to have a finite and clean end to these relationships. It feels great when a narrative gets neatly tied up in a little bow and we are told by the narrator that the pain we went through was worth something. But I know a lot of people who don't get a poetic, clean ending with their abuser. They muddle through and do what they can, and there's never an end point that they can really look at or point back to. And it's painful. And it sucks. It can feel really bleak. But that's life. and for as unpretty as it is, I'm not mad to see it here. Wyll deserves better. He deserves a clear, definitive happy ending. He's been through enough. But I think that's the point. Or at least, that's what I'm choosing for it to be. He's 24. He's barely out of a 7-year-long abusive relationship, and he hasn't had any time to reflect on what's going on in his head. He has a whole life ahead of him in which things can change. Life will go on, and eventually, he'll find he's not in that situation anymore. If he's careful, if he has a good support system, he won't be ruled by maladaptive coping mechanisms anymore. He won't struggle to save the world at the cost of his own well-being. It may be a long ways off, but that sounds like a pretty good ending to me.
Cool, fresh air. By the living gods, I needed it.
While we have seen how the story shapes out for our main 6 companion characters, they are not the only ones subject to histories of trauma and abuse. The first of our optional companion characters, Halsin, is worth examining through a similar lens. Though he does not have the same depth or extent of writing as the other characters, he still has a story to share. He was initially written as an important follower NPC, much like Aelin and Isabel, but proved so popular with fans that he became a full-fledged companion. He will join the party during the latter half of Act 2 and through Act 3 only. The player has therefore comparably a lot less time to get to know him, and his story isn't quite so heavily tied to the main questlines of the game. There is, therefore, markedly less content to discuss about him. While he is somewhat infamous in the fandom for being the guy that can shapeshift and have wild bear sex with you, I think his specific story of trauma is worth analysing. When we first encounter him, imprisoned in the Goblin camp in Act 1, if we act to free him, he appears gallant, noble, and kind, all the qualities of a good hero.
Pardon the viscera. One should cherish all of nature's bounty, but goblin guts are quite far down the list. You aided a bear without knowing if it would savage you. A true friend of nature. Or perhaps a lunatic. Either way, I owe thanks. I am the druid Halsin.
He even chews out Korga, the malicious leader of the Grove that had been enacting a reign of terror in his absence.
You took it upon yourself to undertake the Rite of Thorns. I ought to exile you from this place. Forever. Instead, I shall listen to the explanation that you owe me.
An error, most grave master. I beg your grace.
Grace is bestowed by nature, not me. You will stay as a novice anew. You have forgotten the ways of the druids, the natural order of things. It is up to you to prove the lessons have been learned once more.
So as you say. And so it is done, master.
For those of us playing as good characters, this gives us some thrilling resolution. A villain that we have learned to hate is taken down a notch and justly punished for their failures. Hell yeah! As we venture into Act 2, we find the lands cursed by Shadow. We see how much Halsin blames himself for the curse. He takes the actions of Shar, Ketheric Thorm, and all of the other antagonists of Act 2 as his own personal failing.
Druids and Harpers joined together to put a stop to Ketheric Thorm. We marched on Moonrise, and after much fighting, we prevailed. Even in defeat, though, Ketheric turned to Shar. Not long after we sealed him away in his tomb, the Shadow Curse took hold. No one had seen the likes of it before. No one knew how to react. Then it started to claim all those within its reach. Those who had survived the battles now fell to the shadows, became part of the shadows. When the Archdruid of the Grove, my predecessor, was seized by the curse, I had to lead the survivors to safety. That was my first day as Archdruid. An inauspicious beginning.
Inauspicious? You did what you had to. You saved lives.
You are right, but I must not lose focus until everything has been put right. I've wasted too much time already. Years in which nature has suffered.
Halsin has internalized this inability to stop a goddess in their tracks and has taken it so personally that it almost seems absurd. Beneath the smiling man who likes to whittle wooden ducks is a deeply mournful soul. He wishes to live up to a more heroic role, wishes for more agency than he truly has, and he regards not being superhumanly capable as a failure. Perhaps in a world of divinity, immortality, and power fantasy, this may ring more true, but to us, in the real world with mortal human souls, it seems absurd that he should take on so much responsibility on his own shoulders. There is a second strand to his characterization that many players do not reach. Should the player gain enough positive influence with him, and take him to the orgy with the Drow twins in Cheres's Caress, for example, he will eventually open up about his own victimization.
It was a long time ago. I was a foolhardy young druid, intent on seeing the beauty of nature's unworldly fauna and subterranean glow for myself. Certain events transpired, and I found myself a guest of a noble drow house for a time. Well, something between guest, prisoner, and consort, perhaps.
Consort?
The house matron took an interest in me, and the patron also. They saw me as a novelty, perhaps. I was chained in their bedchamber for nigh on 3 years.
3 years? That's awful.
It was not ideal, but not without its positives either. I did what was necessary to survive, and perhaps a few things that were less than necessary. Don't misunderstand me. I feared for my life and wanted my freedom back, but I was willing to wait for my moment. And eventually it came. Lolth's noble houses are constantly at each other's throats, and eventually some rivals of my hosts sought to unseat them. It was chaos, drow against drow, the clash of blades echoing throughout caverns, the feel of warm blood that I could not see. I took my chance and fled while all were distracted. I never looked back until I breathed fresh air again. And never learned what came of my hosts.
That sounds traumatic. Do you need time to reflect on that?
Time can prove to be a trickster on one's recollections. What would be multiple lifetimes for others now separate me from my captivity. Perhaps I have lost perspective on what happened to me.
It's not for me to say. I wasn't there, but I'm here to talk about it, if you want.
I have not had true confidants for some time. The Shadow Curse robbed me of almost all my peers and replaced them with the weight of responsibility. Perhaps that caused me to gild undeserving memories of my youth. I am lucky to have your counsel. It was sorely needed.
Think nothing of it.
No, I shall not take you for granted, nor my own past. What is the point of long life if one does not make room for reflection?
Together, both of these strands of his trauma suggest a man that is deeply unwilling to consider himself a victim. He should have had more control. He should have done more. He should have... The list goes on. To blame oneself for circumstances out of your own control is in many ways to merely deny that you lacked control over them. To deny the scary fact of your own vulnerability. To deny that sometimes you don't have all the power and sometimes you don't have all the control. If we have had a kind and compassionate relationship with Halsin up to this point, we can help him process some of this grief. It may be rather quick or even abrupt by comparison to the other party members, but it still highlights another form of coping with one's traumas. The path of the gallant hero isn't always the healthiest one to impose on yourself. Sometimes you have to admit that you didn't make any mistakes or didn't even do anything wrong. Sometimes you just have to admit that you never really had that much control or power to begin with. And that's okay. It's okay to be mortal. All too mortal. Minthara is the second of our optional characters and a major intended companion for an evil playthrough. Her story is also not always seen by every player, and while many have gone to great lengths to work out how to recruit her on a good playthrough, she and Halsin will refuse to stay in the party with one another. Discovering her full story is difficult unless your character is engaging in distasteful acts. She is first met in the Goblin Camp in Act 1, preparing to assault the Grove. The Minthara that we meet seems to be the cliché of an evil lieutenant, barking orders at underlings, scheming and plotting, willing to murder and betray to achieve her goal.
Your scouting party has not returned, and half of the intruders escaped your guards.
Sorry, mistress. We mucked up.
Until their sanctuary is found, I will take something precious from you every hour that passes. A trinket, a tongue, a limb.
You see a vision. The drow listens as a pale-eyed young woman whispers in her ear.
Praise the Absolute. She will reward us well for this exquisite carnage. The true honor is to serve the Absolute. She loves you fiercely. I see that in the strength she has given you.
However, if we are to assist in her slaughter of innocents, we find that Minthara isn't entirely acting of her own sound mind.
During the battle, my mind raced, my blood burned. I was righteous. But tonight, I only heard your breath and your voice. The Absolute was silent. And, strange to say, that brought me comfort. How is that possible?
The artifact pulses softly, sending out a warning. It is afraid.
The Absolute isn't what you think it is.
Quiet. If she hears you, she will kill us both. I have felt her love, but I have also seen her wrath. Those who turn from her grace die screaming.
The Absolute can't reach you while you're with me.
This is blasphemy. But so much that has happened since I left the Underdark is like a dream of somebody else's life. I do not know myself anymore, except tonight. Tonight, I wanted this. For myself.
As it turns out, she, too, has been infected with a tadpole, and her acts of slaughter have been heavily influenced by what the Mind Flayer's cult of the Absolute has forced her to do. While in your presence, with the protection of the Emperor and the Astral Prism, she is no longer influenced by their mind-altering presence. After an eventful night, she'll move onward to Moonrise Towers, where we later find her. However, far from the conquering hero hailed for her cunning and brutality, we see that she is subjected to Ketheric Thorm's corrupted form of quote-unquote justice. She failed to get him the Astral Prism and is therefore deemed incompetent. No matter what we have to say, she will be sentenced to torture, then execution.
Mercy! Please!
You were adored, Minthara. Brought up from the darkness and into the Absolute's light.
She cherished you, but it wasn't enough. You were distracted by your own desires.
Bloodlust, murder, chaos.
And most damning of all, an unexpected weakness. A longing for acceptance and affection from a mortal.
You have no right!
We have every right.
You are nothing.
If we instead rescue her, we get a chance to speak. She reveals the real thesis of her character.
You came. I prayed that you would. But there are no gods left to me. This thing that speaks inside me, it has all but destroyed me. But it fears you. Even so, I cannot resist it while my tormentors live. I didn't dare hope. I owe you more than my life. But first, let's make these bastards bleed.
To have been abandoned by all those you sought to prove yourself for, to be used only for what you could provide, and to be discarded as soon as you were deemed not good enough, and to never be able to find a home. It is little wonder that Minthara, as we see her now, is a conflicted woman.
I last left Moonrise as a commander in the Absolute's army, obeying the voice of a god. I thought I had found a home and a purpose. Now I leave as an exile. Thank you for allowing me to come here and for bringing me back to myself. Each memory that returns to me is more disturbing than the last. The things that I did in the name of the Absolute. The things that were done to me. They broke my mind.
In following the Absolute, Minthara both had a home and a purpose, had agency and power, and a series of goals that she felt were positive, or at least were positive according to her warped sense of morality. She reveals more of her culture and code of ethics to us as the story progresses. By the time we reach the third act, she discusses what her life was like in the Underdark, and how Drow society shaped her.
I am a Baneray, born into the city's most ancient and powerful house. My life was one of privilege and danger. Like you, I lived in Kuel-Arzor, high above the city's sprawl. I enjoyed every luxury, whether harvested in the Underdark or stolen from the surface, and I survived my first assassination attempt while I still suckled at my mother's breast. I tasted her blood that day. She covered my body with her own, and a blade bit deep into her chest, almost puncturing her heart. When I came of age, she tried to take my life herself, and I gave her fresh scars to match those she earned protecting me. My house trained me to be a soldier in Lolth's service, and my mother showed me how to survive the perils of society. She taught me to be resilient and to guard my heart from those who cannot be trusted, literally and figuratively. When I choose to let somebody close, I do not do so lightly. That gives a great depth of meaning to the bonds I do share.
After leaving such a society that is all but predicated on abuse, it seems little wonder that she, someone alone and vulnerable, would fall prey to the Absolute. Seen as a useful, albeit disposable asset, she was targeted and recruited to join the cult of the Absolute. We find confirmation that there was an orchestrated plan by Ketheric Thorm to capture and tadpole Drow veterans, and we see this borne out in Minthara, a woman captured, infected, and given to true soul Orin.
I know one of them, all too well. Bhaal's bloodletter, Orin. To think, I thought her to be speaking for the Absolute. I worshipped that woman. She is the Iblis who indoctrinated me with the Absolute's lies. When I first visited Moonrise, I stood before the Absolute in awe. It was more of an idea than an entity. Pure love. Total power. Orin was by my side. She told me that God had chosen me to be a true soul. Blessed and adored. Now I know that those memories are lies. There was no God. Orin held me down in a cocoon of flesh, while a mind flayer forced a parasite into my brain. And she laughed at my fear. I will find her. I will murder her. And I will smile.
While Minthara was clearly victimized by the cult of the Absolute, she chooses not to see herself as a victim. She always views herself as someone capable, powerful, exercising whatever agency she has to defy restrictions placed upon her and fight back against wrongdoings done unto her. While she is often morally dubious in her outlook, such a view has also clearly helped give her courage.
What I propose is nigh on impossible, but if anyone can succeed, it is us. We have the prism, and we have the courage to slay gods. We may fail, but we must try.
Yet, despite living constantly in the role of a perpetrator, a villain who can exercise cackling evil power, we can see that she views any lapse of this power as a source of deep shame.
I do not know what weakness of mine allowed them to take me. That haunts me more than anything they did to me.
For Minthara, killing her former abusers is but one step on her path to freedom.
Hard to believe she is dead, after all that she did to me. I do not often doubt myself. But surviving Orin took courage and strength I was not sure I had. I could not have faced her without you.
While she does not view it as the be-all and end-all form of restoring agency like Astarion does, and it isn't as soul-destroying an overhaul to her entire identity, this act is still deeply important to her. Despite this, Minthara remains shaped and forged by her traumas, her upbringing, and her willingness to cling to and exert power. A quote-unquote redeemed Minthara can only change so much, and even at her best, her conclusion still leaves her repeating the same traumas, carrying out the same cycle, and ultimately still at the cusp of villainy.
Perhaps now we can make our own destiny. No more gods or monsters, no devils or demons to manipulate our fate. My name belongs to my mother, so our house will have a new name, your name, and the world will learn to fear it.
She accompanies our player character on their worst journey, not their best. Despite our best efforts, by the end, Minthara still cannot fully break free. Similarly, we see these same cycles of abuse brought about in our primary antagonists, each of whom have been brought low and harmed by a being with far more power than them, each of whom are enacting their cycles of pain and vengeance upon others. Ketheric Thorm is the first and most fleshed out of the chosen of the Dead Three. Once a benevolent lord of Wraithwyn and worshipper of Selûne, he has since fallen and become a dark knight, first devoted to Shar, then to Merkel, the malevolent god of death. As his worship of one deity gave way to another, and a good, bountiful land became infested with rot, shadow, and death, we see he is this game's Fisher King, a leader who, in his actions, represents the land itself. When he was good, the kingdom was prosperous. Now he is fallen, and the realm has fallen along with it. We may ask what tragedy befell Ketheric to drag a once proud man from brilliance into the hell we find him in, and for such a supernatural fall, the answers are, of course, tragically mundane. His fall is one of grief. Ketheric once had a wife, Melodia Thorn, and a daughter, Isabel. Through the simple, everyday tragedy of illness, Melodia became sick, eventually passing away long before the events of the game. She left 2 letters that an observant player may find, one to her daughter and one to her husband. Her letter to Isabel reads,
"My darling daughter, when you were a little girl, I would often watch you play with your dolls and your cousins, and picture myself an enormous opaque, a silvery shield surrounding you, protecting you. I knew something deep within myself, that no harm could ever befall you, because I would not let it. Though the healers say I may pass into the city of judgment soon, know this, darling daughter, I am always around you. I am always with you, and the Moon Maiden will never allow you to bear a burden you cannot carry. I love you forever. A love that has no death. Mama.
This shows her final wish for Isabel to be trained, like her, as a devotee of Selûne. This is confirmed in Melodia's second letter, the one addressed to Ketheric himself.
My darling husband, I know my time is drawing near. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave our little girl. But I'm not writing to lament our lot. It's ours and no others. Though the city of judgment is dark, I know Our Lady's light will find me even there. I will see her shining spires and walk the silver gardens we've both dreamt of. I go to my reward, and leave quite a task to you yet, my heart. Selûne's light shines bright in our little one, but she will need a guide to keep on her path. I have no doubt that she will keep you on yours. It is the same path, Our Lady's path, and one day I know it will bring you both back to me. Only not too soon, I hope. I won't say goodbye. There is no loss, only temporary separation. How I love you. Forever, Melodia.
In this, we see the first seeds of Ketheric's grief are sown, the loss of a wife he clearly loved, left to raise his young daughter alone. Yet this grief slowly bends to obsession. When his daughter grows up, meets, then falls in love with Dame Aelin, he becomes markedly less kind. He disapproves of their relationship, though the reasons for the disapproval are left vague. Whether you read this as a metaphor for a homophobic patriarch, or that he's infantilizing Isabel for her choice of partner, or simply the foolishness of an overprotective father, he is noted by both Isabel and Aelin to have not been supportive of their love. When Isabel is later murdered, it leaves Ketheric distraught, his whole family taken from him. He curses the goddess that he once followed. What use is a deity that will not protect you? Why follow someone so powerful that refuses to intervene? The specific circumstances of Isabel's death are left vague. In an early access version of the game, Halsin was the one who killed her, though the story where he does this is extremely different from the story of the game as it currently stands. Following her death, Ketheric gave up entirely, out of spite, loss, grief, and a wish to obliterate pain from his soul. He turns to worship Shar.
How can she be gone? Where did she go? The Moon Maiden cannot be so unfeeling, so cruel, not toward her most devoted servant, not after Melodia. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I won't survive it. That much I know. Forgetting is the only possibility, the embrace of oblivion, the reprieve of nothingness. It would not be possible for a man to survive knowing what he knows, knowing what can be lost. Shar understands that. Hers is the only mercy I can comprehend. My mind is full of holes, yet not enough. The emptiness, the time, the nothingness, and still I remember. Still I remember it all. There is no mercy in this beating heart. There is no mercy in life at all.
And so, treated without mercy by an apathetic god, he turns to Shar and builds a secret police of Sharans and enacts his vengeance against Selûne, not by targeting the goddess herself, but by rooting out and murdering her followers, without mercy, apathetic to their suffering, exercising his agency against the common folk in the name of a petty god. After this point, the game's records get murky. Dame Aelin is at some point lured into the Shadow Realm and captured, tethered to give Ketheric his immortality and to be an eternal torture victim to Shar. Ketheric's trusted advisor, Balthazar, drags him into further acts of necromancy. Harpers and druids form an alliance to take down his Sharans and purge the rot from the land, but instead they end up in an uneasy stalemate. They are able to kill his armies, even defeat him in battle, but they are unable to take Moonrise Towers. He is killed, and yet he cannot die, and in such undeath, his land is cursed with Shar's shadow. And eventually, he abandons his worship of Shar, another worthless goddess that cannot cure his grief, cannot bring his lost loves back to him. He instead turns to Myrkul, a malign and manipulative god of death, all in order to bring Isabel back. And she does come back, of course, yet this corrupted man is no longer the loving father she once remembered. This land is not the land she once knew. Ketheric's own diaries reveal his slowly maddening logic, distraught with pain and loss.
Melodia would understand if she knew my aim. She too, I believe, would have turned to Myrkul under such conditions as these. Our darling will live again. What kind of man would I be if I didn't raise the world entire for her sake?
The man that we meet seems but a shadow of this once grand leader. His appearance is one of cruelty and abject torture.
We're too close to the ending and the new beginning. I can coddle failure no longer. Kill them, quickly.
What? No! You creaking old bag of shit!
I'm so sorry, my lord. She's an unbeliever outside my control.
Try again. Dispose of the rest as you see fit. Or better yet, put that true soul to use. You have far more important matters to attend to. Or have you forgotten?
Of course not, my lord. Thank you.
Is this truly the man that Isabel knew to be a dedicated father? A great leader of his people? His fall seems so extreme. Yet we can still see a flicker of this old soul in Ketheric. Should we duel him atop Moonrise Towers at the end of the second act, we have the opportunity to try to turn him away from this path. Yet, as we continue to try to talk him down, he tells us the true crux of his dilemma.
There is no redemption, can't you see? It is too late. If Melodia could see all I've done, she'd know. She'd know her husband died long ago with Isabel. Unlike Isabel, he could not be brought back. I haven't forgotten her embrace. Melodia's. Nor Seluna's. But the Moon Maiden did not intervene when my life was dismantled piece by piece. And when I tried to buy it back, it cost me everything. Everything. We are copper pieces in their belts. Tokens to be traded for scraps. You have beaten me, true soul. But the gods beat me first. I was a fool to hesitate. Power like mine cannot be hidden, cannot be cowed. But power like mine has a price. A price I am destined to pay. You have one last chance to bow. Once it's gone, I'll have no choice but to destroy you both. Do you hear? Bow!
Though he is so close to recognizing his bleak truth, this ultimately does nothing to dissuade his will to fight. Unable to refuse the call of Myrkul, he refuses a chance to surrender. Yet, if we look deeper, we begin to understand his tragedy. While the death of his wife may have been simple misfortune, a mundane tragedy of sickness as terrible as it is common, The death of his daughter is shrouded in mystery and was likely carried out at the behest of the gods. His grief left him vulnerable, and that vulnerability was exploited. One malevolent god, Shar, used that to gain power, followers, and ultimately toy with and torture the devotees of her rival. Once her influence waned, a second, Merkel, promised to restore what Ketheric lost, and exacted a heavy toll for the service. A vulnerable man was manipulated by deities far more powerful than he, and turned into a monster that little resembled what he used to be. His path is strikingly similar to that of the player's character, should they choose a darker path. Paths that will become all too easy, or even necessary when they become more lost and desperate. And yet, Ketheric's grief was never assuaged. It was only multiplied as he, a powerful man far above the common folk, exacted that slaughter and grief 1,000-fold unto others. There was no happily ever after, there was no redemption. There was only a cycle of pain and loss, grief that he could never let go. Even at the very end, his last words aren't a rallying cry or a badass evil villain speech. His malice is reduced down to something much quieter and much sadder.
Isabel.
By comparison to Ketheric Thorm, the other two chosen of the dead gods have far less extensive characterization and far less time for us to get to know them. Each are only given a small fragment of the third act. Nevertheless, they both leave lasting impressions, and both are also trapped within their own cycles of victimization. The first, Gortash, is a follower of Bane. He presents himself as a disciple of the god of tyranny, and, fittingly for a tyrant, we have our first significant meeting with him as he is coronated Archduke of Baldur's Gate.
Enver Gortash, the Council appoints you Archduke of Baldur's Gate.
My friends, the Steel Watch stands ready. Let its blade fall on any who would diminish our city. And you, honored guest, will find me in my office above when you return. Do not come empty-handed.
We have already seen how he is responsible for Karlach's victimization. He held power over her, and as her boss and charge, he chose to sell her to Avernus for easy profit. And crushingly, he barely even seems to think of it.
And stay light on your feet, soldier. They can't kill what they can't catch.
Stand down, villain. The Steel Watch commands it.
Don't fucking touch me! Gortash! Face me, you fucking asshole!
Ah, apologies for the disruption, my friends. We appear to have guests. I'm sorry you feel wronged by how things ended between us all those years ago. But now we must look to the future.
You make it sound like we were lovers. Or friends. But that wasn't it. I trusted you. I respected you. It was my job to protect you. And that's what I did. I was so young. I didn't recognize evil when I saw it.
We have also seen, through various letters and missives, that he is the mastermind behind the cult of the Absolute, a con man who has duped his way into the prime position in court, and a man with no qualms about enacting quasi-fascist policy. A Dark Urge player may also find that they have more unique dialogue with him, implying Gortash had a previous romantic attraction to them. Yet, despite all this pomp and circumstance, Gortash ultimately seems without substance, shallow, pathetic, and desperate. Much like Astarion would be in his worst timeline, Gortash too is only living out the cycle of abuse. A small shop in Baldur's Gate has his parents, a curiously humble abode for an aging family of such a wealthy man. We find that they've been infected with Mind Flayer tadpoles, and furthermore, that they are being trapped inside their own bodies and tormented. Gortash's vengeance for them for having sold him to Avernus.
Sir, you've chosen a special day to visit the family home of Archduke Enver Gortash. We're celebrating our dear son's magnificent achievement with a special run of leather-soled shoes.
Gods, Gortash has a mother. I assumed he sprang fully formed from a lich's arse crack or something.
Your tadpoles, squirms. These people are infected with the parasite, but something is off. You search her mind, but the psionic forces that control her are different, split somehow. Your own consciousness slips into the gap.
Help me! Gods, help me! Enver's ruined my mind, he's taken my body! I should have slammed the door in his face, but I let him in and he rammed some kind of worm in our eyes. I'm here, but I can't speak, I can't act, I'm trapped. We hadn't seen him in so long. I knew he was an animal, but I underestimated him. Who sauntered in, Lord Gortash, what a name, conjured up like a cheap trick, said he was back for good, and he wanted to repay us for his childhood. Still bitter after all these years, but we did what was best for him, for all of us. We had debts, world-ending debts, trying to keep this cursed shop afloat. Dangerous lenders who said they'd bury us all if we didn't pay. Then a warlock offered us a pretty penny for Enver's service. He was a smart boy. Too smart. It was give him up, and all of us live or refuse and die. What choice did we have?
Gortash's final end is rather sudden, abrupt, and ignoble. Or he is merely slaughtered at the hands of the player. He's a fool, used by gods that regard him as disposable. Was he once vulnerable? Yes. Was he once wounded in his vulnerability? Yes. Was he a malevolent little shit? Yes. Was he redeemable? Perhaps controversially, I'm going to say no. He could have perhaps chosen to walk away from the cycle of trauma at any point, like any of our player companions, but I don't think he ever had any interest in that. That is truly the most tragic thing. After all, he did what he did in order to make sure he was so powerful that no one could ever touch him again. This wasn't merely one man reliving out a cycle of trauma and going back to his old life, or at least something approximating it. No. This is a man that reinvented and restructured his entire identity, all in order to be this preening creature that we now see. A creature that believes itself to be invulnerable, but ultimately is incredibly, utterly mortal.
So, Gortash's parents sold him to a warlock. Why does that sound so familiar? I've got no interest in empathizing with the fuck. But maybe what he did to me was some kind of mirror of what happened to him. When you get fucked up, you fuck up right back.
Wait, is that all you're gonna say about him?
Yes. Like, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be in this section. You're supposed to be preparing for the one coming up.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't talk about the slavery. You didn't talk about the devil stuff.
I guess not, no, but they'll get the point. Gortash is a shitty guy that had a shitty childhood, made it everyone else's problem. Will you just be quiet? I've got to get onto the orange section.
Okay, but this is literally the point, right? This is cycles of abuse. This happened to him, then he did it to Karlach, and...
wait, hold on. Yeah, I know that look. You're not gonna let this go until you get to talk about this, are you?
I'm not gonna let this go until I talk about it.
Fine, you get to talk about Gortash.
I'm gonna be so toxic about this. Okay, so Enver Gortash was sold by his parents to a devil because they didn't like how their small child needed so much attention and food. There is a definite possibility that he was an unpleasant child. That's a thing that could happen. But considering how awful and clearly biased his parents are, I'm gonna guess no. He was just a kid sold to a devil. Oh, excuse me. He was actually sold to the devil, Raphael himself. We don't get many details. The business was floundering, he was too precocious and inquisitive for a cobbler's son, and Raphael has displayed an interest in fostering young talent, but the end result is clear. Gortash was consigned to the House of Hope as Raphael's valet. It wasn't a very nice life. Rather than being tutored in the dark ways of manipulation and deal-making, he was horribly abused. He was beaten, he was held in chains, he was mocked, he was neglected.
Lord, indeed. I used to bruise my knuckles on his whimpering little face. I'd like to have snapped his neck.
I think all the time about what he had for food. Eventually, we're not sure how, he got out. He lied, he schemed, he connived his way free, and was set loose on the streets of Baldur's Gate. Gortash then settled into a life of crime, became an arms dealer, climbed his way through the social ranks by hook and by crook, then eventually ended up as the Archduke nominee. Good for him, he's an evil little girl boss. The thing about Gortash is that even though Raphael had him as a slave for who knows how long, he is demonstrably Gortash's biggest influence. There isn't much overt evidence, but there is a shocking amount that we can infer from. Gortash is very clearly lawful evil, using deals, systems, and contracts to enact the majority of his devious little schemes. He is so like the nefarious, order-loving devil he was enslaved by that they approach the character in the same way. They even take rejection with the exact same oily self-confidence.
You ought to reconsider. Divided, the Elder Brain will create an illithid army, yourself included in its ranks. Together, we can tame it.
Try to cure yourself. Shop around. Beg, borrow, and steal. Exhaust every possibility until none are left. And when hope has been whittled down to the very marrow of despair, that's when you'll come knocking on my door.
They are the same kind of smooth-talking, showboating, self-obsessed main character of every scene they step into. Even Gortash's design sensibilities. Not his clothes, don't look at his clothes, I cannot deal with his clothes right now. Smack of the familiar. The Baroque steampunk aesthetic of the Steel Watch didn't come from nowhere. I suspect it was, at the very least, informed by the devil Gortash knows very, very well. Curiously, Gortash and Raphael don't acknowledge each other in the game, nor do they give their thoughts on each other or their relationship.
They must have raided Mephistopheles' vault. Impressive, I must admit. But they'll be dead soon.
For all their vast reach and prolific natures, they never engage directly, never mention each other, never happen to collude. They never even state their distaste or resentment of the other. The abusive, devilish slaver and the pernicious little tyrant that got away. We can only assume so much, but it's an omission that feels deafening in its silence. Raphael had no investment in Gortash beyond the purchasing, and was clearly neglectful after. And yet, this is not a man that would simply allow his property to escape.
In my world, in my house, there is order, and there is decorum.
Gortash, meanwhile, would be keenly aware of the devil manipulating the city's politics from a brothel down the road from him. He would know how his former guardian runs things. You would think he would do something. And yet there is nothing. However, Gortash's plans feel very targeted. He steals from Raphael's father, bloodying his nose and Raphael's by extension, and he cuts a deal for infernal machinery with Zariel, one of Raphael's noted rivals and enemies. We can say it's pragmatism. He learned about Mephistopheles possessing the crown of Karsus through his connection with Raphael, and who better to source infernal goods than the archdevil of Avernus? But it's pragmatism that conveniently spites one individual time and time again. Even Gortash's faith feels influenced by Raphael. It makes perfect sense that a child sold to a devil would come out the other side worshipping the god of tyranny, terror, and hate. He was a slave but will never be again, and instead will do everything necessary to seize ultimate control over everyone and everything. Much like we've seen with other characters, if he oppresses other people, they cannot oppress him. Gortash was shaped fundamentally by the parents that sold him and the devil that abused him. Under their harsh care, he learned to backstab, connive, and never let anyone get too close. I don't say this to absolve Gortash. He is and always will be a shitty dude that sacrifices others on the altar of his own power. He sold Karlach to a devil so he could get some shiny new toys. He enslaved innocents, slaughtered others, backstabbed close allies, turned factions against each other, and engineered a blood cult just so he could conquer the Sword Coast. The dude sucks, and I hate him. But evil doesn't come out of nowhere. People aren't just born wicked. They don't just sell their friends into slavery. They don't just charm their way into their parents' house and tadpole them into talking about how much they love and adore their son. Something always happens, a lot of somethings, and you don't always have the luxury of a kind word or a second chance or a group of friends that can encourage you to be better. Sometimes you're just a shitty, miserable little tyrant propagating your own trauma because you don't care or don't know better, or just want to take it out on someone else. Maybe you even lie to yourself about it and say this was for their own good. Maybe you actually believe it because you never learned anything else. Like Karlach said, hurt people hurt people. That cycle will continue on until someone decides to end it.
Thanks for listening. For existing. Love you.
Huh. You know, that actually made a lot of sense and it wasn't too deranged. Okay, actually thank you for that contribution. That was actually really good.
You're welcome. And now that we've had this primer, we're all ready to talk about the power dynamics of Durge Tash.
No! Orin, by comparison, seems like an unhinged mad dog. Reveling in chaos and slaughter and subterfuge, she is presented as a constant danger to the party. She has killed hundreds, will kill hundreds more, and every new horror she wreaks seems worse than the last.
I thought you were her! Oh, Orin, the lady who took me. She can make herself look like anyone. She's a monster! She found me and my cat Grub, snatched us off the streets, and she made me eat him. Then she told me to start running. She said that when she catches me, she's going to eat me too.
She is a Bhaal spawn, much like the protagonist of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and much like the Dark Urge playthrough. She is plagued with visions, nightmares, and her body is often not her own, instead used by the dark god Bhaal as a conduit for his will. She is a constant perpetrator, predatory in every interaction she has with the player, yet also lacks any control over herself and her own life. While she does untold damage and claims untold lives in the most gruesome manners possible, she is also a constant victim. Madness and bloodlust are incorporated into the essence of her soul. She never really had a chance. Her story is deeper than one of simply unhinged villainy. We may find another old villain from the previous Baldur's Gate games, a Bhaal spawn named Saravok Anchev, elsewhere in the darkness beneath the city. It is possible to find a note upon his person detailing Orin's origins. I feel I should give a trigger warning here for mentions of heavy sexual abuse.
The blood of Bhaal must never be wasted, only multiplied. I knew it from the moment of her birth, and every day thereafter. I watched the babe become a woman, Helena, my shape-shifting beauty, my daughter, and Bhaal's waiting womb. In her I planted my lord's seed, and thus did we beget the blood lamb Orin, the child of my child, and Bhaal's sacrifice in waiting. I did not know that it would be Orin that Bhaal favored, not Helena, but it matters not. Orin would help to bring forth a new birth in Bhaal's name, a world baptized in blood.
As my daughter raised our daughter, we debated to no end as to how we would make of her the perfect offering to the Dreadlord. To eat her when she was but a babe, to drain a gallon of her blood each morn and pour it over his icon each night, to skin her and craft the hide into a hilt for a sacred knife. I am pleased she died a finer offering yet. There is no deeper honor than death in a duel with Bhaal's chosen. You have given me everything a father could hope for.
This incestuous abuse, this rape of Helena by Sarevok, all in order to give birth to Orin, and Orin's own life being naught but forfeit, is confirmed both by the undead Sarevok and by the corpse of Helena herself. There is nothing positive that can possibly come from this. This was just thorough tragedy instigated by an abusive cult leader who should have died a century ago. Telling Orin of this abuse of both her and her mother leads to a truly heartbreaking moment. Try as she might, she can no longer deny that she was, ultimately, nothing but a pawn to those that she loved.
No, 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 no! He didn't! He didn't! Filthy, pig-mouthed little liar! Grandfather loves me. He worships me. How dare you smear his name? It will not save you.
He's your father, Orin. He abused your mother. He abused you.
No. Not him. Not him! I did all this for him! Everything! Everything!
No, Orin. You did this for me.
Father, they lie to me! They lie!
You hesitate. If you will not fight for my blessing, I will make you something crueler. A deserving sacrifice for my child's ascension.
The changeling stands no chance, fiendish one. Eviscerate her.
To be clear, what we have witnessed here is not simply a woman breaking down after being told her parentage was one of abuse and incest. It is of a woman realizing that she meant nothing to any of them. Not to Sarevok, her father and grandfather, a man she idolized. Not to Bhaal, the god that crawled inside her mind and the deity that she worshipped above all others. Not only was the act of incest committed, not only is grooming and CSA highly suggested in what has happened, not only is the man that she adored the leader of a horrific cult, not only did she have to tolerate whispers in her skull every day bidding her to kill and kill and kill again, it was all completely meaningless. All of that suffering meant nothing. A life of pain, a life taken from her and twisted to be for someone and something else. As much as it feels heartbreaking to say it, I truly don't know if there was any hope for her. Alone, lost, and cursed, she would never have chosen to leave such trauma. She had nowhere else to go. For a Dark Urge playthrough particularly, Orin is intentionally a dark mirror to the player, either to show a good character what their worst form could have been, or an evil character what they will become. When I watch her body twist into the Slayer and watch it die, dissolving into a puddle of blood upon the floor, I could not feel any thrill in the victory, only a sense of sadness. After all, there but for the grace of the gods go I. I would like to give one more trigger warning for abuse and sexual abuse before we continue. This thematic exploration of these cycles of abuse is not solely limited to our supporting cast. Through the default Tav playthrough and the Dark Urge playthrough, the player character is also put into a position of vulnerability and victimized. The way in which this plays out, and whether the player leans into or breaks away from the cycle of abuse, is highly variable and also worthy of discussion. The majority of players will begin the game as a generalizable, build-it-yourself character, affectionately referred to as a Tav by the community, Tav being the default name. While most players will be expecting to play their Tav as a power fantasy, and indeed much of the game is a power fantasy, there is a subtle and slow removal of that power fantasy into something far more bleak. There are, of course, several moments in the late game in which a player may make a deal with the devil, which predictably have bleak outcomes. Raphael will appear to the player in various moments of distress and offer them a Faustian bargain, each of which, predictably, would end with the player bent over a barrel and signing a damning contract. He very clearly wants Tav's soul and is very clearly a dangerous opponent. His Faustian bargain always hangs over our heads like a sword of Damocles, offering us rescue from one predicament by dumping us in another. While this adds tension and continues the theme of unpleasant and powerful beings holding vulnerable mortals hostage, the fact that his deal is a terrible idea is very clearly telegraphed. Of note, if his deal is accepted, the consequences of it are not lived out during the gameplay itself, but explored only in the epilogue. His incubus assistant, Haarlep, may also make a Faustian bargain with the player, though one in which the player offers a sexual favour and is cursed with echoes of sexual violation throughout the rest of their story.
And every time I make love in your shape, you will know. A shiver out of the blue, a tingle from beyond. You will know.
A single shiver, feeling barely perceptible, but you can sense it nonetheless. A phantom caress, hands dancing over your skin. Though you stand alone, it is almost as if the air itself is undressing you. You recall Haarlep's words. Every time I make love in your shape, you will know. You will know. One last tingle up your spine leads to a stifled moan. You struggle not to cry out in public. The sensation goes, but it could return at any point. How many hundreds of times will Haarlep use your person?
I heard that moan. It's the incubus, isn't it? Enjoying your body. Just as I get free from bondage, you fall into it. It'd be funny if it was anyone but you, my love. I know what it's like to lose control over your own body. It's a wretched thing.
It's not so bad. I can put up with it.
That's not the point. You shouldn't have to put up with it. I know what's done is done. You made your vow, but I'm sorry, all the same.
To be clear, this isn't tee-hee, naughty fun like so many sexual encounters of power fantasy games. This is clearly violative and unpleasant. However, this is also clearly not as thorough an exploration of sexual abuse as, say, Astarion's storyline. There isn't a huge amount more to dissect here other than SA is bad. But still, both of these instances are only very brief versions of the way a player might be victimized, and ultimately, they do not rely on depriving a player of their agency. The character, maybe, but the player, no. For the real discussions of abuse, we need to look elsewhere. We need to talk about the Emperor. The Emperor is a significant plot-critical character that all players will eventually interact with. Its pronouns, is a rogue illithid whose essence is trapped in Shadowheart's artifact, alongside Orpheus, and whose psionic intervention is preventing our party from becoming mind flayers. It is also a complex presence in our characters' lives, both shielding us from harm and dooming us simultaneously. Yet, when we first meet it, it presents us with a markedly different guise.
I'm here to save you again.
The mechanics of the game are interesting here. When we begin the game, shortly after our own character creation, we are prompted to create the Dream Guardian. This is someone who our player character is implied to idealize and view as a savior, as sexually attractive, and as a strong and powerful being, one that we can empathize with even as they are mightier than us and benevolent. They can both take care of us and fulfill our hot, steamy fantasies. In short, our Dream Guardian is daddy, or mommy, or both. Some of us aren't picky. Yet, despite such a fair disguise and honeyed words, he is not benign. When interacting with the Dream Guardian, we are still subjected to behaviours that are, in fact, the early stages of grooming. They are subtle, they are difficult to spot, or identify specifically as abuse, because on their own, they aren't abusive. But in the context of where this later goes, they are very clearly the first beginning acts of manipulation. And even as I'm saying this now, I am sure that there are going to be people in the comments that will vehemently disagree with this assessment and protest that our guardians are actually good somehow. After all, our guardian seems to be going out of their way to try to help us. They're fighting alongside us, they're being a good supportive person to our heroes. But let's break this down a little.
I came just in time. You are transforming.
I know your voice. I've heard you before.
Yes, you have. I saved you before. I'm here to save you again. Don't worry. You will not become a mind flayer. Not while I'm around. I'll protect you. We haven't much time, so listen closely. There is great potential within you. It comes from that parasite. Your instinct is to resist the power it gives, but you must accept it. Nurture it. I will keep it from consuming you. But for the sake of both of us, you must learn to wield it. Fight for the fate of Faerun. A fight we are losing. For now. You can change that. But only if you embrace your potential. I have to go. The enemy is closing in. I will be back. You'll feel better. I promise.
These are the classic hallmarks of manipulative behavior. You are alone in your dreams, so you have been isolated. You're plied with flattery, told that you're unique and special, and ultimately that you're a cool badass that can be a real hero. This Dream Guardian must be a friend, right? They've said such nice things after all. But this isn't so straightforward. The path they offer to achieve our heroic potential is, of course, to consume illithid tadpoles, objects that grant power that allow the player to escape their vulnerability. Why accept being a victim when you can grab power instead, when you can be simply too strong to be subjected to victimization? As we have seen with our other companions, to grab such power would be the first steps in the path to ascension, into claiming power and agency, but ultimately in a way that taints us and diminishes us for the act. But it's also legitimately hard to say no, especially when the encouragement is offered by such a pretty face. On our second encounter with the Dream Guardian, this is laced with further attempts at manipulation. Not only is our uniqueness, our special nature as a cool badass hero emphasized, but also their nature as a vulnerable yet trustworthy person.
I promised I'd be back. Don't worry. I have things under control. For now. You haven't been using the parasite's power. You think you don't need it. But things haven't gone as you expected. You hoped a druid as powerful as Halsin might be able to remove your tadpole. But he couldn't. You're desperate to be rid of it. Understandable. But you're looking for solutions in the wrong places.
Why don't you tell me who you actually are?
It's complicated, but I'm an adventurer. Just like you. Just like you, I was infected with a Mind Flayer parasite. Just like you, I seek to be free of it. But to do that, we'll need to think beyond local healers. Your parasite is unusual. It is wrapped in magic that prevents its removal. Until the source of the tadpole's magic is destroyed, any attempt to remove it will kill you. You were lucky that Halsin knew this. His instincts are right. The parasites were merely a symptom of a greater sickness in Faerun.
I thought you said you could protect me.
From transforming into a Mind Flayer? Yes. But that is not the only thing these parasites can do. They are vessels for control. The infected hear the voice of the Absolute and believe it to be a god. You witnessed it yourself with Priestess Gut. That is how the cult of the Absolute is spreading. The highest of their rank, the True Souls, carry a tadpole just like yours. It is how they receive their orders. It is what makes them obey. When the order to transform is given, it will not be a matter of days. They will be Mind Flayers in an instant. Were it not for my protection, so would you.
Why? Why are you protecting me?
Because we share a common cause and a common enemy. We are alike. You and I. I've been trying to escape from this evil for a long time. Once, I almost succeeded. Now, through you, I've been given a new chance. You can go where I cannot, and I can protect you from that evil. If we work together, we may turn this around. Hells. They need me. I have to go.
Is there anything I can do to help?
No. I can handle this. For now. The power I used to protect you, I stole it from someone. They want it back. I will hold them off for as long as I can. But sooner or later I will be worn down. You must discover the source of the magic that controls the parasites before that happens. The cultists are gathering. at Moonrise Towers. Use the powers your parasite gives you to convince them you are one of them. And when you find the source of their magic, destroy it. Go. Our freedom depends on it.
The way the Guardian talks to you in these scenes is specifically done to flatter your ego. They emphasize your power, your brilliance, your brilliant nature as a hero, while also downplaying their own power. They are implying they're showing you a soft underbelly, showing you their vulnerability, and implying respect for you and your strength. This is all, again, done while you are isolated and alone in your dreams, and though their words obfuscated, they are still playing on your vulnerability. Any discussions of your strength are immediately undercut by a pressure to consume more illithid tadpoles, justified by how dangerous your foes are. You're a strong, badass hero, yes, but you're also weak to these enemies and need every edge you can get. You have to take the tadpoles, not only for your own good, but for the good of the realm. That's the only way to save the world, after all. When you look at it, this whole thing is inherently contradictory. Which is it? Are we strong or are we weak? Are we heroes? Are we victims? This whiplash between the two and this alarming sense of urgency is designed to leave us overwhelmed and distract us, preventing us from asking more critical questions about what the Dream Guardian's intentions actually are. Should we begin to act against our Dream Guardian's interests by engaging with Vlaakith, we are shown a much different view of their attitude towards us. The strategy is one frequently used by manipulators, placing us on the defensive.
So you came, in spite of all my warnings. Disappointing. Come, we will talk in private. Just the two of us. I may have made a mistake trusting you. I told you to stay away from the Githyanki. But you just couldn't help yourself. Could you? And now, you've come here to murder me.
Vlaakith told me that you were an agent of the Illithid Grand Design.
I told you I stole the artifact from someone. Well, I stole it from Vlaakith. Since then, she has become desperate. Vlaakith wants me dead because I know her secret. It is a secret so great that if her people ever found out, that would be the end of her rule. The end of her. That same secret is how I've been protecting you from the Absolute. I can hear your thoughts. You think I'm lying. Vlaakith warned you that I would try to deceive you, but consider this. What reason have I to deceive you? I want the same thing as you. Freedom. I'm on your side. I have been since the very beginning.
Before we have time to fully defend ourselves from our Guardian, they charge forward to a different topic, preempting and deflecting any rebuttal of their accusations. We are then given further deflection, implying that Vlaakith, another clear villain, has some grand secret that we can expose. Finally, to deflect any closer analysis or criticism, they offer the option to kill them, a grand gesture of self-destruction that is in fact utterly manipulative. What is this, some kind of trick?
I already told you I protect you. That I saved you. That I'm just like you. If this was not enough to convince you, what more is there to say?
Should we actually kill them? This of course makes no actual difference. They were never in danger at any point. This whole thing is merely a ruse designed to engender your sympathy.
I really thought you wouldn't. We could have been so much more. But you had to choose this. So, you are not to be trusted. I don't intend to make a habit of conversing with my killer, so I will be brief. Your survival depends on mine, and mine on yours. It's less than ideal, but it is where we stand. I know a secret that Vlaakith never wants to be revealed. It is the reason she mobilized her people to retrieve the Astral Prism. It is why she sent you to kill me, and why she will kill you once you leave this place. Since we are both dependent on your ability to survive that, you would do well to remember that without me, you would become a Mind Flayer. Now leave. I have a battle to return to.
If pushed on the nature of this great secret of Vlaakith's, a thing that apparently only they know, a knowledge that thus requires them to stay alive, they reveal this. Vlaakith be damned. If she wants you dead, she can kill you herself.
It seems I was right to put my faith in you after all. Thank you. Vlaakith will be furious, to make no mention of your Githyanki companion. The Lich Queen fears nothing more than the loss of her empire. The knowledge I have of her deception will bring that about.
If you're such a threat to her, why hasn't she killed you already?
She is trying her very best to kill me. By sending you. Vlaakith is lying to her people. She pretends to know how Gith destroyed the Mind Flayer Empire. In truth, she knows nothing. If the Illithid Empire were ever to return, she would be incapable of stopping them. And if her people found out about her impotence, there would be mutiny, revolution, the end of her rule. But that very power, the power to resist Illithid control, which Vlaakith only pretends to know, is how I've been protecting you. I suppose she hoped to extract it from my corpse. Since you spared me that fate, she will come for you.
I protect my allies.
As do I. I have delayed long enough. The next attack is overdue, and I can't risk you being caught in the middle of it. I need you out there, searching for the Absolute. You were on the right path, to Moonrise Towers. Return to it. Be warned, the Inquisitor awaits your return from this place with orders to kill you. No doubt the rest of the Kresh will join him. Good luck.
This is not Vlaakith's true secret, that she is a Lich Queen that consumes the souls of ascended Gith. Nor is this the true secret of Elder Brain resistance, the resistance granted by the imprisoned Orpheus. This is, at best, only partially the truth. Real secrets are being kept from you to ensure that you do not gain the upper hand. This is occupied with all the emotional whiplash and high-level flattery that is specifically designed to elicit an emotional response. The intended effect is to leave you both confused and dependent. You're not sure what's happening. You know there's danger. You know you're vulnerable. But your darling dream guardian knows all the secrets. Your beautiful fantasy love interest is there to help. Many players are taken in entirely by this manipulation. Many identify the dream guardian as manipulative and do not trust them, but have little choice but to go along anyway. Whether you do or don't trust them, you are still beholden to them. It's this obfuscated lack of choice, this undermining of Tav's agency that characterizes this stage of the grooming. You never truly had a choice, but Dream Daddy is here, and Dream Daddy will make it all okay, right? Right? The next meeting we have, with our Guardian is where things become a bit trickier.
The voice of the Absolute is strong here. And getting stronger. I don't know how much longer I can resist it. But it's good to see you're making progress. You took an unexpected route here. You did a brave thing. Saving those people in the grove.
I did what I could, but I'm not sure they'll survive out there on their own.
Don't be so hard on yourself. It's not your fault the world is wicked. You did the right thing.
The hurt runs deeper than he's willing to show you.
Are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Beneath the resilient veneer, a touch of fragility. He needs comfort.
You look terrible. Do you need a hug?
It's been a very long time since someone did that. For me.
Who was it?
A woman by the name of Belin. We were close. It just doesn't stop. We are being bombarded by waves of telepathic energy. Wave after wave with hardly a breath between them. I almost dare not rest. Each wave a set of orders to the infected. The order for your transformation has been given many times already.
Do you know where the orders are coming from?
There is no doubt. Moonrise Towers. I just hope my powers last long enough to see this through. In any case, the Absolute knows you carry me with you now. It wants to retrieve me.
Why does the Absolute want you?
I am the only one who can resist the Absolute's influence. Hence its fear of me. Its desperation. Unfortunately, that also means it is dedicating more and more resources to my retrieval. The task ahead is monumental. But we're all that stands between victory for the Absolute and freedom for all. This is not just about you and I anymore. It has become far bigger than us. We must infiltrate Moonrise Towers, discover the secrets of the Absolute, and put an end to it. So we can finally be free. Now I must rest. And you must carry on. Do not let my efforts be in vain.
What we see in this encounter is a mournful expression of loss of a former love, a woman named Belin Stelmane, a show of vulnerability and sadness, one that we are encouraged to feel compassion towards and provide comfort for. They've given us so much protection and solace, after all. It seems only right that we do the same for them. This show of vulnerability gives us the illusion of having a little more agency, that we are still strong enough to provide comfort to Daddy, that our relationship must be equal, and it deepens our sense of bonding with them too. But I'm still left asking the question, is the Dream Guardian sadness real? Or is this a cynical, false performance of vulnerability? It's arguable either way. But regardless of the authenticity of the emotional display, the fact remains that the timing of this emotional reveal is extremely convenient. It is designed to elicit further sympathy and to make us see a pretty face in pain and sadness. Is this cynical? Is this genuine? The truth is, it doesn't matter. Regardless of the intent, it still has served its purpose. If you got this far, you're going to be drawn in further. Even if you haven't fallen in love with your dreamboat fantasy, you're bombarded with all of the signals to still see them in a positive light. As the third act begins, we find the truth behind the Emperor, a truth that involves some level of complexity. As has been implied throughout, it is, in fact, a mind flayer. It specifically uses its pronouns. Please don't mistake my use of the term it here as an intentional attempt to dehumanize the squid monster. It isn't really a monster, it is still a person, and the fact that it's still a person is, in my opinion, the thing that is most frightening about it. Even if it has deceived us by its bodily form, that deception is not its most egregious sin. When we meet it, it is being attacked by Githyanki, specifically Orpheus's loyal bodyguards. Our only choice is to fight these Githyanki. To refuse to fight, or to kill the Emperor during this battle, will lead to an early game over. Without its protection, we are immediately consumed by the Elder Brain.
You have failed us all.
Your stomach drops, your chest constricts. Your thoughts begin to splinter.
You are found. Now you hear me. Now you yield!
We are, by necessity, under the Emperor's protection. We are, by circumstance, vulnerable. Whether we trust it or not, it holds power over us, and this protection could be removed at any time. But it isn't. Is this benevolence, or is this cynicism? I think it's worth dissecting what the Emperor tells us at this point.
Before you do anything, I am your ally. We are in danger.
Geek abomination! By the one true sky, what is this madness?
The Githyanki is the source of our protection against the Absolute. I must subdue him, or everything we've worked towards is lost. Don't let my form deceive you. I am the one that's been protecting you. I am the one that came to you in your dreams. Help me.
Prove to me you are who you say you are.
You saved a child from a viper back in the Druid's Grove. You saved the Asima Night Soul from her soul cage. You let me live last time you were here, though it brought Blackheath's wrath upon you. I told you about my room in the Elsong Tavern. That night when you held me, I was vulnerable. You comforted me. Your continued existence as yourself, and not a mind flayer, should be all the proof you need. Now, help me.
All of this is true. It was in a position of emotional vulnerability and it invited comfort. It is providing protection against the Elder Brain and it is keeping us safe. We are being looked after by it.
Despite your best attempts to be subtle, the Mind Flayer's awareness is everywhere. You blunder in its presence like a warg pup learning to walk.
You must be joking. I am telling you my thoughts directly into your head. But if you insist on taking a look for yourself, be my guest.
Nothing in your colourful existence to date could have prepared you for this. As the horror subsides, you are left with only one coherent thought. You must do whatever you can to subdue the Githyanki.
Happy? Now, join me. Fight!
Aid an illicit against Githyanki. We cannot. We must not.
Your blind loyalty will be your undoing, Lae'zel. Fight with me for your own survival. Thank you. That was too close. Don't look at me like that. I am a mind flayer. Yes. Without me, you would be a slave to the Absolute.
It isn't wrong in stating this, but while it has done us a lot of good by protecting us, we also see the beginnings of the trap. We are indebted to the Emperor, and it is as of yet unclear whether that debt will become a choke chain around our necks. Right now, it is using this debt to urge us to trust it, which given the circumstances isn't an inherently bad thing to want to do. However, it comes on with further appeals to our emotions, appealing to our sense of empathy.
Rare are those that would openly consider a partnership with a mind flayer, even those who are on a path of becoming one. It's like I said before, I'm just like you. An adventurer, I came from Baldur's Gate, though I was never one to be constrained by circumstance. I longed for more. That longing brought me to Moonrise Towers on a search for treasure, to a colony of mind flayers who caught me, changed me into what I am now. For years, I served the Elder Brain, the one you know as the Absolute. I was a thrall like any other, but I was fortunate. I broke free and started a new life in my old city. I sustained myself on criminals, unglamorous, but there are plenty of them, rarely missed, and they fueled me while I did my work. I had the good fortune to meet Duke Stelmane. We formed a partnership, and through her, I became the governing force behind the Knights of the Shield, the largest mercantile operation in Baldur's Gate. People referred to me as the Emperor. Such was my influence, though of course they had no idea what I really was. My needs were sated. I was happy for a while, until my true nature was discovered by the tyrant himself, Lord Gortash. He tore me from my home and brought me back to the Brain, where I became a slave once again. A slave he continued to call me Emperor. The name was intended as a slight, to remind me of the heights from which I fell. But I have grown fond of it. It encapsulates well who I've become.
Regardless of our moral alignment, the Emperor's story is remarkably similar to ours, an adventurer that has travelled the same roads and was tadpoled against his will. But for a morally good character especially, this is a blatant appeal to their sense of compassion, one that has likely dictated their acts throughout the entire story. Because that's what a good guy power fantasy is. It's having the power to exercise your compassion. It's having the agency to help people. The Emperor's play on our compassion may be a relatively subtle manipulation, but we have seen the Mind Flayers outwardly abuse our sense of compassion even at the very beginning of the game.
You approach the dying monster. This is the thing that abducted you. You could end its life here and now, if only you didn't feel compassion. Compassion. Yes, you feel hate, and you deserve to be punished for it. You should be whipped, made to bow before this creature in shame. It's possessing your mind, forcing you to love it.
It seems wise to keep a degree of caution, but that's the thing. With the Emperor, it's genuinely hard to tell at this point what is cynicism and what is genuine, and it would be cruel to assume the worst of someone and abandon our compassion, wouldn't it? To give another compassion is to meet their vulnerability with care, but it also expresses vulnerability of your own. And this vulnerability that we express is one that the Emperor is happy to exploit. When we examine this with a critical eye, we begin to see the holes in the story. Feeding only on criminals, yet allying with a duke who gets to decide who is deemed a criminal. Acting for the apparent greater good, yet doing so only via subterfuge and careful power play. It continues to discuss how it is unique and different among Mind Flayers, valuing freedom, yet insists on keeping Orpheus as a prisoner and siphoning his power. Finally, it pressures the player into accepting an astral tadpole, the ultimate expression of accepting ascension, the ultimate claiming of power to avoid victimization, the same thing that has been pushing for all game. This power, of course, comes at the cost of transforming one's body irreversibly, guaranteeing bodily transformation into an illithid. The player is free to decline, though they may find it difficult to do so if they've been consuming tadpoles throughout the game, a metaphor for that desperate search of power to escape victimization. Once that path has begun, it is awfully difficult to turn away. Even if the player does decline, the Emperor still gives you this tadpole regardless, encouraging you to think about it, at least. It has, in short, presented itself as a trustworthy ally, impressed upon you a sense of shared history, appealed to your sense of empathy, showed you its vulnerability, and then used all of this to push for a violation of your bodily autonomy. It has presented this violation as a free choice that you can consent to, but its hand is significantly tipping the scales. This is not like accepting the BDSM priest's playful whipping. You can't provide informed consent when the circumstances around you are being manipulated to force your hand. This consent is not free. As we explore through the city, we can hear its communications with us. They range from supportive and caring, displaying more of the same pseudo-vulnerability when we find its old hideout.
A shell, a keepsake from my final voyage, pinched in a moment of sentimentality. My old wardrobe, the home of all my disguises. We are what we appear to be, and so appearances matter. My cutlery set, a gift from my mother. The butter knife is missing, but otherwise it looks to be complete. I don't need it anymore, but the memory stirs something in me still. There she is, in all her glory. Duke Belin Stelmane, my old partner. My old sword. My first purchase as an adventurer. No use to me anymore. It's yours, if you want it. A recipe for fiddlehead soup. A favorite meal of mine, when I had need of meals like that. Rascal's collar. My poor four-legged friend. Their lives are so brief, so simple, and yet full.
Too aggressive and condescending when we push back against its plans.
You feel the touch of the Emperor's mind peeling at the edge of yours, trying to gain access.
I shall respect your privacy on this occasion. But know that if you have jeopardized our mutual project, I will be forced to reconsider our alliance.
We can even find out more of its old history. Beneath the city lies the corpse of a dragon whose ghost has not yet fully departed. Through this encounter, we find that the Emperor wasn't just any old adventurer, but the Emperor is Baldur himself, the original founder of Baldur's Gate. The story ended in tragedy, of course.
It's like I always told you. I was just like you, an adventurer who yearned for greatness. And in mortal terms, I achieved it. As captain of the Wandering Eye, I acquired enough gold to found Baldur's Gate. I stayed for a while to watch my city grow, but it was not enough. I grew restless again. The sea called to me, and I ran to her with open arms. Life at sea was not easy. Our last adventure was ruinous. My ship was destroyed. My crew lost, but my spirit was far from broken. I was determined to return in triumph once again. I heard of treasure in Moonrise. I strove to find it. What I found was an illithid colony, where I acquired a tadpole much like yours, and became a mind flayer, enthralled to the Elder Brain. It was Ansor who found me. Ansor who pulled me from the brain's domination. Ansor who brought me home. He sought to cure me of my sickness, called on every healer he could find, nearly broke his spirit in the attempt. But he failed to understand. I wanted no healing. I was not sick. Even after he had exhausted all possibility of reversing my condition, he still clung to hope. I tried to convince him of my reality. I was on the cusp of greatness beyond my wildest dreams. But all he could see was a mind flayer. He came to me as I slept, a mercy killing in his mind. I saw the tears. I felt his grief. I had no choice but to kill him first. It was an act of self-preservation. Do not think that I am ignorant of what I have lost. I may not regret my actions, but I do regret that they were necessary.
By the Emperor's account, both of them were victims of tragic circumstance, yet Ansor's attitude suggests a far less amicable resolution.
Have you come to dance on my bones, Baldur? Was slaying me not satisfaction enough? Satisfaction? No. You left me no choice. You had every choice. You were becoming illithid. I offered you merciful death. You chose to fight. And now you bring your thrall before me. How far has the great Baldur fallen? I gave you everything, Baldur, and you repaid me in slaughter. It is time I return the favor.
There is distinct tension between the Emperor's view of events and others' perspectives, but in this particular instance, it is framing this in such a way as to make its actions seem the most reasonable, simply by being less emotionally distraught. The second romantic encounter we may have with the Emperor follows a similar arc. We are presented with sadness and vulnerability, and we are given another brief chance to provide comfort.
How did you? Oh, it's you. I must have let my mind wander. Enough for you to wander in. Forgive me. I am drained. Ever since you killed Ketheric and took his Netherstone, the Chosen's control of the brain has been brittle. It's rebelling against Orin and Gortash. Fiercely. I suspected that when we took Ketheric's stone, the brain would begin to break free. Those brain quakes confirm that my suspicion was correct. I do not know what happens now when it receives their orders, and I do not dare guess.
You feel the Emperor's fear as if it were your own. An elder brain enslaved is one thing. An elder brain unleashed will be the end of everything.
Beautiful, isn't it? The mighty Prince Orpheus, contained in submissive slumber. Come. You may as well sit a while, now that you are here. Your company isn't unwelcome.
You seem troubled.
An accurate summary. I have found myself distracted of late. I'm haunted by memories. They are relentless. I can think of nothing. No one else.
Someone from your past?
Duke Stelmane, or Belin, as I knew her. I wasn't ready for her death. You thought you were my first ally. Far from it. I have long sought the allyship of others. It is the only way to succeed. Though my relationship with Belin was different from my relationship with you.
Was it more, intimate?
In a way. But not the way you're thinking of. In life, she was my business partner. Back when we ran the Knights of the Shield. A difficult task for a mind flayer. Duke Stelmane trusted me, and the city trusted her. I conceived the plot, but Belin took center stage. It was she who met with the merchants, politicians, and patriarchs. It was she who negotiated deals and signed off on agreements. Her rooms played host to the most important conversations in the city. Together, we brought order to chaos. At its height, everything that happened in that city went through the shield. Through us. I could not have done any of it without her. Just as I cannot do any of this without you. But now, she is gone.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I appreciate your understanding. What I feel is deeper than superficial cures can reach. And not entirely unwelcome. Most people think that mind flayers are soulless husks who feel nothing. I am glad you are not most people. You have shown me great empathy. We are closer now. Close enough, I hope, that I can ask you to reconsider your position regarding your physical form. I know it is no easy choice for you, but we will have a far better time ridding the city of Gortash if you accept just a touch of illithidness. Not to mention the Elder Brain itself. Our chances against it greatly improve the more illithid we both are. Another quake. The brain is rebelling again. I need to focus. And so do you.
In this scene, we see the Emperor discuss its relationship with Bhaal and Stelmane in more depth, referring to her in the same manner as a lost ex-partner. It also appears stressed and vulnerable and exhausted after trying to hold back the Elder Brain. Though the specifics may be different, functionally, this scene follows all the same beats as previous. You are providing comfort to someone who has protected you, giving care back to someone that seems to reciprocate it despite their power over you. This comfort is rewarded with a slow reveal of its personal life, in exactly the same way that our bonds would otherwise be deepened with our other companions. It appears like the slow growth of intimacy and tenderness. And yet this tenderness is followed by yet another insistence that you take the damn astral tadpole. Is this vulnerability honest, or is it a fake, cynical performance? Is it carefully engineered to pressure you to violate your bodily autonomy, or is that merely an accidental byproduct that comes from growing natural intimacy? For those paying attention, we can see how the pattern here has repeated itself. A display of vulnerability, followed by a positive response to being comforted, followed by a slow reveal of personal history. The effect of this happening in these cycles is to wear down any resistance that you have to it bit by bit. It is slowly gaining your trust. It is slowly getting you to let your guard down the same way that you would with any other companion. There's a lot of debate as to the sincerity of the Emperor here. Is this manipulation or is this honesty? And I feel I must once more definitively answer once and for all, it does not matter. Regardless of what its intent is here, the effect is still the same, to pressure you into accepting something intensely violative being done to your body. Whether it's a cynical bastard manipulating your compassion, or a kicked puppy doing it by accident, doesn't matter when it comes to applying coercive pressure to consent. You do not need intent in order to cause harm. And this tadpole's power is harm. There is no one that considers tadpole ascension to be a remotely positive thing. Even the most power-hungry characters balk at the idea of what the Emperor is suggesting and highlight the physical, bodily impact as an inherently violative and destructive thing.
You know what that offer truly entails, don't you? Become half a mind flayer, lose half of yourself. I don't want that.
Special tadpole? Bit of a contradiction in terms, don't you think? I don't even want a regular one. You're talking about turning into what? A half squid?
In spite of my admittedly fierce curiosity, I'll have to decline. My humanity, however frail, is rather important to me for now. I'd rather keep it intact, if it's all the same to you.
This ossified parasite does not make us more, but less. There will be ice where once there was fire. There will be a void where our souls once resided.
I'm not about to make such a sacrifice. Not now. Not ever.
I don't want to turn into anything else. I can't do that again. I can't watch my body be taken over.
Yet even as we know all this, the repeated pressure applied by the Emperor is heightened by the growing bonds of intimacy. It becomes steadily more difficult to refuse it. And that is exactly the point. The final romantic scene between the Emperor and the player is one that is worth picking apart in specific detail. It begins in a way that is rather on the nose.
They say that home is where a person can be their truest selves, without guile, without pretense.
It implies heavily that you have come to know it far more than anyone else ever has, that it is letting its guard down around you, and you should do the same with it.
And now that you have seen where I come from, you know all there is to know about me. At least, all that matters. The flavors of my favorite fiddlehead soup, should you wish to experience it for yourself. My beloved confidant and loyal companion Rascal. The very first reward I gifted myself on completion of my first adventure. The garments with which I concealed and later constructed my appearance as the Emperor. We spoke of my relationship with Duke Berlin Stillname, a story I have told no one else. I have no more secrets from you. No need to resort to subterfuge. We are true allies now, working towards a common goal.
This coaxing to let your guard down continues, and this is almost identical to the way that we connect with our other companions, slowly getting to know them, slowly becoming more comfortable being vulnerable around them. In many ways, it feels just as genuine. But why resort to subterfuge at all?
The only way we were ever going to get close enough to the brain to destroy it was by working together. But few would trust a mind flayer. So I did what I had to convince you. I studied you. Your motivations, your actions, your desires. I deduced the best way to align your goals with my own.
There is no hint of a lie in any of this. All of this part is simply truth. You do have to work together to stop the Mind Flayer cult of the Absolute. You do need the Emperor to survive. However, it does imply to you, openly, that it has studied you in order to manipulate you. Is this manipulation for something that it views as a noble goal? Yes. Is it still manipulation? Yes. But given what we're up against, does it matter? Yes, but put a pin in that for now. We will come back to it. And so, we get to the last moment.
Perhaps, at first, I did consider that you were just a problem to be solved. And not an easy one at that. But I persisted. I needed your absolute dedication to the cause. I anticipated the challenge, and I anticipated your resistance. What I didn't anticipate was how much I would enjoy your company, your mind.
And so we approach the culmination of this growing bond of intimacy, one in which we can have sex with the Emperor.
Sometimes, I felt almost like we were dancing our way towards something deeper.
You're trying to flirt with me now?
Would you like that?
Well, I'm not stopping you.
The back of your mind warms with a rush of feeling, the Emperor's feeling. Heat, care, arousal.
We may ask to have this encounter in their dream guardian form, in which case our generous lover will place on the old disguise once more.
I can make this easier for you if you like. My other form might be more familiar for you to navigate.
The emphasis on the shock we feel when we awake to see a mind flayer beside us rather than that handsome devil shows perhaps that we are fools for believing in the Emperor's lies, or perhaps that we are fools for being so shallow.
Sorry. You didn't leave me much energy to spare to maintain appearances.
If we have sex with the Emperor in its mind flayer form, there is an implication that there is a more genuine connection, that the sensations were overwhelmingly positive, and that we see connection reflected in its eyes.
Everything you ever dreamt of and more. The single greatest experience of your life. Pleasure upon pleasure, as mind and body intertwined. It was hard to tell where thoughts ended and feelings began. You can read the Emperor's expression better now that you've connected on a deeper level. You know it feels the same way.
This is all a positive, isn't it? And the fact that this sex is consensual is something that has been pointed to before as evidence that the Emperor isn't really abusive, but sex isn't the form of bodily violation that the Emperor wants to force us into. Ceremorphosis is. And given how quickly it returns to pressuring us into this, no matter what we choose to do, it feels that sex is merely another performative weapon that it is using to try to sway our mind.
The Elder Brain's hive mind has grown to monstrous proportions. And through the Crown's magic, it has complete control over each and every member. It was intelligent before, but now, with its hive mind established across the city, it is well on its way to becoming indestructible. You should reconsider your attachment to your physical form. You have seen what an Illithid can do. You have experienced the pleasure for yourself. Imagine some of that could be in your grasp. Not enough to warp your appearance beyond recognition, but just enough to enhance your potential. It would make us even more compatible, as well as radically increasing our chances of success against the Elder Brain. Think on it.
As the story progresses, this continued push for you to change your mind and accept bodily violation continues. By the time we meet the Elder Brain, the Emperor will still act to defend us, but it continues this pressure immediately after.
I have assessed our encounter with the Netherbrain from every angle. I know why we failed. The problem was not the stones. The problem was you. You can make only one move at a time, but the Netherbrain calculates every possible at once. It knows what you will do. It knows everything you could possibly do. You cannot outmaneuver it. To defeat it, you would have to think like an Illithid. Better yet, be one. Your mind is not capable of this. Mine is.
This isn't persuasion, this is coercion. No has not meant no for quite some time, and the repeated pressure is designed to wear down any resistance we may once have had. Ultimately, this is designed to signal that the Emperor will never respect anyone else's autonomy. You don't matter. What you can do matters. Being a hero, that's what matters. Being able to defeat the Elder Brain, that's what matters. But you, as an individual, as a person, do not. If we are to reject the Emperor, to pull away from its advances, then it will take a much different strategy.
I will take that as a yes. Relationship we could have had. Aren't you glad I finessed my methods? But since you insist on thwarting my craft, let us be blunt. You are my puppet. Make no mistake, without me, you have no value. You will take me to the brain because you have no other choice. And once we are there, you will do exactly what I tell you to. And you would do well to reconsider unlocking your potential. Your puerile attachment to your material form jeopardizes us all. If I must, I will force you.
The Emperor never truly saw people as anything but tools, objects to be used and discarded. This is the dark underbelly that was only barely hidden, that threats and violence lie behind any smooth persuasion. While it is clear that the Emperor has been manipulating you, if you go along with its plans, its attitude may seem benign. It is very open about its methods and goals, and eventually, any pretense of deception is all but discarded. The true violence of the Emperor is not just that it is deceptive. The true violence is that you never had a choice to begin with. The final deciding moment with the Emperor occurs immediately before the final battle. The player has the choice whether to ally with it or Orpheus, and to decide whether they will accept Ceramorphosis. To reject the Emperor is to be met with further coercion, a tallied list of things that the Emperor has done to earn your trust, a list that completely ignores how the Emperor has ignored your autonomy at every turn, and continues to ignore your autonomy now.
After all we've been through, I have been your salvation from the very beginning. I told you we had one solution. You rejected it. I told you I sought only one thing: freedom. You have denied me this. You have exhausted our alliance, and in so doing, you have ruined us all. I did everything I could to avoid this, but it seems you have whittled my options down to a single one. In order to survive, I must now join the Netherbrain.
Everything it says is still true. It has not lied. It has protected us. It has, quote-unquote, encouraged us to fulfill our potential. But the framing of this is so very skewed. The implication is that these are reasons why we owe the Emperor something, that we should be willing to trade away our bodily autonomy in return for what it has done. This is still coercion. To accept the Emperor's version of Ceramorphosis, to engage in this bodily violation in return for power, is to accept becoming a literal monster. But metaphorically, this still serves the same purpose as the ascension arcs of any of our companions. You have attained power, yes, but at the cost of becoming the next abuser in the cycle. If you do so, your very first act is one of violence. This may be continued into the obviously evil ending, betraying the Emperor and taking control of the Elder Brain for yourself, but this is cartoonishly evil. There isn't really much metaphorical depth to be explored here. This is just simply an evil power fantasy. The more interesting endings come in siding with the Emperor and defeating the Elder Brain. Even if you have managed this, by the end, you have lost any part of yourself that wasn't monstrous.
You are a mind flayer, the very thing you sought to eradicate. Whatever self you possess is quickly ebbing away. Your friends and enemies alike are ripe for manipulation. And if not manipulation, then consumption. Soon you will not be able to trust yourself at all. You will be a monstrosity beyond redemption. Or not. Perhaps you are unique among illithid kind. Perhaps you will retain enough of who you are to resist your nature. A rogue mind flayer, like the Emperor.
Even if your first act is to take vengeance against the Emperor and kill it too, the damage is already done. And this is merely one monster killing another, not an act of justice.
Never in your life have you tasted something so delightful. It's not as if you're doing anything wrong. Just following nature's plan.
The player character has been targeted for their vulnerability. Their fear has been manipulated. They've been groomed to manipulate others. And even if you choose to discard the cult of the Absolute, their final ascension is to merely become the next Emperor. A new villain, ready to regard people as objects to be used and discarded. I recognize that I have spent a good deal more time talking about the player and the Emperor than I have about anyone else, and sure, some of this is because player choice increases variance in scenario and we need to cover that, but Unlike our other companions whose backstories are ones that they have already been victimized, the player's relationship with the Emperor is one in which the abuse develops over time. We can see how the trap is set and eventually sprung. But the curious thing is that many players are fully aware of the trap, yet still walk into it anyway. The Emperor makes minimal effort to hide its deceit and is shown to be dangerous multiple times throughout, and yet we are still compelled to get involved regardless. Why? Yes, sure, it's a fictional video game, and a lot of us are just playing about with this for the sake of curiosity, or toying with the narrative just to see what happens, or exploring scary themes in a safe sandbox, but there is something very real that the portrayal of the Emperor is touching on. Why do people fall into a trap with abusers when the danger is clear and obvious? What draws us in, even when others may find them unappealing?
Gods. A mind flayer's been getting their tentacles all over our dreams this whole time. I'm really not sure about putting any trust at all in this thing. It's already shown itself a liar. I've got my eyes on the Emperor, and Karlach doesn't blink.
I think this is why the writing of the Emperor is extremely strong, because it puts us, as players, in a scenario where we have to empathize with that position, where we are the ones being trapped. It shows us how the delicate, honeyed words can be appealing. It shows us how, in times of vulnerability, we are beholden to those in positions of power over us, how we become dependent on those who give us support, and how that support can be twisted and misused. Because if we're being realistic, most of us are suspicious of the Emperor when we're playing. It is written to have just enough holes in its version of events to encourage that kind of suspicion. Most of us know that it is duplicitous. We can find multiple instances where it withholds truth. Most of us have a discomfort at its constant pushing against our bodily autonomy. It isn't subtle about it. We aren't blindsided by a grand conspiracy of incredibly convincing lies. We know what the truth probably is, but we are willing to look past it. We are willing to give the benefit of the doubt. While we are in a vulnerable and powerless position, we have little other choice. That, despite everything, we still need the Emperor. And that's the truly dangerous heart of it. We walk willingly into the trap because the trap is the only thing that gives us what we need: protection and care. And that is how such grooming begins, with vulnerability and a gentle hand.
So, I'm the exact kind of person that Saul is talking about. I saw all of the warning signs. I knew the earmarks. I had the language to understand what was going on and explain it to others. And I also knew that when my Dream Guardian knelt in front of me, his sword proffered as he swore himself to me, put his life in my hands, I was a goner. I am going to trust him, I said out loud, and it will likely be my doom. I've been thinking a lot about Saul's question. Why? Why did I fall victim to the Emperor when I knew better? I have a long storied history of getting too involved with fictional bad men, sure, but this felt different. Why did I trust the Dream Guardian? Easy. He was handsome. I found his voice attractive. His actor based his performance off of Viggo Mortensen's Aragorn. He made the grand, vulnerable declarations of trust that I am weak to.
And I'm here to save you again. Don't worry. You will not become a mind flayer. Not while I'm around. I'll protect you.
He said we could save the world, and I believed him. He said he would protect me while we did so, and he is the only one that has been able to this entire time.
I will be your shield, but you must be the sword.
The Dream Guardian was made in a test tube, in fiction and out, to appeal to me. But why did I trust the Emperor? Well, I mean, I wouldn't cut down the guy that had been protecting me this whole time after I came to save him, now would I? And when he told his story, morally dubious as it may have been, I don't know, I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Nothing in this story is quite as it appears. And later, when he acknowledges his darker methods, perhaps it was my naive belief that maybe he didn't realize he could have been good. That he didn't have to lie and manipulate and murder and steal. If I was supportive enough, if I loved him enough, platonic or otherwise, I'm sure I could help bring him around. He put his life in my hands. Surely we're close enough that I can be a good influence. Perhaps there's an element of pride here as well. The others warned me about him.
Mind flayers are like devils. They just sport tentacles rather than wings. Clever, manipulative, exploitative. The Emperor says he's a friend. I think we'd be fools to believe him.
But I would be the one that saw the best in him. I would be the one that helped him go down a path of redemption. I would be the one to give him back his humanity, to call the Emperor him and not it. I am the hero of this story. I will save everyone that I can. And the Emperor never asked for anything outrageous. Taking the tadpole is pragmatic, and even if you don't, he will respect your decision. He will make his opinions known, but he respects your decision. And compared to the other ominous forces within the game, Raphael, Gortash, Orin, he is giving you reasonable advice instead of coercing you to act. Grow stronger by using the Illithids. Take every advantage that you can. If you knew he was an Illithid, you would have killed him without cause, and then you wouldn't have his protection, and you would have died anyway. And he does not want that. He is being upfront and only asks that you listen. He encourages you to take the tadpole. He only wishes that you would consider his experience and his advice. The world is vicious and you need every advantage. Take the tadpole. It would be best not to learn the consequences of ignoring him. Tav, take the tadpole. I took a lot of tadpoles in my run, because despite how viscerally terrible it was, despite how I knew in my gut that it was bad the first time I did it, I wanted power. I was curious. I was reassured by some game guide that said it wouldn't actually matter, and the Emperor told me it was for my benefit. And so when he presented the astral tadpole to me, he forced me to take it. What I didn't know all those hours back was that taking even one tadpole makes resisting him almost impossible. I wasn't ready for the DC 21 wisdom check. I was playing a paladin, I had low wisdom, and so I failed. Of course I did. I was cornered just as the Emperor wanted. Tav took the tadpole as I watched, helpless, as she watched, helpless, because the Emperor controlled our minds to accept. I remember laughing in that moment. That's the scary thing. I laughed, and my face felt hot, and my palms started to sweat as I watched my character be forced into a change she did not want. I trusted him. I did as he said. And he made me into something I didn't want to be because I chose to believe the fantasy he had crafted just for me. I finished the scene. I told myself I would live with it. I talked to people in camp. I waited for someone to express horror or disgust because how could that have happened to me and they say nothing?
We should be wary of what such an alliance may cost us.
I decided that reality was so scary, so sickening, that I had to reload a save. I couldn't stand what had happened, what I had been tricked into dozens of hours ago. It probably won't surprise you that I spent 5 real-world minutes rolling again, burning every point of inspiration I had in the hopes of getting a nat 20, because that was the only way I could hope to finish the game as myself. It probably will surprise you that even after all that, I decided to keep doing as the Emperor said. A lot of it was morbid curiosity, the sick impulse to see how bad things could get, like picking a scab or twisting a loose tooth. I noticed every open manipulation and altered truth he gave. I was deeply aware that every shred of courtesy I gave him was met with the insistence to irrevocably change who I was. I knew that the Emperor was manipulating me, and I told myself that because I knew, it wouldn't work. And I still had to cooperate with him in order to progress, so it wouldn't make sense to be hostile at every turn. I didn't want him mad at me.
You play the fool, and you play it poorly. You know something. You're trying to deceive me.
Better to keep my head down. I'm wise to his tricks. I had my token rebellions, of course, refusing to eat the illithid brain, refusing to pitch the astral tadpole to the rest of my party, refusing to sacrifice Minsk. So that counts for something. But also, I wanted to know if maybe I could still save him. Maybe if I kept offering him kindness, closeness, he would stop trying to hurt me. He's had a hard life, and this is a long game, so who knows? I can empathize. Maybe I can make a difference. I'm the one that calls the Emperor him, after all. I chose to romance the Emperor because I wanted to know what the game would show me. I wanted to know if there was any shred of humanity left. I wanted to know if maybe I could learn more. I wanted to know just how much of the scab I could pick before I bled. I also knew that, if we were being honest, my Tav probably wouldn't say no. My Tav probably would have talked herself into believing that, hey, he had his reasons, and no one would offer this connection if they didn't have her best interests at heart. They have a connection. He is her shield. He is her companion. He is the being that lives in her dreams. There's a vulnerability in the romance scene. There is intimacy. To imagine that all of this is a lie is to discount the real danger of the Emperor. He does care about you, in his way. He does find you appealing. He does feel arousal, but it doesn't matter.
You should reconsider your attachment to your physical form.
It does not matter.
Your mind is not capable of this. Mine is.
If you were taken in by the Emperor like I was, if you told yourself that you were just curious where things would end up like I did, if you were chasing the high of the super attractive guardian of your dreams, if you dismissed all of the terrible things he did because it was easier to believe he wasn't so awful as the evidence said, I need you to remember that you do not matter to him. Not enough to change his mind, not enough to make him care about you. The point of all of this wasn't so that he could have you. It was to have you. You are a tool he so fondly gets to use, and if you offer any resistance, he'll throw you away and find a new one.
I know you. I know everything about you. Your thoughts, your feelings, your weaknesses.
The end of the romance scene put a pit in my stomach.
It seems the tadpole allowed you to share more than you would have liked with your companions.
As he wiped my allies' minds and promptly said that he hoped sharing this moment would make me reconsider taking the astral tadpole. I thought, oh, that's how bad it can get. He'll pressure me and ply me with romance until I do whatever he wants. And then I learned that he threatens you if you are openly hostile to him.
Your distrust of me will be your undoing.
It was chilling to see the mask come off, especially when I knew that if I behaved, he would reward me. That's how grooming goes. Pleasantness and praise, the narrative reinforcing how good it is to obey him in the moment.
You are exquisite.
Even when he is openly pushing you to sacrifice your own bodily autonomy. Disobedience is met with punishment, threats, guilt, and rage.
Let us be blunt. You are my puppet. Make no mistake, without me, you have no value.
The really chilling thing is that when I watched that scene, I felt relief. Well, I told myself, at least he didn't hurt me. At least I chose the good path. At least I can still get out safe. Even now, weeks later, when I think back on that moment, my first base thought is that, phew, I did the right thing. I didn't make him angry. I kept myself safe. I know that he groomed me. I saw it all play out in real time. I performed my role as Tav with both dramatic irony and wit. And I still catch myself thinking that I kept myself safe. At least he didn't get mad at me. At least he didn't make things that much worse. My Tav didn't wake up, as it were, until we met on Sur. She had to see for herself that all of those misgivings were right, and that the Emperor would throw away his allies. She had to work with him, but she would stop trusting him. Little surprise when he guilted and shamed and pressured her into sacrificing Orpheus. Little surprise when he tried to make this a public spectacle, tried to make her the bad guy. Little surprise that he announced the problem was her all along, that she had to change, or simply give him the Netherstones. Your choice, Tav. It's only ever been your choice. And she made her choice. This had to end. She had made her mistakes, but she was finally breaking the cycle. Why did the Emperor work on me? Because if I did what it wanted, it made me feel special and safe. Because it made me so dependent that making it angry felt more costly than playing along. Because even though it told me to my face that there was no secret goodness for me to save, there was no remorse, no regret, no redemption, I still wanted to believe there was hope. Because it studied me most carefully and cultivated this persona, this relationship, to prey on who I was. Don't feel guilty or ashamed if you also fell into its trap. You were backed into a corner. Exactly as it planned.
The second manner in which a player character can be caught up in the cycles of abuse is if they do not choose a Tav at character creation, but instead a Dark Urge. The Dark Urge playthrough is generally very similar to a Tav playthrough. The overall general structure of the plot and the gameplay is the same, and the same large-scale events happen in Acts 1, 2, and 3, but with some key differences. The Dark Urge is, in typical RPG fashion, an amnesiac. They are also constantly plagued with dreams, visions, and violence buried deep within their heart that they are barely able to control.
As soon as you delve into your mind, it is filled with flashes of 1,000 different dead. There is something unknown and unspeakable deep within your heart.
This darkness comes out in the early game through various acts of violence, cutting off Gale's hand instead of helping him, harming the innocent, or, in one particularly bleak instance, the gruesome murder of a bard that would otherwise have become a friend of the party. Yet, despite these extreme acts of violence, there is the distinct impression that you are a victim as well as a perpetrator.
As he joins your side, your mind dances with thoughts of a perfect, pretty corpse.
You have a manner of irresistible desperation about you. I like it.
Once we have had our hand forced in enough bloodshed, we are approached by our erstwhile butler, Stluritas Fel, who reveals more of our heritage.
Milady? Jubilant day! I have found your vile self at last! Stluritas Fel. Your loyal and ever-adoring butler. I followed you, my dear rotted master. We have been parted so tragically long.
We are, in fact, a Bhaal spawn. Similar to the protagonist of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, we have the lineage of the dark god Bhaal within our veins, and, with or without our consent, our body will be used to conduct various forms of gruesome murder. When in the thrall of a dark god, we are but a pawn in their schemes. Many of your companions will not understand the severity of what is happening to you, and may initially seem to brush it off.
We all have those from time to time. I once wished a most impure demise on a colleague of mine who bought the last remaining copy of Etheril's Enchiridion of Enchanting Easements. It's a first edition, too. As regards to your own morbid little fantasies, I'm sure they're nothing to worry about, so long as they remain fantasies.
Many a good warrior savors the scent of blood in the air. There's no shame in a capricious murder now and again. Too many, though, and you waste energy and dull your weapon. My suggestion, attack with purpose and savor your kills. And if the urge proves too much, well, I'm sure we can find you a goblin or two to carve up.
You are effectively isolated by your curse, making it that much easier for Bhaal to coerce you. There is some reprieve upon meeting Halsin, albeit limited by how much he knows that he can't help.
Everything in your mind has been destroyed from what I gathered. And from the path I see you on, you are doing well at picking up the pieces. I am here to be your ear as you bear your burdens, and the arms that protect you if you can shoulder them no more. I believe you when you tell me that your symptoms do not wholly align with the makings of the parasite. But until we remove it, I doubt we will be able to isolate the rest of your troubles.
While the Dark Urge has unique interactions with many companions, the one that they share some of the most unique kinship with is Astarion.
I'm just glad you're being sensible about these revelations. I was worried people might turn up with torches and pitchforks.
This makes some intuitive sense. You are both monsters, both victims and perpetrators at once, and both have specifically had control of your own body taken away from you. It seems only natural that a bond would develop from one monster to another.
You could have talked to me before things got murderously bad, you know. We are technically in this together. Whatever it is that's controlling you, we can fight it. I know that better than anyone.
A player may choose to try to resist the darkness of their father's curse, or they may choose to give into it entirely and become Bhaal's favorite murderer. But once more, this isn't a power fantasy of good versus a power fantasy of evil. This is a tale of resisting the abuse that Bhaal is committing unto you, or reveling in how he is twisting you into a mindless, mad creature like Orin. Giving in doesn't render you powerful, it just turns you into a mere puppet, a slave to your passions, dictated by the murder god. This bleak fate is one that Astarion can understand well, even if Bhaal is trying to force your hand to kill him.
Easy now, darling. You've got this. And I've got you. You'd do the same to me. Now just relax. Dawn isn't far off.
The night passes sick and sweating, but bloodlessly.
Even as you are becoming steadily more of a monster, your personhood being denied to you, you can still find solace in someone who understands how that kind of victimization feels.
Now that you're back with us, we need to have a talk. You're not alone in this. None of us are. We can even compare notes if you like. I don't hate you, because this is not you. But whatever this is, you will get through it. And I'll be here to make sure you do.
Yet resisting such repeated victimization is not without its damage. The game portrays your intrusive thoughts slowly catching up to you, wishing suffering upon your foes.
Your disgrace has something to do with this Ketheric. You yearn to flay him until he forgets himself, as you have. He healed up a treat. He could enjoy your cuts forever and a day. Nothing sickens you more than a man who is unkillable. But to a veteran deviant such as yourself, it is but a matter of time.
Is this not essentially wishing to continue the cycle of violence, longing to commit that same violence unto another that was committed unto you? Yet to lean into this isn't to glorify yourself and become a cool badass. It is to slowly dehumanize yourself and become the very puppet that your nefarious father wants you to be. Merely a spawn of Bhaal, there to do his bidding. Should you try to retain your humanity and resist the urge, Bhaal will force your hand to act. He considers you literally a tool and will erode you until you quite literally turn into a monster.
You have disobeyed your father's wishes one time too many. For she who fights with monsters should look to it that she herself becomes a monster.
The bastardization of Nietzsche here is to carry an opposite meaning to his aphorisms. What does not kill you will erode you. You are Bhaal's puppet. You are a monster and nothing more. Your personhood does not matter. If you gaze into the abyss, you will, quite simply, fall in. The strongest will in the world cannot defy the gods themselves. Yet, if we have bonded with our companions, it becomes clear that despite your traumas and doomed destiny, you can overcome it with the love and support of your friends.
That's a heavy weight. I know you can carry it, but it's heavy all the same. You are so much more than your parents. You're more than the affliction that wants to consume you. You are my friend, and you get to choose your destiny. Choose well, all right? Please.
Jaheira, a woman who accompanied the Bhaalspawn from the previous Baldur's Gate games, will stand beside a resistant dark urge as a caring figure, like a mother or a big sister. Not only has she seen such things before, but she has faith in you if you try to defy your curse.
It was Bhaalspawn who threatened the coast, and Bhaalspawn who saved it. It is possible to go on to live a life outside your father's shadow. But happiness is not beyond the Bhaalspawn. It simply comes at a higher cost. Constant vigilance.
Though I think the most emotionally impactful support once more comes from Astarion, a man who deeply understands what it means to be a victim and who deeply understands the guilt, pain, and fear that this entails.
You know, I didn't realize you and I were so alike. I felt paralyzed to do anything about Cazador for so many decades. I gave up on myself. I gave up on any hope of escape after a few lashes. Bhaal controls you in much the same way. I don't know how you could beat him, but I do know this. You must try. The half-life of a mind-addled slave is worse than death. Don't become his. I wouldn't live another century as one for all the moonstones in Evereska.
The tale of the Dark Urge comes to a head in Bhaal's temple below the city, where we duel our fellow Bhaalspawn Orin one-on-one. Though we have previously discussed Orin's tale, the way this interacts with a Dark Urge storyline is subtly different. She is not simply a mad dog now, but your direct rival. To a Dark Urge who has tried to defy their curse, she is a narrative foil. She has given in entirely. She has already lost her personhood. She has eroded herself entirely in the efforts to appease her apathetic deity/father. As the disfavored daughter, she has been pressured to become good enough in Bhaal's eyes, an incredibly convenient tool with which to manipulate her.
You still don't remember, do you, Bloodkin?
you screamed as my knife slit your skull. Your brain juices, sticky and sweet. A little hole, big enough for the worm. Your body, a blood sack to feed it. The favorite of Bhaal turned meat puppet, strung up by the sinews and plucked by my hands.
This is the truth you had forgotten. You were the favorite, the chosen. Orin was your subordinate. You led the cultists of Bhaal and orchestrated the absolute plot. It was your genius, your cruelty, your design.
My grandfather ruled this city. A slaughterhouse ripened for my blades. And you stole it! Enough! 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 The runt must be cold. Come close, my death's heads, but keep your blades unblooded. Bhaal demands a duel.
The duel between you and Orin is set up, yet regardless of who lives and who dies, Bhaal comes out victorious in the end. Should Orin defeat you, Bhaal makes it incredibly clear that you are disposable. The curse is intensified, your humanity will be erased, you will become his plaything eventually, and there is no hope for your escape.
Oh, my failed master. My heart has never known such sorrow. Now it breaks. He is near. He comes for you.
This iteration of the story will effectively consign you to the cycle of violence and abuse. You will become a slaughtering monster, doomed to be exactly what your deity father created you to be. Even if he phrases it in terms of resentment and disgust, your life will still reify him, exactly as he wanted it to. There is nothing positive or badass to gaining Bhaal's inheritance. There is bleak tragedy and nothing more.
Bhaal himself has sentenced you to an eternity of madness. To be consumed by your urge. You'll never be free, will you? He's going to take over. I've had periods where I was so hungry, I was all but robbed of speech and reason. If you become, as I fear, feral, scrabbling, all but a carrion creature, I don't think I'll be able to look at you. It'll remind me too much of my worst self, if that is to be your fate. I will, enjoy our time together while it lasts. But soon enough, we'll have to say our goodbyes. In 1,000 years, when I've all but forgotten how to love yet again, you'll flit back into my heart. And I'll weep, wondering what happened to my mad love.
Yet, if you win the duel and accept Bhaal's inheritance, you are still doomed to the same cycle. You voluntarily follow the path in which your personhood will be erased. Your life reifies him.
My chosen, my slayer, violence incarnate, you will become a testament in blood. Go, child of Bhaal, claim the crown of Karsus, control the absolute, and command the Horde to butcher this world in my name.
This is clearly signaled by your companions to be an atrocious outcome, claiming power at the cost of shedding any last vestige of the self.
Gods, you've really done it now, haven't you? I need you to finish what we started. I need you to remember me, our mission, long enough for that. If you try anything else, I'll kill you. Understand?
You accepted Bhaal after everything we've been through. I can only hope this is part of some clever scheme I'm not privy to. Otherwise, you might as well have stayed with the Absolute. You're the last thing the world needs. Another would-be tyrant who thinks they have divine rights. You're just someone's pawn, you know? That's all we are to the gods.
Some will indicate that they'll abandon the party as soon as they can. Others will outright attack you.
You have won Bhaal's bloody blessing. Now you think you will step out into the world and carve your name upon it. Minsk and I, we know better. We stood here a century ago and watched this same ceremony unfold. We stand here again to show you how it ends. With your bones rotting beneath your father's hall. Your name remembered by none.
Indeed, the only one who seems to view this positively is the Emperor, a being who does not have your best interests at heart.
Congratulations. Your father smiles upon you. But do not let filial piety distract you from our cause.
After this, the final ending is one that remains exceptionally bleak.
If only you defied your father when you had the chance and freed yourself of your dark desires. But it's too late now. Your destiny is set. Your very blood shall clot with the urge, and that hungry desire will consume you. And just like that, it's over. Whatever's left of you is subsumed by the overwhelming strength of your desires.
This is identical to the ending in which Bhaal curses you to the same fate as a punishment. Bhaal will have an insane slaughter champion, no matter what. Whether he expresses pride or disgust in your actions doesn't matter. He sets the board, owns all the pieces, and wins the game. You were a mere pawn in his scheme. This becomes even more apparent in the good ending. Should you defeat Orin, yet actively reject Bhaal and throw away his cursed inheritance,
You refuse me. You are my spawn. Your veins course with my unholy blood. Your life is mine. Accept your inheritance, or I will reclaim it. You were made to conquer, to devour. You reject my blood,
Out of petty spite, Bhaal will simply kill you and throw you away, moving on to his next victim. You ultimately never mattered to Bhaal, and thus were entirely disposable. Yet, by casting aside Bhaal and refusing such power, by refusing ascension, you forge a better path for yourself. Just as this choice plays out for your companions, so too does it play out for you.
Thou hast defied Bhaal, thy liege and father, and in doing so hast earned a place among champions and heroes. But alas, thy courage was in opposition to the divine cosmology that bound thee to the Lord of Murder. Thou art now faithless, godless, and doomed to wander the fugue plane for eternity. I will not permit that, though all the powers of life and death dictate that it should be so. I, too, still hold some power, and I invest a portion of it in thee, who hath challenged the gods and now liveth to tell of it. Thy fight is not over, and it is thy fight. For one who can look upon Bhaal and oppose him can survive any crisis. So rise, challenger of gods, and prepare for battle once more. Death will not claim thee whilst I... The sole way to atone for thine actions is to do better in a new dawn. That dawn has come. Bhaal tried to extinguish thee, but his wrath is imprecise. He only succeeded in killing the part of thee he knew. The urge that drove thee to terrible acts, the spark of brutality that made thee his. But there is a new part of you that hath grown during thy travels. That part Bhaal could not extinguish, and so, instead of destroying thee, he hath made thee anew.
He's right. You're no monster. You've saved me more times than I can count.
The heart of a savior hath overshadowed the mind of a murderer.
You walk away from the cycle of abuse, and in so doing become something better, stronger, and more complete. To choose good isn't simply to be a selfless saint. It is to choose to leave a cycle of violence behind you. It is to choose companionship. It is to walk away from abuse despite having been so wounded by it. It is to have courage, even when you are vulnerable, even when you're scared. The courage to be kind and stand tall, even without ultimate power to shield you. And it is this kind of courage that sets us free.
You get to start over. To be the person you want to be, not what someone else made you to be.
After all of this specific character analysis, I think it's worth taking a step back and looking at the theme of abuse as a whole. How the game handles it, how true to life it is, and how this maps onto real-world discussions of abuse. I know I've given trigger warnings before, but we'll be delving into more ties to real-world issues, so I will re-emphasize them here. This section will talk in very specific terms about abuse of all kinds. If you need to pause, take a break, or disengage with content that is otherwise upsetting to you, that is entirely fine. For those interested in the research, I've included my bibliography in the video description, though again, be warned that the topics being addressed are very heavy. 1. What is abuse? A working definition. So, abuse is a loaded term that has a very loose definition. Even as I attempt to narrow the definition, it remains hazy. Abuse of adults includes wide ranges of problems like financial abuse, coercive control, religious-based abuse. The list goes on and on. Abuse of children specifically is often split up into emotional abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, and neglect, though these kinds all apply to adults as well. This broad definition goes all the way from the less severe issues like minor bullying to extremely severe, like violent or repeated sexual assault. To talk about what abuse is difficult. And to talk about what abuse is, I also must briefly talk about what it isn't. The definition is further muddied by its common usage in social media as a rhetorical device to overstate harm. I want to be clear that what we are talking about here is not Twitter drama or Tumblr call-out posts. Not all minor conflict is abuse. What we are addressing is something far more serious. There is also a conversation to be had about how abuse can be used to vilify and scapegoat individuals for societal failings. For example, a mother trapped in poverty who cannot afford to feed her baby may be labelled as committing an act of abuse by neglect, when such an event would never have come to pass without better social safety nets. That particular conversation is deeply complex, but also outwith the scope of this video. Abuse can be directly personal and targeted by someone with malign motivation, or it can be born of apathy, and its evil can be entirely banal. It can be one-on-one with a single person that you are intimate with, or it can be widespread and systemic. It can be something only briefly encountered, or it can be chronic, ongoing for years. For the purposes of this video, I am going to use the following very loose definitions, which are similar to those found in the current research. All abuse, as the word truly signifies, is that the victim is being seriously harmed in a damaging, deep, and long-lasting way. All it takes to be abusive is to hold control over someone else. If you have the reins of power over someone, you can misuse that power. To misuse that power is to become abusive. There is no limitation of abuse to age, gender, ethnicity, nor sexuality. Anyone can be a victim, regardless of their background. While there is extensive evidence that certain specific forms of abuse, like intimate partner violence, are much more likely to occur to women and much more likely to be severe when they occur to women, that is not the only form of abuse that we are addressing here. I want to be clear. The more intersections of marginalization that someone faces, the more likely they are to be vulnerable, and thus the more likely they are to be victimized. But this is not a deterministic thing. Identity politics contribute to, but do not define, vulnerability. Everyone's stories are different, and people can often be vulnerable in unexpected or invisible ways, and I'm aiming to be as compassionate as possible in how we talk about this subject here. Anyone can be abused. Anyone can be an abuser. Why is this important? Well, in the real world, abuse has nasty consequences. Victims of intimate partner violence, for example, are often seriously injured or murdered when dealing with their abuser, especially if they are in the process of trying to leave. Even if there is no direct physical harm, or if someone's history of abuse is far in the past, its effects can still hold echoes. A commonly cited example is a strong association between childhood abuse and household dysfunction, and leading causes of adult mortality. In short, if you suffered significant abuse in your childhood, you're more likely to have bad health as an adult. You may also be more likely to be involved in violent relationships later in life, and some people, unfortunately, become more likely to conduct violence unto others. Abuse can often leave its victims suffering with their mental health in ways that are incredibly difficult to unpack, leaving survivors with PTSD or significant self-blame for events. Even once any physical harm is repaired, it deeply impacts people and can prevent them from leading happy or otherwise fulfilling lives. Even if we ignore these physical and mental ill effects from individual victims, it still has a significant social impact. Narratives of how victims deserve it or are somehow in the wrong significantly shape how we view ourselves in society, perpetuating and deepening our own suffering and worsening so many social problems. Abuse isn't some shameful thing that only happens to a tiny number of people, or something to be brushed into a corner and ignored as irrelevant. It is deeply important, depressingly common, and it significantly impacts us both individually and as a society. These discussions are important because of how much it affects all of us. Whether you've been victimized yourself, or know someone else who has suffered abuse, or simply live in a society in which abuse occurs, we all brush up against its effects. Part 3. How victims are selected. While many subtypes of abuse are vastly different in how they play out, there are a few common features between them that are worth discussing, ones that we see borne out in the characters of Baldur's Gate. Scholars Winters and Jeglic proposed a 5-stage model for the development of grooming and sexual abuse, and while many of its features are specific to CSA, a good deal of them also apply to other forms of abuse too. The first stage is that of victim selection, in which a person's vulnerabilities are targeted. They may be lonely and isolated, as Shadowheart is. They may be troubled and abrasive, and thus find difficulty connecting to others, as Astarion does. They may have a significant lack of self-esteem, like Karlach in her vulnerable moments, or lacked much supervision in their youth, like Wyll did. They may, in fact, be too trusting, as Gale was with Minthara. They may otherwise not have had a family to provide love and support, as Lae'zel's brutal, creche lifestyle encouraged. We see this borne out with the player and the Emperor too. Being too compliant and trusting was merely a way for us to be drawn into its trap. Some characters become vulnerable by accident. Halsin falling into a nest of drow was not something ever within his control and was completely unexpected. Other characters become vulnerable by design. Vlaakith's warrior death cult was something Lae'zel was inducted into since birth, and Viconia's schemes specifically targeted Shadowheart to make her vulnerable to Shar's control. There are many ways to be vulnerable, even for big, strong men, even for seemingly invincible heroes. Vulnerability isn't reserved for one class of people. We are all vulnerable from time to time. The difference is that most of us aren't victimized during these moments of vulnerability, but some of us are. When we are victimized, we may ask, why me? What's wrong with me? Or wonder if abuse happened because of us in some way, as if there was some element of abuse being our own fault. This is an extremely common reaction amongst survivors, and a method of trying to rationalize or come to terms with traumatic events. But, as the game shows, the perpetrators of abusive acts often target victims through ease of access and vulnerability, not because of any fault on the victim's behalf. Vlaakith, Shar, Mizora, Gortash, Cazador, even Mystra, even Bhaal and the Emperor all gained power over their victims while their victims were in a vulnerable state. Once that vulnerability is lost for whatever reason and their power over their targets diminish, they simply cast their victims aside. The worst of them simply look for a new victim in their stead. Vulnerability was the thing that these abusive figures latched onto. Without that vulnerability, their victims are regarded as disposable. Part 4. How the Trap is Laid. Winters and Jeglic identified several further steps in the development of abusive relationship dynamics after this stage of victim selection. Though, again, these stages are not applicable to all forms of abuse, I think that we see them played out quite overtly in the game. The second stage they identified is that of gaining access and isolation. We see this played out with Gale's descriptions of Mystra, how they bonded in private moments within the Weave. We also see this in Karlach's accounts of Gortash, staying as his bodyguard even in the most private of moments. We see some evidence of this in the relationship between Shadowheart and Viconia, and in how Shadowheart is exposed to Shar. Most strikingly, perhaps, is how we see this played out with our relationship with the Emperor. We are only ever allowed to interact with its seductive guise, the Dream Guardian, when we are entirely alone. In all but a handful of moments, all of the rest of our interactions with the Emperor are done while we are alone. This access and isolation leads to the third stage, the development of trust between abuser and victim. The perpetrator may seem charming, nice, or otherwise likable. They may seem powerful, yet otherwise benevolent, willing to offer sanctuary and protection. They may give lots of compliments or comment on how their relationship with their victim is quote-unquote special in some way. They may be affectionate or even loving. They may provide the victim with special privileges in some way. Many of these events occur in privacy, so we, as players with a Tav or Dark Urge point of view character, only get small glimpses into how this has worked with our companions. We see both Vlaakith and Shar express this kind of special privilege favoritism to Lae'zel and Shadowheart, promising them status and affection as chosen ones. Explicitly, we know Gale has been given special treatment as Mistress Chosen. We can see that Wyll developed some degree of trust in Mizora to sign his contract, albeit in a somewhat more strained form of trust. Our relationship with the Emperor is, again, the place where we see this played out the strongest. We are explicitly told that we are special and strong and powerful. We are given all the words that imply the Emperor respects us, and that it eventually comes to cherish and care for us. We are shown carefully selected moments that imply vulnerability in order for us to develop trust in what it says. Both of these stages, that of gaining access and isolation, and that of developing trust, are absolutely normal within consensual adult relationships. We see them when we romance a companion. In a normal relationship, these are described as privacy and intimacy. An abusive relationship mimics this, but establishes an undercurrent of coercion and often an obfuscation of how lopsided the real power dynamic is. In cases where this extends into sexual abuse, a fourth stage is identified, that of desensitization to sexual and physical contact. We see the effects of this in Astarion, who has become so used to unwanted sexualized contact that he has great difficulty in establishing any boundaries. We see the effects of this with Gale too, where his sensual experience in the weave acts as a metaphor for this same process of desensitization. But again, we only see this directly play out in our own relationships, most notably with the Emperor. There is a gradual increase in the level of touch. There is a steady increase in the discussion of intimate relationships, including sexualized ones. This slowly escalates to the point of overt sexuality. While all of these steps also occur within consensual sexual relationships, this is all accompanied by a slow but persistent erosion of boundaries. The fifth stage identified is the post-abuse maintenance stage. This stage involves the abuser establishing more overt control over their victim and preventing them from leaving, a very complex process that the game explores in depth. Part 5. How are victims kept trapped, or what prevents us from leaving? When talking about those who have survived violence or abuse, and people's reasons for leaving or staying within abusive dynamics, it is imperative that we do not feed into pre-existing stigmas surrounding victim narratives, and I am going to do my absolute best to be compassionate and sensitive with my language here. There are multiple research papers that detail the problems surrounding this. Those who have been victimized are often asked, "Why didn't you leave?" and "Why did you stay?" when talking about their narratives. This implicitly lays blame on the victim. After all, "Why didn't you leave?" implies that they had the agency to walk away at any time, and that it was somehow their own fault for not doing so sooner. This does nothing but blame the person who is victimized. Many researchers instead frame the exiting of an abusive relationship as a process rather than one sudden big decision, and in the context of intimate partner violence, many victims often attempt to leave their partner multiple times before finally breaking away for good. I think that any narrative that lays blame on the victim is pretty horrific, and it distracts us from holding the perpetrator accountable. And so, instead of asking the question, "Why don't victims leave their abusers?" we should instead ask, what factors prevent a person from exiting an abusive dynamic? Researchers Heron, Eisma, and Brown found several common threads between accounts of those who have survived abuse. The first theme is that of investment, a sense of having put so much in that you can't just simply walk away, a sunk cost fallacy, the concept that you've put too much of yourself and your love and your effort into the relationship to let it fail. In the context of Heron's research, which focused on female victims of domestic violence, common sub-themes included marriage, pregnancy, and ideas of keeping the family together. All three of these contributed to the women in the study feeling that walking away from the relationship meant leaving some huge part of themselves or their efforts behind. One participant stated, "Everything was really good until we were married. He just changed overnight, and that's when he became violent, but by then it wasn't easy to just leave. I'd invested so much." Similar themes of investment, keeping a victim trapped, have been replicated in further studies, including those conducted with primarily male participants and in studies of queer or otherwise non-cisgender, non-heterosexual relationships. While women globally are more likely to be victims of abuse and of more severe abuse, similar feelings are elicited in male victims of abuse. The ways in which men internalize and interpret abuse is, as of yet, poorly understood, and the ways in which this plays out amongst queer populations also needs more research. But multiple studies have found similar themes of investment being a key factor in keeping people trapped. In a paper by Eckstein, various participants of all genders stated, "I would have been a failure if I had left. I had to be the strong one. I did not want to be perceived as weak. My religion would not allow me to leave. This is just how things are supposed to be. I had to stay to protect them. I had to stay to save them." In the context of the game, we see almost all of our companions struggle with this sense of investment, be that out of loyalty or fear, a sense of duty, a sense of care. In all instances, the act of simply walking away is not quite so simple. Wyll has literally invested his soul into a contract. Shadowheart and Lae'zel both have deep cultural and religious ties to the deities that are abusing them, and also their fellow kindred, who formed their de facto new family. Karlach took pride in her identity as a loyal bodyguard. Gale invested so much of his time, effort, and identity in just proving himself to Mystra. The second theme is that of entrapment. A majority of respondents in this study reported being physically trapped. They are often stuck in a physical space occupied or owned by their abusers and socially isolated as a consequence. In another study, a significant number of respondents said that they felt lost and had nowhere else to go. We see this echoed with several of the companions. Shadowheart was captured and isolated in her cult-like cloister. Minthara was taken from her culture and forced into service to the Absolute. Astarion was very severely isolated, forced never to bond with others, and physically harmed if he tried. A second subtheme is that of economic dependence. Respondents were much more likely to stay in positions of abuse if they felt that they were unable to provide for themselves or for their loved ones. One respondent stated, when considering herself and her children, "I couldn't leave. We'd be homeless, destitute, we'd have no food." This enforcement of an economic or material hold by an abuser over a victim is seen in multiple instances throughout the course of the game. Cazador holding Astarion hostage via his blood hunger, Wyll being held hostage by a contract, and, debatably, the Emperor holding protection over our player character, a material condition that prevents us from truly leaving completely. A third subtheme was that of religious or cultural expectations. While a person may have distanced themselves from their own expectations of their cultural role, the external pressures from others may still prevent them from leaving. We see this clearly with Shadowheart and with Lae'zel. Any acts of defiance of Vlaakith are to betray not only her god, but her entire culture, abandon her role, and accept a fate of being forever an outcast. The fourth and fifth subthemes are perhaps the most insidious: internalized blame and learned helplessness. In conjunction, the two messages from this form a brutal combination of self-sabotage. The first led multiple respondents to believe that all the abuse they had suffered was their own fault. The second led them to believe that, even if they were to ask for help, it would not arrive. They were on their own. Anyone that might help, be that law enforcement, friends, or other authorities, would refuse. If they were met with victim blaming, the sense of helplessness would be confirmed. We see this explicitly multiple times throughout the game. Many of the party members try to grapple with some fear that they deserved what happened to them. Shadowheart and Wyll, notably, suffer with a huge sense of guilt throughout their entire journeys. While many of the party members have had too much agency as dashing D&D heroes to feel entirely that they have learned helplessness, some do still notably fall into this thought pattern. Astarion shows us this the clearest. No one came to help me. No one cared. The strong have a duty to protect the weak.
They're doing a piss-poor job then. The strong had 2 centuries to pluck me from torture. But no one came. No. It was the mind flayers that rescued me. They gave me a gift. The strength to take my own freedom. I'm embracing this power. You should too.
In the real world, it is rarely one single one of these things that keeps us trapped. It's combinations of them that often shift and change over time. Even if we shake off one shackle, we are then snared by another. The third theme identified in the research is the bleakest and most potent of all: love. A significant proportion of people in Heron's study responded that they felt trapped by their own love, that their feelings of affection for someone had in themselves become the bars of their cage. One respondent said, "I felt trapped because I loved him." Another said, "I stayed because I loved him. I thought he would change." Another study found many similar themes of love still forming part of the trap. Positive emotions like "I love him" or "I rely on her." These kind of things led to the excusal of the abuser's responsibility. Respondents said, "Oh, it's the alcohol that made her hurt me," or "she had an abused childhood." When love is coupled with hope, it can lead to ongoing persistence, but such persistence only drives the person being victimized to stay longer in the abuse. It will change. We're trying to work things out. Underneath, he's a really good person. He'll eventually show his love. This is something that we also see recurrently throughout the game. Various characters have the idea that love and devotion will somehow be enough. It isn't. Not by itself. For some of them, all it does is keep them trapped and worsen the toxicity of their abuse. Gale is entirely trapped by love, and, in my opinion, love is far more what binds him to Mistra's abuse than ambition ever does. Love is what bound Orin in service to her incestuous family. Love is what drives Wyll to sacrifice himself for his father's sake. Love is what the Emperor plays on to try to coerce you into its plans. While love can often rescue us or bolster us or give us strength, sometimes it does quite the opposite. Part 6. How we leave. Such a complex web of interconnecting threads may seem like an impenetrable Gordian knot, tying victim to abuser, impossible to sever, but it isn't. While the research has shown that real-world abuse is a very complex process and that leaving can often be difficult, it is distinctly not impossible. The process of leaving, of going from trapped to freedom, is also complex, but it's a path that people walk every day. This process of becoming free is what we have seen played out through the majority of the story of Baldur's Gate 3's companions, though, as we have seen, it is also easy to fall back into a cycle of pain. Researchers Jera and Gloax identified an 8-stage model that applies to this journey of tyranny to freedom. Bear in mind, these stages are not exhaustive, and this isn't a one-size-fits-all approach, so it might not fit everyone perfectly. But, in my opinion, it's a good, rough guide. The research showed people rarely go through these stages in a linear fashion either, with some people going back into a cycle of pain, or others jumping over some of the steps entirely. These steps are not universal. They are not going to apply to everyone, and if you are in a position of victimization and you are listening to this, do not feel that this is a prescribed series of paths you must take. Your journey will be unique. But these steps have some real-world applicability, and in my opinion, they are very applicable to the characters of Baldur's Gate. The first step is the change in the perception of the relationship. For some, this occurs after a big dramatic event, but for others, it is a slow, building realization of the oppressive environment they are trapped in. This realization may be in the form of disillusionment, as for Lae'zel and Vlaakith.
If Voss speaks true, if Ascension is a lie, if tadpole purification is a fairy tale, then I have not sinned against Vlaakith. She has sinned against me.
Or it might be a quieter form of change, as with Gale's slow disentanglement of his feelings for Mystra.
I think it's best I keep a cool head going into this. Approach it like a particularly high-risk round of 3 Dragon Ante. I'll let Mystra show her flight, and then I can see how strong a chance we stand of winning the gambit.
In all instances, this change in perception is the first step in disengaging. No longer are we so prone to viewing those that harmed us through a forgiving lens. The second step is the identification of violence. The research has demonstrated that this violence may not always be direct physical harm, but includes coercion, manipulation, and threat. This can be a very fearful stage, in which the illusions of benevolence disappear, leaving only the underlying knowledge that the abuser may still carry out harsh reprisal. We see this identification of violence strongly with Shadowheart. If she decides to leave Shar, we see the abrupt turn of her ideals as she realizes the danger that Shar now represents.
That's what frightens me. She must be angry. Yet, I don't feel it. Or hear it. There's only silence.
Once this understanding of the abuser's violence is reached, this often leads to a lot of deep questioning about the state of the dynamic. The researchers found that this is a delicate part of the leaving process, and this is the part in which many people may often return to the situation of abuse. For some, this may lead to questioning of the self. This can be an extremely vulnerable time in which people question their own role in the abusive events and may come to a point of self-blame. An overassumption of responsibility, an "it's all my fault" feeling is a common emotional response. Wyll, when pushed, may begin to voice such feelings. In the real world, we occasionally see this stretch further, leading to, well, I'm going to change myself. I'm going to be what they want me to be. And once I've done that, that'll change how they treat me. It rarely ever does. We see some iterations of this across the bad outcomes of our companions. Gale bending over backwards to make himself worthy of Mystra, Shadowheart destroying her old identity to become worthy of Shar, Lae'zel becoming a willing slave to Vlaakith, only to be drained into a lifeless husk. The vulnerability that those who have suffered abuse often feel in such times can be taken advantage of, returning them back to being trapped. But there are still ways out, even if the cycle isn't easy to leave immediately. Another path is that of questioning the abuser's responsibility. This still presents forms of vulnerability, especially if that abuser holds systemic power. However, this can often lead to different results, and the eventual attribution of blame for the abuse away from the self and onto the other. This may be associated with feelings of anger and defiance, as we see expressed by Lae'zel.
I have what I have gathered for myself. I'm more to a new regent, a new land, and new allies. I am known and honored by you, the source of my bruises. Vlaakith cannot unmake she who no longer exists.
It may be a quieter thing to come to terms with, but no less important, as we see when talking to Halsin about his experiences.
I have not had true confidants for some time. The Shadow Curse robbed me of almost all my peers and replaced them with the weight of responsibility. Perhaps that caused me to gild undeserving memories of my youth.
The next stage is coming to a conclusion following that act of questioning, that of deciding that something needs to change. The research has found that progression to this stage often relies on having support from others, like, for instance, an adventuring party. This decision doesn't always have to look palatable or gentle or leaning into being a perfect demure victim. Karlach, for example, expresses this decision in terms of vengeance.
It's him. Gortash. This is it. I can practically taste his blood from here.
Astarion expresses this form of change in terms of retaking his agency, particularly agency over his body and sexuality.
For as long as I can remember, I've been used by others. Controlled. Puppeted for someone else's pleasure. But not anymore.
The next stage involves implementing these changes. This is often also very tricky and requires the support of others in order to push ahead in an otherwise extremely difficult process. Often, this involves the positive aspects of reclaiming agency. For Lae'zel, this is presented as fighting back against both an unjust system and the god that has wronged her directly. For Gale, this involves a similar withdrawal from an abusive god, but one that is far quieter in nature. However, we have seen how this reclaiming of agency can go awry, when this decision that things need to change becomes less of a revolutionizing process and more of a replacement process. For some, the choice isn't to break the system that has trapped you, but instead to become the person at the top of the system. This we can see in Astarion's ascension.
They will obey. The world will stir in fear.
Ultimately, such things prevent progression to the next stage, trapping someone in the cycle of pain. Even after all of these stages and all of this consideration, the research has found that it is often quite difficult to fully commit to the decision to finally leave once and for all. This process of finally moving away can be reached quickly, in an abrupt manner, or it can be slow, distancing over a long period of time. We see the graduality of this process reflected in the game. Nearly all of the companions, while able to recognize themselves as having been victimized, are often unable to completely commit to the decision to depart entirely from those who have harmed them until rather late in the game.
I'm not sure I'm the same person I was before. The Shadowheart I thought I was would never even dreamed of defying the Lady Shah. I'm a stranger to myself. The sooner I speak to Nightsong, the sooner I'll know what the future holds for me. Assuming I have a future at all.
The process of the final departure itself is often fraught and difficult. The research has found that this similarly varies from one major trigger point to leave to an extended back and forth which eventually culminates in a full departure. Other researchers have modelled this kind of moment as one of culminating courage. Someone in a position of victimization has moved from a state of discouragement and helplessness all the way up to a state of courageous bravery. With the help of their friends, they are finally able to overcome even the control of those who terrify them the most. Sometimes those with the abusive grip will refuse to let go without violence, as Cazador to Astarion. Sometimes the violence will be indirect and emotionally destructive, as with Shar and Shadowheart. This part of the process can be a relief, as we may feel when we break our ties with Bhaal or with the Emperor, but often there is just simply heartache, sorrow, and grief. We see this sense of grief with Astarion, bursting into tears after finally killing Cazador. We see this same loss and pain in Selûnite Shadowheart, regardless of what her final choices are. We see the sense of hollowness in Karlach when she has finally killed Gortash.
I don't feel like I've won. All I feel is tired. Is that it, then? Killed the bastard who ruined my life, and now I crawl into a corner and die? Am I fucking missing something?
Departure is rarely an uncomplicated, joyous process, but it is a necessary one for finally becoming free. The final stage is one of maintaining separation and learning to live for oneself. Even though the abuse itself may be over, there is still the difficulty of healing and moving on, and not returning to a position of abuse once more. Researchers have found that this in itself is an extremely complex process. For some, this involves regaining and recreating one's identity, and learning how to exist again outside the context of abuse. This is something that we see in the tensions between Shadowheart and Jennivel Hallowleaf.
I can't be your Jennivel. Not as you remember her.
Of course you can.
No. I'd be turning my back on too much. Shadowheart is as much a part of who I am as Jennivel. I can't just forget her. That's not what I do anymore.
For others, this involves embracing the freedom and power to direct one's own life again. We see this with Astarion, finally able to reclaim his own body and his own agency for himself.
That's strange. Knowing I'll never hear Cazador's voice again. knowing it'll never command me to bow against my will. I'm free from him. Forever.
Some find this process involves healing from the physical and mental scars of the abuse, like Karlach when we made the effort to repair her engine. For others, this part of the process involves fostering a sense of forgiveness and compassion for themselves and learning to let go. In Gale's case, letting go of his attachments to Mystra and his ambition to be enough, understanding that he doesn't have to be more to be enough. Many find that a process of building social support and trying to establish positive relationships forms part of the healing process, as we see with Wyll and his willingness to defend his companions despite all the trauma that Minthara put him through. Others may find that they can use their own experiences with abuse to directly help others, like we see with Lae'zel, ready to lead a revolution against the culture that so wronged her. Some find that part of their healing takes place over the much longer term, and that coming to an understanding that this healing process takes a while is important. Often, healing can take years and years, as we see with Halsin revisiting his trauma even though it happened so long ago. This last process of healing and of regrowth, it looks different for everyone. There is no one-size-fits-all mold for recovery. But the important thing is, it is possible. And that is important.
This little adventure of ours has taught me that we can't let our lives be ruled by fear, or else we never really live. I'm not afraid. Not of you. Not of your darkness, and not of our future.
So, I've spent the last several hours talking about the ins and outs of abuse by referencing a bunch of fictional characters, and the last 20-odd minutes talking about hard science and research papers on how it works in reality, but why? Why am I telling you all of this? If I wanted to make a YouTube essay about the research on abuse, I could have just summarized a systematic review of the scientific literature and left it at that. Why am I tying this to a popular video game? Why make this video at all? I could sit here and tell you about the ins and outs of how trauma functions, about how abuse works, but that wouldn't make you feel jack shit. It wouldn't give you any sense of empathy or allow for any compassion or emotional understanding. Baldur's Gate 3 isn't important because it's a work of accurate science, but because it is quite simply a work of art, because it extends a hand in understanding and tells you, the player on the other side of the screen, that any pain is worthy of compassion. I think this is best put by Astarion himself, otherwise known as the fantastic actor Neil Newbon.
But one thing I wanted to say is that this character has meant the world to me. He is a survivor. He has gone through trauma. And I've had so many people from the community reach out to me personally who talk about the stories that our characters have also shared. They identify with many stories and characters in the game, that the game story itself has really reached them. And people have come up to me and said that they felt inspired to deal with their own trauma. As a survivor myself, I understand when they talk to me about it, what they mean. That they feel seen by the game, they feel understood by the characters, and that is a testament to this amazing, beautiful masterpiece that Larry and Swen, the writing team, have all put together and created, and to the amazing cast of 248 beautiful actors that put their heart and soul on a daily basis to this. I'm going to be missing a lot of people. I need to say thank you, but I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much to the community for embracing all of us, and for me particularly, thank you so much indeed. I really appreciate it.
This is the real power of art. Not that we can explain away these incredibly complex and utterly heartbreaking feelings. Not that we can just apply a rational lens and suddenly negate our trauma. We can't. The power of art, and this art especially, allows us to feel seen, to feel understood, to feel that we're not alone in dealing with the darkest parts of our pain. The reason why I'm framing all of this discussion around Baldur's Gate is to show how important this particular work of art is. And if you, on the other side of the screen, are moved to understanding or compassion or care for others who have survived abuse, or if you feel a greater sense of courage to deal with your own pain and traumas, well, I think the whole team at Larian would be glad.
You're the author of your own tale now. Well done.
Thank you all so much for watching. This video was so much to do. It took a lot of time and energy to put together, and I really appreciate every single one of you that stayed here until the end. If you're still watching this, you probably have the same mind flayer brainworms for this game that I do. So, you know, if you do have that kind of little mind flayer brainworm, go on and leave a little squid emoji in the comments. That'll let me know that you've watched this all the way to the very bloody end. I'd love to see how many of you are about as unhinged as I am. I have a lot of people to thank for helping me out with this video, especially my fellow Bhaalbabes. So, in Pacifica wrote and edited the Gale and Wyll sections and assisted with the script editing throughout, and her socials and her YouTube channel can be found here. Scarlet Moth wrote and edited the Lae'zel and Karlach sections and assisted with so much background D&D lore and knowledge, like she was our in-house Larian encyclopedia. Her socials can all be found here. I love you so much. Thank you, Scarlet Moth. Playhead North assisted in editing and wrote a ton of music and basically wrote an entire album worth of fan songs. If you enjoy this kind of thing, or if you enjoy fan music for Baldur's Gate 3, you can give her a listen over on Bandcamp, and she also has a wonderful YouTube channel which you can find right here. I would also like to give a big thanks to The Cold One, Joey Hayek, Codex Entry, and VoiceQuills, and the ever-talented Gianni Matragrano. All of them added their wonderful voices to this video, and all of their socials can be found here. I'd also like to give a very special thanks to Rita, Patonki, and Anthena for allowing me to use their save games for extra footage when my original files got corrupted. Thank you guys so much, you literally saved this video. I'd also like to thank Chubblot for early access information and incredible documentation of the early phases of the game. I'd also like to thank YouTubers Quarkier, Dark Urge Diaries, A Woman on the Internet, Bloodshed, PerfectParadox, Ferzen, and Kimbersism for very kindly allowing me to showcase some of their footage and use it in this video. Their channels are all fantastic, and I would highly recommend all of them, especially if you want to find some of those kind of completely niche little versions of the story of the game that no one else has ever found. Their videos are wonderful. Please do check them out. I'd also like to give a very big special thank you to everyone who's supporting me over on Patreon, and in particular thanks to Alex Schemp, Christine H., Crushable Door, Daria Brausch, Eleanor Marshall, Eric Scott DeBee, Eva Girl 77, Fox E. Crow, Jason Miller, Jason Parker, Jess, Justin Miller, Kelhoff Deniska, Lilith Luna Lovecraft, Elizabeth, Luna, Noah Drake, Rakanis Sephiris Ahania Irene, Sarah Lozano, Skylar Hill, Solaros Radare, Zari Pans, That Cabbage, The Elusive G-Man, and Yara Savilan. Thank you all so much. Every single one of you and all your contributions have helped make this video actually come alive in a way that I didn't think was going to be possible for a while. During production, I was recovering from surgery, and then I got kind of sick afterwards, which is probably why my voice sounds a bit strained right now and during some parts of the video, so thank you for bearing with me through it all. I decided to put my rough voice to good use by trying to voice the drow like that, and, you know, I think that it worked, I hope. Okay, finally, I want to give a very big special thank you to everyone over at Larian, particularly all of the writers. You are all just incredibly talented people, and I was super glad that you guys won the Hugo Award for your work. This game absolutely deserves it, and it's nothing less than a masterpiece. I also just want to say thank you so much for being so kind and answering all my questions and just being really lovely people to talk to afterwards, so thank you. You are all absolutely fantastic. And finally, I want to give a very big thank you to you, the viewer on the other side of the screen. Thank you so much for watching, genuinely.
It's been so long since I had someone want to know what goes on in my head. Is it so wrong I find myself longing? You'll say I care about you as a friend, and it is terrifying. It's thrilling and might see me for the monster that I am, and want me anyway. I won't hold my breath, I might be misreading the signs, but though I try to resist, I'm hopelessly resigned. My mind is with you tonight. My mind is with you tonight.
By the gods themselves. What kind of nightmare is this?
My rancid blood whispers to me, kill, and kill again. I must discover what happened to me and who I was before my twitchy knife hand writes a tragedy in blood.
Mom, Lae'zel called me autistic.
Early Access Wyll was an entirely different character. I feel like I'm really going fast because I was talking about how horny I was. No context. We include none of the Halsin talk. Oh, good. Yeah, I deserve that. Bonk. Go to horny jail. Yeah, it's fine. I'm fine. It's fine. Oh, no gods, no master, only horny. Unless you want a master, and that's a different deal.
Would you have joined up with her if you'd known she'd be indulging in this sort of thing, Astarion?
I mean, I had my hopes.
Your tryst with Lae'zel starts the way that many romances in other games might end, with a night of hot, sweaty sex. Mm-mm. Ooh. Get that lovely sweat. No. I have so many water bottles around because I am just so thirsty. I love being thirsty, reading about a green alien.
You don't have to have played the game to watch this video, but shut the fuck up.
Is that an owlbear?
Fucking owlbears fucking with my shit. Hi, my name is Shadowheart, Ebony, Darkness, Dementia, Raven Way.
And I hate owlbears.
And I hate fucking owlbears.
Zarlak. I was about to call her Zarlak. The Zarlak pit.
Daddy Ketheric, my dearest kitten, my fail husband. Sweet baby girl daddy. I felt good.
Stop licking the damn thing!
Karlach and Astarion. Woo. Hello, Karlach. Oh my god. Who we over awareness?
He's an abuser, baby abuser, but just maybe if you fall for his dirty tricks, you'll be an abuser too.